It's Saturday, July 11th, 2020, 8 a.m. And we are convening, and we do have a quorum. As authorized by Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, this meeting may be convened in a closed executive session for the purpose of seeking confidential legal advice from the city attorney on any agenda item herein. The city of Rowlett reserves the right to reconvene, recess, or realign the regular session or called executive session or order of business at any time prior to adjournment. Due to the public health emergency and to conform with social distancing requirements, the city council meetings will be held via recording on the city's website or via RTN 16. If you'd like to listen to the meeting live, you can call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting number 829-8715-4690. There's an opportunity to provide public comment. Somebody's making a lot of noise. If you want to mute. To provide comment for the meeting, you can send an email to citizeninput@rowlett.com by 4 p.m. on July 10th. And Laura, did we get any public comments?
No, ma'am, we didn't.
Okay. And then our day is about budgeting. So there we go.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council, staff, I appreciate everybody taking time out on Saturday to accommodate Matt's schedule. We're going to, at this point, we have several things on the agenda today. And just remember, you know, this is not the budget meeting because that still is going to occur over a couple different work sessions in August when we have the final proposed budget. Also remember today that we still don't have the final certified values and that there are still a lot of protests going on. I've heard, at least from this week, there are still people who have not been contacted to even go through the protest process. So there's still some uncertainty as of today, but by the end of this month, we will know a lot more and we will be able to finalize the proposed budget. But for today, we do know an awful lot. We have some good news to share with you guys and looking forward to being able to do that. Today, we're going to move around the agenda just a little bit. And there are some things that in the, which would have been our second session, the governmental fund, budget priorities, and financial strategies. We're going to start with that this morning. I think that will hopefully open some eyes. And then we're going to move back into priority-based budgeting. And then we're going to come back into that because I think at that point, I think we'll know a lot more about what we can do with that juncture. Lunch will be on your own today since we're all doing this from Zoom, 30 minutes there. And then we're going to have a council governance section, just miscellaneous topics dealing with council. This is primarily your discussion on a few topics. And then 2 o'clock, hopefully somewhere around that time, we're going to talk about our enterprise funds. And this is one of the areas we have really, really good news that we want to share with you. And then a little later in the afternoon, we're going to talk about the legislative process coming up for the 87th Texas legislature. Seems like we just did that yesterday because we've been dealing with the aftermath since. So it seems no break for the weary, but that process is kicking on again, and here we go. So that's kind of what we're going to do today. I know council has submitted some questions and some comments on PPB. So just realize there may be times when we'll need a few minutes for somebody else to answer, or we may try to pull up a different file. But for right now, we've got what we absolutely need to talk about, and I'm ready to go. So Laura, if you don't mind, let's start with the PowerPoint for governmental funds. Or it should say, in the folder, I think it says Gov.
Bear with me just a moment. I don't see it.
My folder, I'm sorry, my folder says July 2020 Council Strategy Planning Session.
Okay, that's a different meeting.
It is?
Okay, bear with me.
That may explain why we weren't able to find each
Correct.
other's files. Hey. It's not that funny, Blake.
I know what's going on. People were bragging about Laura in these meetings, and you've
I'm sure this isn't her fault.
you
I think
sabotaged.
I realized sometime late yesterday, oh, this still says June 20th folder. And I thought, no, I'll change it to July. And I bet you that's what gummed up the works.
Yeah, you sabotaged her.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Not
Not
yet.
yet. Yes, now we do.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Laura. All right, we just talked about slide 1. If you'll move on to slide 2, and that's our kind of our introduction. So we'll move on to slide 3. So council, as you know, COVID has had a significant impact on the physical and mental health of America as well as the economy. And while we continue to support the efforts of our federal, state, and local authorities to protect lives, we also need to focus on the financial impact that we are experiencing and expect to experience. So this isn't unexpected given the circumstances. The economic downturn has already been pretty significant. However, we're still not sure whether it's going to have the same intensity as the Great Recession, and primarily because in part, we started off from a much better place. But even if the health threat of the pandemic is over sometime next year, it could still take time for the economic engines to gear back up. So our strategy is to prepare as if this pandemic is not over in this fiscal year and that it continues into next year. Next slide. So there are many models and ideas out there that vary enough to sow confusion. You'll remember that experts originally predicted that Texas would peak around April 22nd, but obviously we know that did not occur. At that time, it's very clear now that there was a lot that we did not know about that virus. And although there are things that we do know now, we still know there are things about the virus we don't know about. You know, Dallas County's first case was in mid-March. By mid-May, we had reached 7,000 cases with 164 deaths. By mid-June, 14,000. And at least as of July 8th, we were at nearly 30,000 cases with 426 deaths. And what we're seeing now is about 1,000 new cases a day. The spike in June was believed to be largely in part due to the reopening of businesses and restaurants in May, as well as public events where social distancing measures were ignored. And the point is that this virus is highly contagious, it's resilient, it works in cycles over a period of time. So if we're seeing a peak now, the aftermath of that will be shown for several weeks. And so that is one of the reasons that we're very, very concerned about this. But the bottom line is this: the truth is we do not have an effective crystal ball on the economic impact of this pandemic. When I get a little later into the presentation, what we're going to show you is that at least the impact on Rowlett is not nearly as bad as what we thought it was going to be. But when I've talked to other city managers over the past few weeks, it's absolutely crippling what their cities are doing. And a lot of this comes back to, what does your local economy depend on the most? So if you have a mall in your town, you've had a much bigger impact than if you don't. And so the kind of businesses that our citizens buy from are the things that they need. And so even when they're home, they're still buying things here. Next slide. So you'll remember this back in April, we had identified 3 different possible scenarios for our general fund revenues: a best case, a middle case, and a worst case. And we acknowledged at that time that most of our property taxes had already been paid. So the impact for that was expected to be minor. We did think sales tax would have the biggest impact because at that time people were buying only essential items. And we believed that building permits and some of those expenses would start to take a hit as development showed. We also did not quite know what would happen with recreation fees based on memberships. The longer we closed, the more people we felt would probably give up their memberships. And then we expected court revenue and transfers to be lower. For planning purposes, though, just so you know, we did plan around the worst case, which is that $1,744,000. Next slide. So during the discussion with council at that time, we made a couple of adjustments. We added the wet zone because we weren't sure we would even be able to open the wet zone for the rest of the year. And if we kept it closed, there are certain things we still have to do. You still got to keep the water in it. You still got to keep the electricity, keep it clean. But there's a lot of labor time and those things that we would not do. And then we were concerned also about the golf course. So ultimately, we've got about $2 million for planning purposes that we built our strategy around that could happen in this year. Next slide. So this was our strategy to meet that $2 million mark. It's a combination of things. It was to defer some equipment, defer some capital projects. There was also a hiring freeze put into place, some suspending travel for the rest of the year, just a combination of all kind of things. We used a little bit of the land acquisition money that we had set aside or squirreled away for once we can review the facility assessment. And then there was an increase in the 2019 reserves above and beyond what we projected. So the 929 you'll see on this number is not all of our general fund reserve. That was just how much it exceeded what our projection was for that year. Next slide. So I want to give you an update, at least as of June 30th. And just so you know that these numbers, we closed yesterday, and Wendy, they put in a lot of time trying to get this done for me last evening, but it's just one slide at this point. If you'll go to the next slide. So kind of here is where we're at this point. So as you know, we revised our budget projections based around our $2 million strategy. Now, the general fund portion of that was about 1.9 because there was another 100,000 or so that was from another fund. But as you can see right now, we actually have a positive variance almost to 1.3 million. And here's why. We started March 31st, or started April 1st, I guess, with about $700,000 increase over our projections. So we started in a pretty good place. And even though April right off the bat was down a little bit, about $100,000, May and June are much better. So the first 3 months of this pandemic, we're actually $500,000 better than what we projected. And then combined with the surplus that we thought that we had as of April 1st, we're actually right now about $1.3 million to the good. This does not speak to expenses. Expenses are also way down, primarily because there are things that we have put off or not doing based on that previous list. But that's kind of where we're at. The other thing is sales tax for April and May, because we still don't have June. April and May are up. You'll remember April was up about 5%, or excuse me, just over about 1% maybe. But May was up about 13%. So it's a pretty big jump. And so we're in pretty good shape right now. Next slide. Okay, so now we're going to get a little bit into 2021. I just kind of wanted to lay that that groundwork because I think we've got some options and we just need to make sure we talk those out. Next slide. So these are our projections as of today, and I'm just going to continue to warn you as many times as I can that we do not have the final numbers. And I would characterize it this way. You have a recipe to make a cake, and the way Grandma used to make it, she threw it a pinch of this and a pinch of that. So, you know, you've got it written down. It says a pinch, or it says a cup, or it says, you know, 1 egg. But is that egg a super large egg? Is it a small egg? Should it be 2 small ones or 1 large one? So there's a lot we know, but there also are still some very big numbers in there that we won't know for another week or 2. So because of that, this is our best estimate as of today. And the one thing we do know, it will be different, because at this point, there's no way to predict the exact number of our taxable increase. So it's based on issuing the $20 million in bonds that are that you're going to do on July 21st, Tuesday, July 21st. We're also expecting right now a net increase of about 8% before we consider the portions that are going to the TERS or the upcoming bond issue or the tax exemptions. It's a little lower than the actual increase of the past 2 years, which was about 9.8 and 13%. And as you will see, a lot of it is going into our TERS districts. And then on tax exemptions, there will be an increase, at least we're predicting an increase of about $60 million in tax exemptions. And then the increase in the over 65 and disabled freeze will also have the equivalent of another $24 million. Next slide. So we also are having to mitigate what we consider to be the pandemic impact. So that's over $1 million. And that includes all sources of revenue. We also, if you'll remember, council, one thing we, as a starting point only, and it's just for a starting point, we removed all one-time expenses that were in this year's budget. And then we added back contractual increases that we're required to do next year, one of which is to pay an increased share of our firefighter grant, the SAFER grant, for year 3. Now, in year 4, we pay 100%, but in year 3, our portion of the cost increased. And then there was a net change in transfers that we're dealing with. Next slide. So when we met back in May, council directed staff to bring back 2 scenarios. One was based on the effective tax rate, which is referred to now as the no new tax revenue rate. And then one was based on a 3.5% increase. I'm also going to show you a bridge option, which will combine some choices. But essentially, under the effective rate, we will lower the property tax rate, and at roughly 3.5%, it would remain essentially the same. Next slide. So just kind of talking it out, just making sure everybody understands when we say the effective tax rate. The effective tax rate, the goal behind it is to show no new taxes, and the only thing that impacts that is new growth. So essentially, it's a rate that adopts the same amount of tax revenue that you collected in your prior year. So if the property values decrease, then you would increase the rate to collect the same amount of revenue. And if property values increase, then you, in theory, you can lower the tax rate and still collect the same amount of revenue. So the effective rate essentially plugs in a flat property tax revenue. Next slide. So what are some of the special challenges that we have this year? So there's a couple. One, we have to address a projected revenue shortfall next year. And that's taxes and fees and permits and all kinds of things. And then secondly is those contractual increases and additional funding. The net effect, what we're trying to solve for, is right at 1.6 million. So first off, we can cut that amount, and that would be one choice we have. We could opt to adopt a tax rate above that. Each 1% that we would add to it adds about $350,000. Now, I know a lot of you tune into what is the value of 1 penny, and understand the value of 1 penny is different than a 1% increase in the total property tax value. So don't get hung up, because the value of a penny is about 500,000 or so, but a 1% increase in property value would be about 350,000. Third, the city could choose to utilize options identified earlier this year to bridge this fiscal gap or blend it. Certainly that would be appropriate. You'll remember we identified actually about $5.2 million out of this year's budget, pockets of money we had from purchased equipment, other cost saving measures, and we can preserve a portion of that to go into next year. Next slide. So there's no getting around the fact that the economic impact that COVID is having in our country and our residents, and it does mean we have limited options. Our job is to make good decisions based on the information that we have, even if we don't like our choices. And I would say about this, you know, intended to be somewhat humorous maybe in the slide, but when you're talking about a recession, even at just a short-term a short-term one versus a long-term, nobody likes the decisions. But at some point we have these, whether it's a pandemic or whether it's the stock market crashes or any other reason, we still have choices. And we may not like those options, but we still have to make the best decisions that we can. And so you're going to see some things that nobody is going to like, but yet we have to do something. Next slide. So the other thing I want to caveat this with is this. So this year we took a journey with priority-based budgeting. And while we learned a lot, the single most important lesson we learned from other cities is that it's an ongoing iterative process, and it improves understanding and decision-making over time. So for this year, you're going to see how we're beginning to use the data to start discussions. So for example, today, I'll show you how I'm proposing to use PBB for our 3 budget scenarios. And to some extent, it will use a blend of PBB and some traditional recession measures. In future years, I would hope our discussions start and end with PBB. I do want to also add this, that all 3 scenarios assume no raises and no new hires. Next slide. All right, so this is a summary of the 3 options. Now, council, as you know, you asked for the effective rate and the 3.5%. So I'm adding, just for help with insight, another option, which is a bridge option. And here's the bottom line. If we only use the effective tax rate, we have to assume that program cuts would be permanent. And that would be the right option if we believe the pandemic will create a long-term recession. The bridge options, or even the 3.5%, could make sense if we believe the pandemic will have a short-term economic impact that will not extend beyond 2021, because it assumes we'll have to make up any temporary measures in future years. And of course, like always, a blend of options could be possible. Before I go to the next slide, I just want to kind of highlight this, that the $1.6 million in the general fund is our target. That's what we're working towards. And then using PBB, there's a series of programs that we would propose making adjustments to, or at least for consideration. I'm just going to say this, I'm not at the proposal state yet. I have 3 more weeks before I actually have to submit the proposed budget. And we will know what the final certified values are on the property taxes. But for today, at least, you'll see what we're thinking. And then at 3.5%, there still would be somewhat of a shortfall, about $400,000. And so we still return to some of our mitigation options. And then under the bridge is that we could use less of those options and still implement some of these bridge strategies that we've got. So let's look at some of the options and you'll kind of see where we're heading with it. Next slide. I know this is hard to see. I had this in a better place here in a minute, broken down. But this is all three options in every single program that we're talking about. This list of PBB programs has some similarities to those that we'll talk about in a little while. There are some different choices up there as well. But this essentially shows you how all the programs would be affected if we were to use at the effective rate, the 3.5, and if we can use the bridge. Next slide. Okay, so here's budget scenario 1, which is the effective rate. And understand, we have the ability to come back to these different slides as we need to. So let me just kind of go through some of these.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to pause for a minute because you've given a lot of information to council.
Okay.
And you're about to get into the details. So I sense, or I think we should pause for a minute and just talk about the macro and see if council has any questions before you
Want
get
to go back to any slides?
I mean, you can go back to the
Summary.
the 3.5 and the bridge. I just want to make sure council understands where you're headed before we get into the details.
Okay.
Council, I can't see if you are raising your hand electronically, so just go ahead and speak. Now,
So, well, Brian, I have a question.
Okay.
So far this year, we have not experienced the decreases that we thought we were going to. So can you help me understand why we're still planning for such large decreases this next year based on the history that we've had so far?
So first off, as we said, we don't really have a crystal ball. Secondly, we're in a new upsurge right now, and we don't know how long that will last or if we're going to end up in shutdown procedures again this year. So if you'll remember, in April, we showed you guys our best case, middle case, and worst case scenario. And just because we're all very methodical and careful individuals, we planned around the worst case. So for next year, we had initially planned around kind of the best case, thinking that the worst of it would happen this year, and then there would still be a lingering impact next year. So at this point, I'm not ready to move off of that model yet, because I still think there will be an impact. And even if we have to realize that we have a couple things that helped us this year. One, we pretty much collected all the property taxes already. And before the pandemic hit, we already had our next year property tax values locked in. So it's possible that the January 1, 2020 property tax revenue will not be as good. I'm talking about when they reassess on January 1. So bottom line, Whitney, it's a great question. It's a great macro question, is that we simply just don't know yet.
and I would add, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the basis of the question or the actual question, Whitney. I assume you're talking about the $1.6 million shortfall under an effective tax rate budget. Some of that is the increased costs, not necessarily the revenue haircut. So it's a combination of both, and maybe go back to that a little bit, Brian. And I don't know if you have the 1.6.
Yes, there was about 1.1 million of it is the revenue haircut, as you put it, Mayor. And then there's about 500,000 or so that's to make up the SAFER grant for the firefighters and some contract increases that we're already locked into.
And all of this, as we all know, as Brian has said many times, is before we have all the details. So we start getting into the details, it's going to be even different.
And Whitney, just so you know that, based on council's direction on the effective rate, I had to assume, the worst case on that. And when I say that, is that there will be a revenue decrease. It's possible that Rowlett will be one of these cities that it's not going to be impacted quite as much. But I think that, you know, part of what I would like to see us do is preserve some options in case next year it's worse than we think. And then if it's better, we can even restore some things.
And I do, and you mentioned it, Brian, I am, you know, it's going to be very interesting, and I say that not positively, negatively, actually, what happens with property taxes when next year's payments roll around. Because we got a lot of hurting people throughout our community and in North Texas. And I know you factored into some of that 1.1 million. Wendy factored in, you know, some bad debts, some lack of people not being able to pay their property taxes.
Right.
But where we land on that is going to be interesting, to say the least. Did that satisfy you so far, Whitney? Is that answer?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Council, I'm not seeing anybody else's hands raised. Anybody else want to ask a question or comment before he starts getting into the details? I'm not seeing anything, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, Laura, I think we were 2 slides past this. Okay. So council, remember, under the effective rate, what I'm presuming is that there would be that we would adopt the effective rate only, and that we would not be able to use any of the bridge strategy that could help us bridge between the 2 fiscal years. And so the only scenario really effectively that we can use with this would be to cut the budget to match the revenue, because I can't presume under this scenario that I'll be able to restore those things in the following year. So what I want you to know is that we're using PBB. We're able to start looking at some of the different programs that we could cut, or that we would have to cut, in some cases, maybe even only reduce. But realize that there could also be some other changes that, you know, instead of reducing the rec center hours from 94 to 74, which is, you know, the second option on here, maybe part of it would be to even increase the rates instead of reducing the hours. And these could be things that we could do to become more efficient with it. And if you look at what our rates are compared to, say, private sector, which obviously sometimes have more options, we're very proud of the options we offer at the rec center. It could be a choice, but I'm just saying that one way or another, that would be one way to do that. You may know, or you should know, a couple years ago, we picked up youth baseball. The private association no longer wanted to do it. That might be one other option we could do there, is to lower, or excuse me, to eliminate youth baseball, girls fast pitch. The library closed down some of our programs. Now, we looked at 2 options. One was to reduce hours, kind of like what we could do at the rec center, or reduce programs. And for the library, at least, what we've learned is that if we reduce hours, it'll affect our accreditation. And if we reduce programs, it will not. And so that's one of the reasons why we're showing this. Arts program, if we're cutting people, if we're cutting positions and cutting back, then I would propose that we would eliminate the $40,000 for the arts program for new art, but keep the $10,000 for maintenance. Community partnership support. So one possibility, again, if we're cutting this deep into the organization, is that we would reduce funding for outside organizations, maybe by 50%, and we could pick a different number, but that's a starting point for the discussion. This would affect CERT, Keep Rowlett Beautiful, in the chamber. Continue to defer the internal auditor program, legislative governance, community education. Now here's an area where this is where, and this is why I was saying that in our first attempt on PVB, there are still some things that I can't just look at a number and say that whole number means one thing and I can either cut, reduce it, or whatever. But there's quite a bit of money in community education and community events, which also represent staff allocation staff time, but overtime and direct expenses. And so what I'm saying in this is that we would look at ways to reduce our footprint in those programs in a way that would save us money. And, you know, they're pretty big numbers because so many people touch those. But so one possibility on a community education is that, you know, we would eliminate all the various different academies and maybe some of the events those academies run. Under community events, maybe reduce one event like Touch a Truck, and keep July 4th, keep the holiday parade, keep, you know, maybe some of the other programs, but maybe reduce one event. Safety wellness, we're looking at maybe we would eliminate or reduce our wellness program. Yes, there's an impact to that. I think it would impact employee morale. And I think over time, it could even impact healthcare costs. So it's not a choice I like, but it is a choice. Benefits administration and management is probably one that I think, you know, as a part of the good news, we think we're going to be able to tell, although we still are probably a week away from or so from really knowing the answer, is that we think that we're not going to have to increase premiums this year to our employees. And if that's true, we could make one small tweak to the plan that would increase employee copays and save about $91,000. But I don't want to do that if we have to increase premiums. We could look at eliminating the liquor transfer for economic development. Economic development, as you know, has about $1.2 million in reserves, and they could use that money to pay the incentives for a couple of years until such time that we can consider restoring these funds. Low-cost vaccinations, we pay Garland Health to provide low-cost vaccinations, and about $42,000 a year. Now we have to realize that we had 636 clients that used that, Rowlett residents that used that last year. So it definitely is an impact, but on a budget basis, that's about $66 a shot. And so, you know, at some point you have to say, is there better uses for that money? Technically it's in quartile 4, but for at least those 600 residents, it could be extremely important. The DAC Center, we would could reduce our Development Assistance Center. As we've automated more, we think that we're picking up some efficiency there. And so maybe that we would be able to reduce a permit tech. Building permits, inspections, and plan review. We think that we could possibly do this. Understand, if our taxes, if this pandemic had not hit, these might not have been choices we would have offered. But in light of the pandemic, these are things that we would consider. The 50-50 sidewalk program, or seek grant funding for low income. The construction crew, I can tell you right now that it's been a long time since we've had that crew fully funded. The goal behind that is that that we would, in principle, be able to do some of our capital maintenance cheaper than continuing to contract it out. But that strategy, along with our asphalt rehab, was pre-Senate Bill 2. And so the idea behind this is that, you know, as part of our strategy could be kind of similar to what we did with the utility fund this year, where we moved some of our cash into our bond program, is that we could do a similar thing here, is that in addition to a 20-year bond program, we would have a shorter term, maybe a 7 or 10-year bond program. And there would be some of those projects that we could consider shifting, because when the public approves the bond program, that affects the INS rate. And when we don't have the INS, we're having to pull these things out of cash. Again, these are options. Patrol services. Now understand this is a high quartile item, but this would be, you know, we added 8 new officers this year. This would be 2, could affect overtime. And I'm really proud of the work that Chief Godfrey and his team has done this year. In just a few months that he has been chief, they have really cut back a lot of their overtime. And So this obviously would have an impact, but our downtown security program, that was the one, if you'll remember, we added a couple of part-time people to help with all the kids that come downtown during the school year. Library support under this scenario would be back to patrol. We'd rather not do it because we think it's had a positive impact, but it is what it is. EMS operations, one option that could consider when we moved to 4 paramedic units, 1 in each station, we moved to minimum staffing of 21. So a brownout medic unit concept would mean then that we would drop the minimum staffing back to 19, which means if you have 20 people, we would not bring back somebody on staff. If you have 21, you wouldn't do it. You would not bring back anybody on overtime unless you drop below 19. So that would save a little bit of overtime. And then there's some programs that our fire department runs, kind of like what we talked about before, academies, events that we run, some fire prevention, some of the things that we do at the schools. Obviously that would have an impact as well. And so what I did, and I just want y'all to know that at this first juncture, I was just trying to identify some of the programs that we would consider further discussion on. And as you can see here, I've identified almost 2.2 million. That's more than the 1.6 we need, but I know some of these options are not popular, and there are still a few more that we may talk about when we get deeper into PVB here in a little while, and it may change this mix. And so I would think that once I go through all 3 scenarios, then I think we could shift to the PVB discussion and then come back and see if we still like our choices. But before I go to scenario 2, I want to pause here and just get some reaction from council and have some discussion. And Laura, if you don't mind, I would keep this slide up.
If anybody has any questions or comments, just go ahead and speak up because I can't see your electronic hands raised.
Brian, Matt, thanks for laying all this out. I think it's hard to make these decisions until we've gone through the PBB piece of it, because I was kind of curious how you picked some of these and if you used PBB to start putting some of these in here. But I know we're going to get to that, so you don't need to answer that. But my initial gut reaction to this is, there's some things in here that we may not be able to do in the spring anyway. If we're still seeing rising curves and shelter in place going into the spring, we can't have a baseball season anyway. And we're probably not going to have spring events. So to me, those make some initial ones that you could look at as we kind of start to pay attention to and start to make some of these decisions.
Well, and Matt, just to kind of play that out a little bit, like one of the logic that is in the discussions with Manal, for example, going back to building permits is that, we're projecting revenues to drop from as fewer building permits and plans are submitted, right? But if construction and our building growth continues to increase, then we might not see that reduction in revenue, and then we would not have to make that cut. Matter of fact, we might not even be able to, because we would still need those hands to turn over those permits.
Yeah, I agree with Matt there. If we continue with the reduced opening for some of our city facilities, we definitely won't need to fund some of these areas. For example, the library. We may not need those officers there if we don't have the kiddos there that are going to the library after school. And so, yeah, lots of things to consider as we go forward.
Yeah, and I was thinking also about the academies. If we're still under this shelter in place, we won't have a use for the academies right now.
You know,
Yeah.
and, sorry.
You could move the academies to Zoom. At some point, we're going to need to restore some of that if we decide to. But I mean, that's one area we could move to Zoom. Wouldn't be as
Yeah.
fun. Wouldn't be as
Yeah, we
fun.
could.
I was thinking the same, Tammy.
Yeah. You know, it's just so hard. It's like, where do you put your assumptions in place, right? So if you go, you know, worst case scenarios where revenue shortfalls are going to be, you know, determined very conservatively, but then you assume you have all your events, you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Right.
This is tough, guys.
It's tough.
There's no doubt. And, you know, Brian and I have gone through this list and we talked about, you know, how to present all this today. And what we came to the conclusion with is let's, you know, give you a feel for some areas that Brian's looking at, but hold off on this detailed discussion until we move to the PBB and then come back to it. And I think it kind of gives the whole, you know, round circle discussion that helps, you know, so we'll certainly come back to all of this. And, you know, this will change when we go through the final budget review over the, you know, the final 2 days too. But obviously we got to give Brian and staff some kind of guidance. But, you know, don't lose, you know, the fact that there's some big decisions that Brian's already made even prior to this page. You know, no staff increases, no raises. But, you know, the really good thing is we're not going to have layoffs like a lot of cities have had or are planning to have, or both, based on what we know right now. But, you know, those are the really big rocks that we need to make sure we don't forget to discuss and consider when we start looking at kind of details like this too. So
I have a question. So I don't have the list.
Hey, Blake, can you lean forward? I don't think we can hear you.
So, I don't have the list in front of me, but I don't know how many items were in quartile 4 in the PPB. And this is, you know, this discussion, I mean, the answer, I guess you can wait to give, but my first thoughts on this is, I see a lot of quartile 1s here. And so I'm a little confused why we have quartile 1s here instead of all the quartile 4s and some of the quartile 3s. But since the quartile 1 is the most important, that's just my preliminary thoughts at this point, if this were to actually be a scenario that we would choose to go down. So
Blake,
it's a good question. Here's what I would answer. Just because something's in quartile 1 or 2 doesn't make it sacred. And just because it's in 3 or 4 doesn't mean it should automatically be cut, because it all is based on the alignment of our strategic priorities. But what it really comes down to is that the value of this software really forms a starting point for a discussion in my mind. When I look at the pick up, you know, police, fire, public works have pretty large budgets. And when it looks like one onion, it's just one big ball. And I have no idea what's inside that until you start cutting it open and looking at the different layers. You just don't know. I know that's a Shrek, you know, analysis, but you know, you don't know really what the details are of that big blob of budget. This starts that conversation because now we're starting to identify how those resources are being used. It's not perfect yet, but it's a pretty good start.
yeah, I mean, let's not lose track of the fact that we're just now getting our feet wet with PBB, and there's going to be problems with the process and there's going to be problems with the results, but it's information, and it's more information than we had in the past, and we've got to view it, you know, with that. But there's going to be components within a category that are subcomponents that could be considered for elimination, even though they're in quartile 1. So I just wouldn't get too hung up on the need for PBB to be, all knowing at this point in time. It's just information.
Yeah, it's not all knowing at this point.
but it's more than we had before, and it's going to get better over the months and years as we use it. So.
Yeah, let me say too that the list we have is kind of, well, in my estimation, my logical mind is scrambled because we've got public works and police and everybody all just in a list. But if this was sorted by the type and the department, so we grouped police, we grouped public works, we grouped EMS, fire and everything, you can start to see that maybe number 4, rating number 4 in EMS was pretty important, especially if you're the one that's calling. But a 1 in some other category might not be as important. So I think what once we get this thing figured out, I guess you'd say, once you start grouping stuff, I think you can see more of what is a 1 and what is a 4 in various ones, because I think it's going to have totally different meaning based on the department.
I think that's a great point, Brownie.
All right, so any other questions? Are you going to move to PBB now, Brian?
Mayor, I wanted to get through the other 2 scenarios and then
Oh,
go to
that's right.
PBB.
That's right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Council, you okay to move on? Anybody else have a question?
Okay.
Onward.
All right, Laura, let's go to the next slide. All right, so this is scenario 2, and basically this is the effective rate plus 3.5%. Again, this was options council wanted to ask or add out of the 2. And what this does is it would add about $1.2 million in revenue, which essentially is the 3.5%. There still would be a budget shortfall because if you'll remember, the revenue reduction was about 1.1 something million dollars, plus we had about $500,000+ in contract increases. So we still have to address the budget shortfall even then at 3.5%. So based on the other list, not all of those I would recommend for consideration. There might be those that we still would need to do. We could consider, for example, I still would like to consider increasing our employee copays only if the city doesn't have to increase the premiums. Consider the low-cost vaccinations again. And then I still think there is a valuable discussion that we need to have or could have about the way that under Senate Bill 2 that we would add a 10-year bond program instead of just only a 20-year bond program. And then, of course, we still have the discussion about downtown security. Again, I'm over-identifying sources because I know some decisions aren't quite as popular. But under scenario 2, I really am just trying to let you know that the 3.5% would really only or could cover the revenue decrease, and we still have to address the operating budget. Let's go ahead and go to scenario 3. Now, what's different about this scenario is that now we're going to, this assumes that we would keep the effective rate, but then that we would use some of our bridge strategy options along with some of our PBB programs to match the budget next year. So for example, you can see some of the same programs perhaps that we would do under scenario 2, but I also can use some traditional recession measures such as freezing travel for a year. Our strategy we have a vehicle replacement strategy that as each capital lease is paid off, we translate that into cash and move that to our vehicle replacement fund. That could be an option we would defer for a year. And then, as you heard me say earlier in this meeting, that we have our savings, or excuse me, we started off April 1st about $700,000 to the good. And based on what we're seeing right now, I don't expect that we're going to lose ground with that, at least not more than that. So therefore, I believe we will have, even with the restrictions we've put into place, we could still have a surplus in this year that could help us bridge next year. So this scenario would still mean we would have to make some cuts, that we would not have to, that we would be able to lower the tax rate. And it keeps us in a place that we get into next year to next summer, we're having this same conversation. And either at that point, we know things are better and we're making adjustments, or we know things are going to continue or even worsen, and we have to make decisions. And so one thing that to me is important about this bridge strategy is that we have other resources, such as about a $700,000 or $800,000 increase in 2019. And I would like to preserve that if things get worse. Remember that the one thing about this option that I still want to touch on is that this presumes that in 2021, we have to make up the difference of whatever we don't cut. So if I do use that some of that surplus in next year, I won't have that available the following year, if that makes sense. And that's the part that and when I say bridge options, I'm only identifying possibilities, and then we can kind of talk about how we would go about doing that. And I'm sure that it would have some changes. And I think, Laura, I think I have one more slide before we get into, let's just, yes, this is what I was talking about, Council. So there are other resources that we had. If you'll remember, when we identified that 5.2 million, we identified everything we knew about at that time. Equipment we hadn't bought, projects we hadn't started, buckets of money, such as the land acquisition. We had not yet had the facilities assessment discussion. And I really don't want to use any of that money until we have the facilities assessment discussion. I mentioned the 2019 reserves that were in excess of what our target was at the time. And then in economic development, we had reserves. And in fact, my recollection of the conversation is that council did not want to use those reserves at that time, because if we truly are going to enter into a recession, we need to be using those funds to help bring in new business. And so absolutely would still use that as a last course or last resource, but just still want to make sure that that's out there for discussion. So at this point, Mayor, I can pause again for additional questions on scenarios 2 and 3. And then when we do that, we can move to the PBB discussion.
Yeah, I think that's great, Brian. I think, you know, the bridge option, whatever decisions we make wherever, and there can be a blend of these too, folks. It doesn't have to be effective rate plus 3.5. It could be effective rate plus 1 with bridge for the rest. It could be effective rate minus 3 and then cut more programs. I don't think any of us are going to support that. But Brian has to put a line in the sand and show something, but it's not 1, 2, or 3. It can be a blend of any of those. But what I really like about the bridge option is a couple things. One, you're going to hear me continue to fight for an effective rate budget. I think that's very, very important to our public. I know some of you in this meeting might have a different opinion, but just so everybody knows, I will continue to advocate and fight for an effective rate budget. But I think the bridge gives us flexibility for a lot of those unknowns. What we were talking about before, you know, are we going to be able to have the academies? Are we going to be able to have the events? And the bridge can give us some flexibility for that. So comments, council, questions?
Tammy, I agree with you on that. One of the things that you said it for scenario 3, it allows us to keep the effective tax rate, which really I think is important to all of us if we can find a way to do that. And then it also gives us the option to build some of those things in that are important to our quality of life.
But, more details to come in today's meeting and in final budget preparation, so.
Oh, for sure. But it's, I like the flexibility of it, as you said.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, Brian.
Okay. All right, let's
Hey,
open up.
I want to mention something. Robert just showed himself, and he's in a tie. Look at you. You look.
Robert's going to lead us into our PBB discussion. So, and he has a really cool chair. I just want to say that. So.
Oh, you do. Very good. Okay, sorry.
All right, Laura, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the PBB presentation, and then Robert, we'll turn it over to you for a while.
Right. Okay, good morning, Council. I wanted to begin the PBB session by continuing the conversation that we started on June 30th with our partners from Resource X. And by going over that, the first thing we're going to do is a quick review of what PBB is and where we are and how we got to this point, refresh everybody. So priority-based budgeting is the process. It focuses attention on programs rather than incremental budgeting. Priority-based budgeting allocates resources according to how effectively a program or service achieves the goals and objectives of Rowlett's strategic plan. Programs are bigger than just tasks. They may be required or they may fill a demand, and programs tell a story. So we've got two different major kinds of programs. Programs are either internal or external. That means programs deliver a service to the organization, such as payroll. We call those governance in PBB parlance, or the community, such as animal services, code enforcement, and those are just called community-based programs. There's 138 community programs we've established and 44 governance programs. We went ahead and allocated, thank you, Laura. I forgot to tell you when to change slides. You're doing great. We went ahead and allocated all those line items that everybody's familiar with in traditional budget processing. We allocated those line items to the programs. Part of this process is to look at, did we get that allocation correct? Are there changes that we should or could make? We'll be looking at some of that as part of this review. And we did that all the way down to FTEs. Next slide, please. So programs were then rated on a, oh, the slide did not come up. Can you go to the, try to advance it? There we go. Can you do it a couple more times? I'm sorry, Laura. Okay, back one. I apologize. So programs were then rated on 8 results or priorities that are specific to Rowlett's strategic plan, as well as 5 general government program attributes. So the way this process, the scoring process worked, departments first performed a self-assessment. Peer review teams of subject matter experts then reviewed those scores. The budget team performed a review of all of the scores. And then departments provided final input regarding any changes to those scores from their initial self-assessment. The scores were tallied and programs were assigned quartiles based upon their overall alignment with Rowlett priorities, with quartile 1 being programs with the highest scores, representing those programs most aligned with our strategic priorities. Quartile 4 programs then had the least alignment with our strategic plan. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So following the June 30th presentation by Resource X, council members, departments, and the budget team were given all the department data and asked to identify programs that were the least aligned with Rowlett's strategic plan. That means they were scored in the 3rd or 4th quartile for further review and discussion at this meeting this morning. This was an incredibly challenging process. I really appreciate everybody going through this in the short amount of time we had. Just to let everybody listening know, there were over 20 data points for each program. That's 182 individual programs that all had to be reviewed to get these by these 3 groups to get these programs identified. Appreciate that. That process resulted in 33 programs to be identified by the 3 groups at today's meeting. Next slide. Thank you. And what we plan to do at today's meeting and in regard to those 33 programs we've identified is using that program review to discuss and decide future changes. So we've got opportunities and challenges, of course, to address with these programs, such as does the program have the resources to meet future demands? Can the resources be reallocated from a lower scored program to a higher one? Can the program perhaps be privatized? Is it possible to reduce our service levels but still meet the needs of the community or mandates? And then are costs being recovered appropriately? And then, of course, can resources be identified to possibly support a new program? So going on with that, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we had 2 different kinds of programs, community-based programs and governance programs. Because the audience is different for those 2 programs, the customer is different for those 2 programs, we've split them apart and they're not really to be judged against each other because it simply doesn't make sense to the nature of the programs. So if we start with community programs, governance programs will follow at the end of this presentation. Not all of the programs suggested for further examination in today's meetings were those that were least aligned with our strategic priorities, as was mentioned earlier in Brian's discussion. Some of the largest and most aligned were also suggested as program areas where opportunities may exist for the city. So the first program we're going to examine today is fire operations. And with that, I will turn it over to, I guess.
Robert, just to make sure everybody understands, you have, if I remember, you told me 33 programs that have been identified here.
That's correct.
Okay, these were the programs that either staff or the city council identified for evaluation. In some cases, I believe that the person who identified it may have only had a question about it, about how it works or whatever. But in other cases, it would be things that we would or could study going forward in the future. I'll give you just an example on the sidewalk program, the 50-50 program. There's a couple of options here is, you know, do we, if we were to study that program, we have some options of maybe we cost shift more of the cost back to the property owner. So maybe it's a 75-25 plan, or we seek grants to pay for the city's portion, or we eliminate the program. So what we would hope out of this conversation is that there would be items that we would say, yes, we want to spend more time on this program in the coming year to do whatever it is that we're going to do with it, if that makes sense. And so what I would like to propose at this point is that we would go through each one of these, and I would ask maybe whoever put this one on the list that we could hear back from, maybe what the issue or what would be suggested or hoped for that we could do with this particular program. So I know you have the list, Robert, of who asked for what. So council, can we ask maybe, or staff, I don't think it was a staff person, but on this one.
I can speak.
Or we just stay on this page, and whoever wants to raise an issue, ask a question, make a suggestion, then we'll just start with this page.
Are you specifically asking the first line, or are you asking the whole page, Brian?
Well, Mayor, what I was going to suggest, we go through these program by program, because then we have staff on board, we can discuss those programs. But in some cases, I suspect that the person who identified it really only has some questions.
I understand. I was just asking you a very specific question. So we're looking at fire operations line 1. So what questions, comments, or do you guys just want an overview from the chief? Who put fire operations on?
An overview is fine with me.
I'm sorry, Pam, what'd you say?
I said an overview is fine with me from the chief.
Robert, do you?
Yeah, can I clear this
I know
up?
we've.
I can clear this up. So Chief was asked to, or all departments were asked to identify programs that possibly could get us through like a bridge scenario that Brian was talking about earlier. So fire ops, EMS ops, and fire prevention were programs that Chief Howard had identified as possibilities for some service level reductions in order to help us out if necessary. So these were not, so that was that. If Chief is on and he can speak to what those service level reductions would be and what the results would be, that would be the reason why these programs are here.
And Neil, before you do, I think this is some of those programs that we talked about, Robert, that were the various different events, Fire Academy, those kind of things. And I think some of those comes out of fire operations. Some of them are buried in EMS operations. And I think that's what this was.
Correct.
That is correct. That would be reducing things like the Citizens Fire Academy, Citizens Academy and Fire Operations. I think the EMS may be there for the brownout portion. The fire prevention would be any fire smoke trailer things that we do or public events that we do. Thing in fire operations, any public events that we do would go away. So that's kind of what Brian has explained in the other section of the things that we identified that we could reduce, smaller things inside those programs.
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you, Chief. Council, that was it's actually about $28,000, the fire smokehouse program, detective replacement, the smoke detector blitz. Those are the kind of programs. I actually had that in the budget discussions as well, but that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, let me ask, from the Citizens Fire Academy, are you talking about eliminating the Citizens Fire Academy or just reducing what they do?
Actually, it's an option I've identified, which is that possibly eliminating it. Not a proposal yet, because I still have 2 more weeks to do proposal.
Right.
At this point, it's only an option.
Well, I would say this, it's definitely helpful to hear from the department heads, because you look at that total budget and without hearing the question or comments from the department heads, where do you start with almost $3 million?
That's a good point, Martha. And I think somebody asked a question about overtime. Chief, you want to talk a little bit about how the overtime and fire department works?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Basically, we have a minimum staffing that we have to meet every day. And the only way that we can reduce that minimum staffing is reducing services, i.e. taking the Brown and ambulance out for 24 hours or something of that effect, or engine or something like that. Problems we run into is that having enough time, enough slots for people to take their accrued time off. So we can allow up to 5 off and still have a 1-person cushion for our minimum staffing. But that's the reason we proposed the brownouts, because that's the only way I can reduce my overtime. We've reduced our overtime some, I think, but the problem I'm going to have this year really showing and justifying it is that we're paying for the telemedic, which is reimbursable through the CARES Act, and it's causing some overtime pretty much every shift. But it's all that piece is reimbursable, so it's going to really skew my overtime numbers. I'm going to have to do a lot of deep diving to really explain that and lay that out at the end of the day. But I think that some measures that we put in place early on in the year before this was showing us good results on reducing our overtime. We've taken the ancillary duties off of the captains and assign somebody to work on those for us to reduce those overtime hours that we were seeing. So we're trying to do it as best we can. It's just that minimum staffing thing kicks in for us, and it's hard to reduce that without reducing services significantly.
Yeah, so Chief, I was one of the ones that had questions about the of overtime, not only for the fire department, but also for the police department. And so I know we have a hiring freeze, but when we see the level of overtime that we're seeing in both of those departments, first of all, I have a concern about burnout for our employees that we have. And so, to me, this is just an area to look at. That maybe, even though we have a hiring freeze, hiring some additional boots on the ground would be a better solution, so that you're not having to work your people overtime on a regular. Yeah, so that was just my question, and I appreciate the explanation there, but just from a staffing standpoint, to me personally, just when you have really high consistent levels of overtime, then I start looking at how is this affecting the job performance and the quality of the job performance of the people that we do have, and then also thinking that maybe we can reduce some of our costs by just adding a few full-time employees. So I appreciate the explanation of how that's happening.
And Martha, I think you computed what the percentage of overtime was for the fire department. It was close to 20%. Is that correct?
I did have the percentage for the police department. It was between 20 and 22%. I did not have a percentage for the fire department, but I did have a number, and it was a combination of overtime. The fire overtime was right at $356,000. And then the FLSA was right at $156,000, which my understanding, at least at this point, is that the FLSA is mandatory. And so, combining them, I had it at over $500,000 for fire. But if you extract that FLSA, then you're still at $356,000.
So, this is a meeting to highlight areas to look at, and this is certainly one that I want more information back on, Brian, from you, from department heads, from finance, for all the departments across the board. Certainly we have, and we need to have a hiring freeze, but if we're not making the best decisions in regards to permanent staff versus overtime, we need to look at that.
Yeah, let me just weigh in on just a couple of things. I'm glad Martha brought up that other breakdown, because I was going to say that there's a significant amount of the overtime in the fire department that is based on the Fair Labor Standards Act, because the fire department is the most unusual animal where overtime is concerned, because they're based on a 15-day pay cycle. And so based on their 24-hour cycles, that means that there's always a fixed amount of overtime that is not attributable to workload necessarily, in the sense that, we're working shorthanded. And I think the chief would be able to tell you that based on our vacancies, the fire department has very few vacancies. A lot of their overtime that is not locked in and fixed is due to either bringing people back when they drop below minimum staffing, or all the events that we do, that they do, because so many of those events end up costing overtime.
Well, certainly events you wouldn't want to fully staff, but the first one you mentioned is something to look at. So,
Chief, can you speak to how many firefighters that we'll need at Sapphire Bay, and why it's probably a bad idea to reduce fire operations because of that?
At build out at Sapphire Bay, we're going to need a minimum of 30 firefighters there. We'll need a ladder truck, an engine, and an ambulance stationed there. And not knowing about what the EMS drain is going to be, we may need more staffing than that. So that's going to be a pretty big ticket by the time we get to that point. So,
yeah, 2022.
yeah, and Blake, we're not talking about reducing fire operations to reduce fire and EMS personnel. We were just talking about a couple different programs within that category.
Okay, I thought I heard mention about fire operations being potentially cut, which was what I'm opposed to. I might have misheard.
I think the answer is that you have overtime built into fire operations, EMS, and maybe even fire prevention. And the question is, is it due to staff overload, which I think you'll see in some other departments maybe, or is it due to it's locked in because of the Fair Labor Standards Act? What's causing that, and how could we evaluate that to see if we can do better? And I think Chief really kind of gave us the one option I think that at least is available for overtime to talk about, and that is maybe doing like a medic unit brownout. That would be one way to reduce overtime. Certainly, again, not popular.
Yeah, I just have to weigh in on that and say that I can't support that at all. That's not even an option for me.
Agree, Whitney.
Can I ask a question, yeah. Chief? It's kind of a goofy question, I guess, on EMS. Do you find that there are certain times during the week that are more active than other times? I know the police will say stuff like, oh, their activity picks up at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I was wondering, in EMS, do you are you stepping up on Friday night, or is that
actually, Brownie, ours is so fluid sometimes. This month, you may see Friday be the busiest day, and then Tuesday next month may pop up and be the busiest day. Okay. So ours is just all over the board, and our hours fluctuate like that too. Primarily in the afternoon, probably say from 3 to 8 o'clock is usually our busiest times, but sometimes that flips and it's in the morning. So it's really crazy. You can't, I mean, we could really deep analyze it and probably come those busier times.
So about the time,
but it's very fluid situation.
So Chief, I have a question for you regarding staffing, and I know that as we have growth and Sapphire Bay getting built out, and then we're talking about the Cottonwood development and a fire station out there. Is there a limit to the number of firefighters that we can apply for that SAFER grant for? And also, what do you think our chances are of getting that? Because I know this year at least, it's 100% funding for 3 years.
Yeah, and we applied this year for that. And also it's kind of, I think that with the situation the city's in and the growth that we're seeing and the how we're not able to obtain the standards, that's what they really look at. And as long as we can show those elements, then we can do that. They will probably award us those grants. So I think it's an easy funding mechanism to help us out for a couple of 2 or 3 years on each batch we decide to hire. But I think that our options are very open, and I think we stand really good chances to continue to get the SAFER grant. I think
That's
the reason they
really,
did that, I'm sorry,
yeah,
go
that's
ahead.
really good news. So how many firefighters did we include in that application?
I'm gonna have to, I can't remember. It seems like it was 6 or 9. I can't remember off the top of my head. Ed has done the program, and he did it. He did the application, and we were talked about it. And I think that we did it so that we could either reduce the number if we got awarded, or increase it if we thought we could.
Okay, well, that's really good to hear, because that'll get us a long ways down the road of staffing out these new stations. Obviously, we need more, and I hope that grant is available every year for the next at least 3 to 5 years, because we sure could use it.
Okay, are we ready to move to alley repairs? I'll take that as a yes. Robert, on alley repairs, was that a council question or program to evaluate or staff? Who identified that one?
So for alley repairs and for the 50/50 sidewalk program, both, those were potential opportunities presented by the department.
Okay.
I think we should guess before Robert tells us.
Nice game. I like it.
I would have guessed Matt.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry. We got to have a little bit of levity here, folks. We're on the phone
right.
a long time today. All right, go ahead, Robert.
okay. So Gary, you had a specific, strategy for these two programs. It was about how to fund them.
Yeah, good morning, Council, Mayor. So my strategy was to take a portion of the cash funding and for alleys and the 50/50 sidewalk and supplement it with bond funds. So it's entered into the bond program. It's more of just a funding strategy, not eliminating. So I know alleys they meet the strategic priority, and I know it's big with the residents, and that was just more of a funding strategy here.
So basically, you're talking about spreading out the debt rather than taking it out of the general fund.
Correct. Just supplementing with bonds, reducing the cash CIP allocation.
Yeah,
I would support that at this point.
and I would as well.
Yeah, I think, we're not eliminating it. We're just moving it to a different funding source, and that'll free up some money for us to do the things that we need to do for this next budget.
Are you talking about the 10-year bond?
The alley
proposal,
repairs,
Gary?
the alley repairs and the 50/50 sidewalk program, pushing some of those funds to bond.
No, I know. My question is, Gary, are you talking about the 10-year bond proposal?
7 or 10 years, yes.
Yeah, I would not
Yeah.
support pushing those out to a 20-year bond by any means.
I agree. The 10-year bond.
10-year bond.
Perfect vehicle for that.
Yeah, I support the 10-year bond for that.
7 or 10, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 7 to 10.
So let me mention something, and I know we're going to have to make some tough decisions this year, everybody. I would like to keep in mind as we're making decisions, how it impacts the people. For instance, Brian, you talked about we may increase the deductible if we don't have a premium increase, but we also have a situation where we're not going to be able to give raises this year. So I think that's as much of a determining factor of not increasing the deductible as anything else. Our public is going to continue to be hurting this year. So last thing I want to do is eliminate programs that help those that are in the most need. So instead of eliminating the 50-50 sidewalk program, maybe the option is it has to be income qualified. Because I got to tell you, I took advantage of the 50-50 sidewalk program and I didn't have to. I could have funded it. So I would just like us to consider, and I'm sure there's others that have, I would just like us to consider when we make our decisions, not necessarily keep or eliminate, but maybe change so that we're still helping those that need the most help. So yeah, you could put the 50-50 sidewalk program in the bond, but you also could make it income qualified so that those that need it the most have the biggest opportunity to get it. There's people every year that never get 50-50 sidewalk programs because we run out of money. And you know, when you think about the vaccination program that we supplement, is that income qualified? So I don't want to eliminate programs that we're helping our public at the cost of those that need it the most.
I agree with that. I think it would be better if, you know, we bonded it and then, but also made it income qualified for the 50-50 sidewalk. And like you mentioned, the vaccinations, we have to look at that too.
One of the things I mentioned to Brian this week was the animal vaccination program. I assume we're funding that out of the general fund. You know, you can get animal vaccinations for $12 through our program once a month. Maybe that should be income qualified so that we're continuing to help those that need the help, but we're not eliminating the programs.
Tammy, we've talked about some of that before. For example, with the 50-50 sidewalk program and it being income qualified. And I think this year is a perfect time to look at every one of those programs. And I think there should be an income qualifier. And I agree with you as well on not increasing the deductible for our employees, especially during a time when we're having some health challenges. That's why we're having budget challenges, and we're not going to be able to give raises. So I think it's really important to try and help them keep their budgets flat too, personally.
And I know it's harder. But you know, all it is 80% of AMI based on last year's tax return. You qualify or you don't qualify. You know, make it as simple as possible. We already have, you know, those guidelines in place with CDBG funds and household assistance. You know, don't make it complicated. Don't make it, you know, but let's continue to help those that need the help the most.
Agreed.
Agree.
Good point. Angie, Laura, you want to pull that back up? There we go. So the next one is our recreation, health, and wellness programming. I think that was one of the ones that was identified on the other list as well, or could have been. Not exactly sure who brought that one up. Robert, where did we get this one from?
That was the department supplied that.
Oh, okay. I think I know what this is. Angie, can you speak to that, please?
So it's actually not the recreation, health, and wellness program that we wanted to talk about. If you remember, Brian, this is the one that I changed with you at the last minute, and it's athletic programming and athletic field maintenance. Those two programs go hand in hand. So it probably just didn't, I changed it at the last minute. I thought memberships were coming out of recreation, health and wellness, and my team clarified that memberships are coming out of community center operations. So that should have been the program that's there. What we looked at is the possibility of limiting hours at the Rowlett Community Center. And so we could take it from, we're currently open 94 hours a week, reducing that to 74 hours a week. That would cut 20 hours off of our schedule. Basically, we're currently open, just so everybody is aware, Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday from 12 to 6. And our recommendation would be to reduce that so that we're open Monday through Friday from 7 to 8, open an hour later, close an hour earlier. Saturday 9 to 6, same thing there, and then close on Sunday. We did this back in 2010. We did have a smaller member rate. Member rates, I think, were 74 or 77. And when we started expanding our hours and opening, we upped that to 101. Still doesn't mean we can't look at. We are by far the best deal in town. There's no question about it. But it could, there is a side effect to that. It could reduce some members. They could go look for services elsewhere. They loved having the gym open on Sunday and being able to come up with their family and to work out. But this one actually should have been Rowlett Community Center operations. And I apologize, Robert. I probably sent that to Brian instead of you.
So Angie, I have a question for you just real quick on that. Would your, if you did that, would your program revenue decrease? Or would it just close that delta?
It really wouldn't decrease the program revenue because we don't really offer programs in those outside hours. It could decrease membership revenue, absolutely. We could lose members. That would be where the biggest decrease is if we had a member that really, they come in every morning at 6 a.m. and they work out every day during the week at 6 a.m., they may go look for that service elsewhere if we don't open until 7. So that would be the only place we might see some revenue decrease. It's kind of one of those things that we don't really know what that looks like. I have, probably 20 people that work out every single morning at 6 a.m. Right now, they're working out every single morning at 7 a.m. because we're open 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. right now during the pandemic. So we could, when we reopen, we could go ahead and start altering these hours so that they look a little different.
So is all the program revenue that is shown on this chart then, is that membership fees?
That what you see on that chart, Robert, do you have, I can actually tell you what those numbers are for this. It's going to take me just a few minutes to find it. What you see there. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, Martha, when originally Angie and I looked at this, she grabbed the wrong program to do that. So just to let you know. But one thing that in terms of developing options for this and why it would be worth studying is, we could reduce the hours, which could reduce memberships, or you could increase the fees, which might also reduce memberships. But somehow or another, this would be an option that, is well worth studying, because I think there's still a sense that we're one of the best games in town in terms of what value you get for your dollars.
When was the last time, when did we increase the fees the last time, Angie?
It was about 2011 when we went from either 74 or 77 to 101.
Right, so we haven't increased any fees since 2011?
Not for Rowlett Community Center memberships, no, we have not.
Yeah, I think it's good time to do another fee analysis and instead of reducing hours, if there's a way to increase that, it'd still be the best deal in town. I think you could go up on that and still be the best deal in town.
Yeah, if it's been almost 10 years since we've done that, definitely time to take a look at it.
I don't think this is the time to make things more expensive for our public.
Well, back to that, maybe maybe Tammy, we could have that income based as well. And I know we already have a reduced fee for seniors, So I don't know, just 10 years is a long time without, doing an analysis on what our fees are. But at the same time, I hear you, we do need to be sensitive to the times that we're in. I think reducing some of the hours during the week is not a bad idea. I don't know what your participation is on Sundays, Angie. So, I'm just seeing a $30,000 delta between your budget and your revenue. And so that's why I was asking the question about where that revenue comes from, if it's membership or if it's, how it's broken down, because when you get down to it, it may not be enough of a difference to really cut the hours a lot.
So keep in mind, those numbers are a little bit off because those aren't actually, what you're seeing there is not the Rowlett Community Center operations numbers. That's just programming. So I was trying to do some quick math. The total budget for the Rowlett Community Center operation is $600,000 and program revenue is $315,000. So keep in mind that the Rowlett Community Center houses all of our recreation programs, all of our senior programming. A lot of the programs that you see that are separated out are housed by the Rowlett Community Center operation. So they all tie directly together. So
you're just spreading out the revenue and income.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So part of everything. So a part of what you see here goes directly to the revenue and Rowlett Community Center operations because they all tie together. Without Rowlett Community Center operations, I can't even really have recreation, health, and wellness program because the building has to be open for me to host those programs, right? So you had to keep in mind, I guess, the way it works together is a lot of these programs do this. Senior programming is on this list. There's other things on this list that tie directly back to Rowlett Community Center operations. So these numbers that you see here are one program. Rowlett Community Center operations is a completely different program in itself.
But these reduced hours are one of your recommendations for, okay.
It is a recommendation for, and we can absolutely, keep in mind, we look at our fees every single year in regards to our sustainability rate. So the sustainability for the recreation division budget is 70-30. So we look at our fees every year to try to stay in line with that. Do we need to increase those fees to stay within that 70-30, or can we continue to offer it at that rate? Now, that's a different budget time, right? So we haven't just not looked at them. We do absolutely look at them every single year as we look at our sustainability and what our options are. We've changed our instructor rates. We've changed, a lot of things through the year to keep us in that 70-30 financial sustainability goal.
Okay. Thank you.
That helps at all. Sorry for the confusion.
It does.
Let me say too, I agree with Tammy about going up on rates right now. Everybody's kind of in a pinch, but I think we are evolving because of what the state of Texas has done to us. I think we are evolving to people starting to pay more. In other words, having more skin in the game. For instance, let's just take the community center. We have people that use it. We have people that don't use it. The people that don't use it are paying for the people, are helping to pay for the people that use it. So in other words, I think we're going to just slowly evolve into people starting to pay more. The 50-50 sidewalk program, Tammy's idea of doing it on income is a great idea, because if you can't afford it, you need to have it. But if you can't afford it, you don't need to be taking money away from those that can't. So I think we're going to have to start thinking in that vein that people are going to have more skin into the program that they want, and not taking it out of others. And I think that, for the city having to pay for everything, I think those days are slowing down and maybe going away.
I think that's a great point, Brownie.
Mm-hmm.
I just would caution that maybe next year is not the year to increase fees when possible.
I agree. We're all hurt. Everybody's hurting because of this mess that we're going through. But I think it's an evolution. I think we're going to have to kind of think that way every year, you know, and I think it's going to evolve that way.
I agree. That's a good point.
And I agree, Brian. My only other point on that is, you know, that's what, $101 a year, Angie, or?
It is. Well, it's different depending on who you are and what you have. And for an individual member that lives in the city of Rowlett, it's $101 a year.
But you're talking $101 a year, and I don't know how many members you have currently, or, you know, what that increase has been, you know, but the people that use that, like you said, you've got your regulars and they use it all the time. And the difference between $101 and $150 a year to be able to stay open on Sundays for those people that really use it, for somebody that lost their job or whatever, they're either going to drop it altogether or they're not. And I understand that, you know, people maybe not get some raises this year, but I can guarantee the people that are still using that want to continue to use that space. And here we are, we might reduce their cost. We might reduce the services that we're letting those people who are paying for it to do, that really use that and want to use it to try to make up budgets in other places, when that might be the one thing that they use in the entire city, except for the streets and the water and the things like that are always going to be there. And now we're going to take that away, where if we said, hey, you just want to pay an extra $50 a year, they'd probably jump on that. And if they lost their job or they can't pay it, they're just going to drop their membership altogether, whether it's $150 or it's $100. They're going to have to make those decisions internally. So I don't know. I just think it's worth more examination to see what that increase would have to be. And if we could just raise it to $101 last year, then I would agree. We're not going to raise it another, you know, $50 in a year. But when we haven't done it in almost 10 years, it's worth it. It's at least worth looking at, I think, in my opinion.
You know, and Matt, I mean, I think it's a good point. The only thing I want to note, and the reason I think that there's some softness there, although to the point it may not be, you know, practical for this year, you know, just a private firm or a company, it's $420 a year, you know, just for LA Fitness right up the road. Now, they certainly have some things there too, but like I said, we have some very nice facilities. And so I think that what we would find is that in the market is that the fee could be higher, but one way we can offset from a budget perspective, if we can't raise rates, then I certainly think it's worth us to look at the hours. And I think that we need to consider that.
Yeah, and I mean, and if things keep going the way that they are, we may have to extend hours, because if we're seeing that we can't get everybody in there that we need to, because we're going to limit the number of people that can come, and they have to reserve their time slot and when they come, and now people aren't able to come, you may have to extend hours to be able to accommodate everybody that has a membership so they can get their value for it. And that would definitely have to come with a rate increase. And again, we haven't done it long enough to know if that's even an issue, but it's something that may come up if we have to continue to do this for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, good point. All right, anybody else? Are we ready to move to the next one?
I think a point that we're missing or haven't discussed in this to begin with is, why has it been 10 years? Why is there not a process in place to look at this every couple of years? And you don't have to answer that live right now, but.
No, I will.
Okay.
So we look at rates every single year. And what we do is look at the service we provide and how that increases or decreases in relation to the financial sustainability level that we try to maintain. So that's something that, you know, we did increase some fees this last year. So we looked at some of those where we were way out of line and we felt like we needed to increase. So if you remember in last year's budget, we increased some fees at the wet zone and we increased some fees at RCC. We just haven't increased necessarily a single membership or a non-resident membership because they were in line kind of with where we needed to be and maintain the financial sustainability that we needed to maintain. So we do look at this literally every single year.
Yeah, and just to hit on what Angie means by sustainability, council has the city has a strategy for sustainability of 70-30, so that Angie only has to make up 70% of the members and the city contributes to 30% from tax dollars. And so as long as she can hit that by raising program fees or increasing programs where you get more utilization, then that's been her target, is to maintain that 70-30.
Do you know how many members we currently have at the community center?
I do. It will take me about 2 seconds. I just sent them to Robert. I think it is about 3,900. So keep in mind that changes every single day because we have monthly memberships and we have yearly annual memberships. But I think as of June the 30th, we were right at 3,900. I can look real quick and see. We just ran them. Keep in mind though, it's $33.94. Keep in mind that as of March the 17th, if you had a current membership, we automatically extended that membership for 90 days. So we have not had any renewals since March the 17th. So if your membership was current on March the 17th when we closed, we automatically renewed every single membership for 90 days. If it was a monthly or if it was an annual, we automatically renewed you. But as of June the 30th, we had 3,394 active members. And that number fluctuates from 3,200 to 3,700. Sometimes it goes up in the summer. It absolutely goes up in January when everybody wants to start working out. So.
Good deal. Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome.
All right. Public-private partnerships. Robert, who brought that one up?
This came from the department. This was Jim, and this is another service level reduction, not elimination.
All right. So if we can ask whatever staff member put that on the table, if they can discuss that, please.
Morning, Brian. Morning, Mayor and Council. This was a item, again, from a staff standpoint, to look at the potential to cut some programming. This public-private partnership item is specific to the economic development incentives. As you're aware, right now there is a transfer from the liquor sales tax revenue that goes into the economic development incentive fund. And so the thought here was to eliminate that transfer from the liquor sales tax to the economic development incentive fund on a, I guess, temporary basis or as needed basis, and then use fund balance, existing economic development incentive fund balance for any projects that we have moving forward.
Again, not popular. One of the things that we were looking at before, and we kind of have it on the other list too, is that we do have reserves in the Economic Development Fund. If we view this as a temporary measure, then those reserves can be used to pay those incentives for a couple of years. But, you know, I do know that, you know, Rowlett does not have a sustainable resource that it currently uses to keep for economic development incentives, except for this transfer from the general fund. So this source, when it came about, was never used, had never been used. So we used it for that purpose, and today it's up to about $180,000.
I really don't want to touch that if we don't have to.
I agree, especially if we have to close down again and do more robust grants.
I mean, we've got to keep our eye on North Shore, and so just my comments.
Tammy, I agree with that. I think that ought to be way down on the list of cuts we make.
I absolutely concur with both of you. I'm also concerned not only about North Shore, but about the marketing program for the entire city.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything, we need to be increasing incentive funds and not decreasing them. So I would also say that this needs to be at the bottom of the list.
I agree with that also.
Me too.
Well, it looks like we have consensus.
Okay. Is that
All
all,
right.
Jim?
Yes, Mayor.
We don't want to cut your funding.
Well, you know, I know we talked about it at length, and especially with the Economic Development Advisory Board, is again trying to identify a source of revenue for that. And so, again, these are tough times, and so knowing that all departments are asked to look at it, that was one of the things that, although unpopular, if it's needed, then hopefully on a temporary basis we could consider that, but not lose sight of the fact that we need to identify a permanent or a long-term funding source in the future. So thank you, Council.
Well, thank you for doing your part, or offering to do your part, Jim. But I think we all feel like that incentive fund is way underfunded, and we wish we had a lot more in it. So, we have to keep our eye on what generates revenue for us as well. And I think we would just be cutting our own throats to cut that.
Okay. Let's move to downtown security. Now, Council, this is one of the areas where I want to make mention that as a part of the allocation strategy for downtown security, this does include a component of patrol. And I know some of the feedback I got from council is that, we should, the way that we should allocate these costs should only be the direct cost, but understand that, we have the 2 part-time people, but on top of that, we do have a lot of police officers that work in the downtown area when we have events and things like that. So I just want to turn that over to let y'all lay that structure out, and then we can talk to Chief Godfrey about the program itself. But I think we had identified that just the additional 2 part-time people is about $44,000 a year, if I remember right, maybe around 50,000.
I just think maybe, Brian, this needs to be broken out more. I made the point to you, we have police officers, patrolling July 4th event. We have police officers patrolling Highway 66. It just doesn't make sense to me, the general allocations for this. So maybe it just needs to be broken down more. And if we have police officers doing events and the cost is being allocated into downtown security, then we don't have events stated correctly. So I think you've got some allocation opportunities here to make this better.
And we do recognize that, Mayor. So we just the specific program that was added this past year is $50,000. And so that's that was the additional effort we put into it to try to improve what the issues that we're having with the middle school kids coming in the afternoons.
And is it okay if I mention the idea, Brian, or would you rather I didn't?
Mayor, you are in charge.
Every time I go downtown right after middle school is let out and I see the resources and that we're allocating so that the kids can use the library in not necessarily the manner that the library is supposed to be used in, it just really, really bothers me. And when we're in a year where we have to do budget cuts and we're seeing these resources that we're having to allocate, that's even more problematic. We don't know if there's going to be in-person school. We don't know if we're going to have this issue, but we certainly cannot be in a situation where we have middle schoolers congregating in our library and with COVID and social distancing needs going on. So, one of the things that I think is worth talking about is, do you change the library hours not only to eliminate this issue, this health issue, and this cost issue, but also, to make sure our library is servicing those needs that need to be serviced for our families and for the reasons the library should be used. It's a tough discussion, but I think it's something we need to look at.
What are the hours that we usually see that problem with middle school kids gathering there? Does anybody know?
Laura?
Speak to that if you want me to. So
Yes, please.
we generally have our two part-time officers assigned to the downtown area from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Okay.
And council, I think but there have been times where there's 50 to 60 kids congregating on the outside, and they come inside, they go back outside. That's the issue that Laura and her team are really facing. And we do think this program has been extraordinarily helpful to help maintain some semblance of order during the school year. I mean, Tammy's absolutely right. I mean, there's a COVID strategy behind this, where we talked about that, maybe we open in the mornings and the evenings, but in the afternoons we do only pickup, and during COVID that probably would be fine. But once we get past COVID, then we're still back to, 50, 60 kids a day that for several hours and waiting for their parents to pick them up have nothing else to do.
What time does middle school let out?
I didn't hear the question.
What time does middle school let out?
I think around 4 p.m. roughly, give or take, but we're generally out there earlier because high school gets out at around 2 p.m. roughly, give or take. And so there are normally a few high school students who wander down there to that area. They aren't part of the biggest issue that we're down there for, or the reason that we assign officers, but we like to cover that entire window because that is our busiest time of the day patrol wise. So it allows us to not have to worry about officers reacting and responding out there, and it gives us a proactive opportunity to be there for the entire afternoon, especially if any of the middle schoolers get out early.
And I would also add that I'm not sure that the library hours, changing the library hours would necessarily decrease the need for security downtown, because when the library is open, it's certainly an issue when they come in the library and cause issues. But if the library is closed, they're still going to congregate downtown somewhere. So it really doesn't negate the necessity to have some patrol options that are there just because we change or alter the hours of the library.
I'd like to hear, I hear you, Whitney. I'd like to hear from Chief on that because, is the issue in the library, outside the library, both?
And the issue isn't just the students from the middle school. It's the homeless population that we're starting to see downtown. It's the fact that the village of Rowlett is there. And this is all one large encompassing issue. There's more businesses, there's more people, there's more traffic. Downtown is just busier than it's ever been before. And so rather than us being reactive to any situation, simply sending patrol officers in response to calls for service, we decided, of course, to go with assigning officers down there during our peak hours. And so some of what we're seeing is caused by homeless persons. And part of the assignment down there, not only to be there to address the issues with the middle school or homeless, is they also are addressing issues within the businesses and at the village. And so it's a little peace of mind for everybody who does business or lives down there, as well as being available to address the disturbances, the homeless issues, the kids from the middle school during the school year. I don't think that closing the library or addressing or affecting their hours in the middle of the afternoon is really going to have a huge impact on the need for police down there. I think what it's going to do is keep the kids out of the library, which is not a terrible issue, of course, or not a bad thing. So I don't think that really closing the hours is going to affect the need for us to answer that simply.
So you're patrolling downtown right now in those same hours?
We do not have anybody down there right now because the school isn't there. So
Right, you were saying it's not only a school issue, it's all these other issues. It just sounds like it's mainly a school issue.
it is mainly a school issue. So the school issue and the kids from the school compound it. So without the school issue and without the kids from Coyle Middle School coming over to downtown, we are able to respond to it and be reactive to it. But once you add those kids in there and the number of individuals that are coming into downtown during those hours during the school year, it does make it considerably more difficult, and there's a whole lot more folks down there.
Would security cameras alleviate some of the issues having officers down there? Would that do something?
Alleviate, no. It would just give more evidence for prosecution or witness identification, that type of thing. It wouldn't affect the issue any. We would still have to be reactive to it.
Yeah, I've been downtown several times during the school year, and I've noticed that the kids will congregate in front of City Hall.
Correct.
And we had to, and I think one of them had to actually call the officers over to get them from being right there in City Hall. There was a big crowd of them.
Identify issues and then send a patrol officer.
So I'm wondering if maybe we need some kind of ordinance Monday through Friday downtown as far as congregating on the public property. I don't know if that would solve for that or not. And, definitely if there were a combination of the pickup only Monday through Friday, say from 3 to 6 at the library, and then having some kind of ordinance for congregating downtown Monday through Friday during business hours. I don't know, but just I don't want to see the patrol necessarily reduced because of DART and the issues that we have there. I don't know how much we have during the week, during business hours, but it's not good for business not to control that homeless population, whether it's during the week or on the weekends.
Martha, it's a good point. And I just want to mention this, council. This is why I think we're starting to have what I believe are some of the right conversations. And I think this methodology we're using today, really, I'm excited about it because I feel like that we're having good conversations where in the past we were talking about strictly line items like, office supplies or, equipment. Now we're really talking about programmatic elements and other solutions that we could look at to solve for this problem. And so part of today's strategy is that there are some things that may be considered low-hanging fruit that we could pick from if we have to cut the budget, but it's also is what other things that we could study and look at other options like Martha, you just pointed out. Maybe it's an ordinance, maybe an ordinance wouldn't be effective, but we won't know until we look at some of those other options. But I do agree with the chief. I think as long as your school is in session in the afternoons, it's either we can be proactive or our patrol is going to be down there a lot more often.
Well, we've got to solve the library and social distancing and pandemic and public health issue. And whether that's limiting access or changing hours, we can't have situations where we're putting everybody at risk that's using that library for the right reasons because the kids want to go in and out of the library. I know there's kids using it for the right reasons. We all know there's lots of kids using it for the wrong reasons. And this is not the time that we can put everybody at risk. And people are afraid to go use the library because we're not able to control the situation.
Yep.
So whether it's a budget impact or not, we got to deal with the operational issue.
Yep.
I think it's safe to say there's more work to be done on this one.
Yes.
Hey, Brian, When do you have a break scheduled?
Yes, I was watching for 10 o'clock earlier. You want to take about a 5-minute break and then come back and pick it back up?
Is that okay with everybody? All right, let's do that, please.
All right.
Hey, Brian and Chief, if Chief's back on. I'm not sure if it's on the list, but one of the things I think we need to discuss today or very soon is school resource officers. Just understanding the plan if or if not school is physically in session, and I just think it's something we need to talk through.
I do know Kristen was telling me, and I think we saw it yesterday, GISD is going to apparently go to virtual for the first few weeks at least. That could even change again.
Yeah, I mean, virtual after spring break was one thing, and you were short on some police officers and you were able to reallocate those resources. If we're, for some reason we're virtual the whole fall semester, you know, what are we thinking will happen with being able to utilize resources and so on and so forth. And I don't know if you're in a position to address that in this call, Chief, or I know you've probably been thinking about it.
We have been thinking about it a lot. And actually begun the conversations with GISD regarding what that's going to look like. They don't know. And the easiest, simplest answer every time we talk to them is, we don't know what we're doing yet. You know, they just came up with the 3-week extension, on Friday or Thursday afternoon. And so they're almost going day by day, week by week as well. They do know that it would help us tremendously if they had some type of answer or some type of information regarding what the SROs look like. You know, if school goes completely virtual or for whatever length it's completely virtual, we're happy to utilize them in patrol or towards other programs or even towards downtown security if we absolutely need to. But if GISD somehow says, hey, we're going to go virtual, but we're not going to pay their salaries, then that's a whole nother legal issue we have to get into. So as of right now, I have discussed it several times with Assistant Chief Dan Miller and Lieutenant Mike McGuff, who's responsible for the school resource officers. We are planning on school as usual and school resource officer allocation and assignment as usual as of right now, effective August 28th, but they generally go back a week early to prepare for school curriculum, get their offices in order, meet, you know, the faculty, the administration, and make sure that everybody's on the same page. We do have a meeting scheduled with GISD. I believe it's on July 30th. So we're hoping they have a little more information at that point. But as of right now, I wish I had a better answer for you and something a little more concrete, but GISD just doesn't seem to know much more as of yet.
And that's totally understandable. I would just like, you know, the city to have plan A, B, and C, depending on what the schools end up doing.
Sure.
Not just, we don't know what GISD is doing yet, but if GISD does this, this is the impact to us and what we're going to do about it.
Right. And we do have that. I'm sorry. I was addressing the other side of that. And we do have that. We already have it lined out that, you know, if they do go virtual, we keep the officers where they are for the patrol. So, you know, we received 8 additional patrol officers last year. Well, we received 8 SROs when the schools shut down. And so that kind of broke us even and gave us a picture as to what our staffing looks like when those 8 positions are fully functional. We still have 3 vacancies and we have 10 officers right now who are currently in some aspect of field training. So we are still 13 officers below fully functional. So those SROs that have come back in over the summer have been a huge benefit and have made a huge impact. And so we have already started looking at what we are going to do with them as far as patrol functions, station reporting officers, downtown security, along with, you know, even assistance with crisis intervention and mental health and the homeless initiative that we're working at. We have more than enough opportunities and options for reassignment. And so we have already begun looking at that, yes.
Okay, I just think we'll probably need more details. If for some reason the school goes totally virtual,
sure.
We're gonna have to get a lot more details because that would be potentially 8 over budget staffing, potentially.
Correct. Yes, we would. And we would get very formalized with that and detailed and specific as to exactly what that looks like and where they're going to be and what they're going to do.
And just for the public's information and for council that doesn't remember, how much of the SROs is funded? And I know it's a little bit different in different time periods.
It is. So we have 8 total. 3 of them through GISD, 3 of them are funded 100%. And the other 5, if I remember correctly, are funded 50-50.
That sounds about right. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I think everybody's back. Are we ready to get back into the, okay. All right, Laura, if you wouldn't mind pulling back up the presentation. And then I think we were going to talk about the Development Assistance Center. And I know we touched briefly on it on the other slide, but Manal, you want to kind of talk about what some of our possibilities are here and why we're considering this?
Yes, thank you, Brian. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Brian. The Development Assistance Center, just by way of background, is the DAC, and it's designed to function as a concierge service for our community, our development community, all the way from permitting, planning, and engineering. And during its evolution, we had also anticipated becoming more online as far as our applications and submittals are concerned, and we've been able to achieve that. So fast forward, as you can see on the slide in front of you, the FTE allocation reflects 2.6. So 2 full-time dedicated individuals assist with permitting, code, and health functions. The 0.6 FTE focuses on planning and engineering. And so that being said, with revenues in the amount of approximately $20,000 plus or minus, which are intended as admin fees to cover functions such as software, consideration can be given towards revisiting that 0.6 FTE towards that resource, just because we're now more functional from a virtual/online perspective. So really that's where we stand with that. Hopeful that it would not compromise this frontline service. It's the frontline customer experience that we're trying to build with our development community there. With that, I mean, I can answer any questions should you have any, but that was the thought process behind it. Now in permit act, sorry, go ahead.
Manal, I appreciate that. That's good information. Do you feel that you have enough staffing other places in your department, or do you feel like you're still running short in several areas?
If I were to pick apart the functions related to the community development department, then as it relates to the development arm of things, I think we do feel a bit of a bite, so to speak, as it relates to the Development Assistance Center. I think once we're fully functional or fully aligned with the vision, then that 0.6 resource, which is funded in other avenues as well, could be revisited. And the intake process for planning functions and engineering functions are now far more seamless than they used to be. So we have opportunity there. I think we would be okay. Now, if we see an uptick in development, then obviously we would have to revisit that. But this would be a measure that we could consider given the circumstances right now.
That just really concerns me. We got so much development going on in this city. To reduce resources to your department concerns me.
But Mayor, one thing that I had pointed out earlier is that part of our $1 million shortfall next year is anticipated to be from building permit. And if we're right, then it would also should reduce our activity. If we're wrong and those revenues come in anyway, then we would be able to use it for this purpose.
And
so I have a question. Based on my tour of Sapphire Bay yesterday, it appears that there'll be more development activity happening during this next budget year. And so my question for Manal would be, do you have the bandwidth to be able to handle that with these proposed changes?
Sure. Thank you, Whitney. I think one of the elements that we need to understand that we will continue to see development activity, not necessarily through groundbreaking or building permit. I definitely still anticipate the planning function to continue to operate in terms of volume as it is. So in terms of the DAC and its relationship to the planning division, we could look at the intake just solely being handled in that way, just because the program flow is now automated. So that answers that question, I think. The second thing is when we talk about development activity with Sapphire Bay coming online, absolutely from an inspection and plan review perspective, we will definitely see an uptick. And I think we do have the bandwidth as we are right now to accommodate that large commercial project, given that our CBO will be managing that solely from a development, from a permitting perspective.
So Manal, let me make sure that I understand you. You have the 2.6 full-time employees that are allocated for that DAC right now, and you're saying that you really are not going to need that because you have automated that particular service?
So Martha, I wouldn't use those words exactly. I would say given given the—
I'm just trying to understand it.
So absolutely. The 2.6 FTEs dedicated to this function are important. However, given if we do see, you know, as we are seeing a downturn in permits, and we know that that 0.6 FTE was generally functioning as a project flow function prior to being online, then yes, we can look at that 0.6 FTE component of it and not necessarily have it not necessarily be a necessity for the permitting function. Because
so your DAC doesn't go away.
Correct.
And if you have other needs, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, Manal, is do those, maybe you keep that 0.6, you know, employee, somebody part-time that's taking care of those DAC functions, and maybe you need to reallocate those other 2 employees to other areas where you're going to see increase. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, is this an expense that we can truly eliminate, or we partially eliminate it?
No, let me, if you don't mind, let me jump in one little piece on this. The automation is helping and it's making it more efficient. It's not necessarily eliminates the need for the DAC, because I think that it's a service commitment that we're making that I think is scoring huge brownie points with builders and developers. What I am saying is that we have next year, we're predicting $100,000 shortfall in building permits, and somehow or another we have to absorb that, because the premise behind it is that if we're not going to have these permits, then we may not need the staff to be able to to work on those, or we flex that with contract help like Bureau Veritas, who does inspections for us when we don't have enough staff resources to do it. So what I'm saying is next year on Sapphire Bay, they're not expecting to go vertical, and I'll have to have Jim help me with this, but they may not actually start pulling building permits for quite some time. They still have to get all the infrastructure in place, and there's still a lot of work that has to be done before we start pulling building permits. So there could be this gap of time for about a year where, because of COVID and some other things, that our building permit revenues drop, meaning our activity drops. If it doesn't drop, and if this activity stays this high, then there's revenue to support it. So that's part of our prediction, is that revenue goes down because activity goes down. But if it doesn't, then the revenues stay up, and then we don't have to cut this position.
Right. And Brian, if I can piggyback on that. So the Development Assistance Center is your front line. It's your customer service function. So that's where the questions and the answers, the questions are fielded. and then they're routed in whichever direction they need to go. And then of course the permit activity is addressed from there. The inspection function is a separate function from the DAC itself. And so what Brian is alluding to, that there are opportunities for contract work with consulting services to assist in inspections. Again, depending on the activity and the ramp up that we see in the future, hopefully there'll be a scale for us to follow. With Sapphire Bay coming online 2022, we still have that opportunity. So the function of the DAC can work with less 0.6 of an FTE.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. Thank you.
You can just tell we're all worried about resources in this area.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And I feel that too, yes.
Let's see, let's move to athletic programming. I suspect that was Angie added that. Is that correct, Robert?
Yes, it is. But I'm not sure if this one came off with the addition of the RCC ops. I wasn't clear with Angie's earlier comments regarding.
It did not. So athletic programming, which is what you see here, that is truly a break-even program, goes hand in hand with the athletic field maintenance program and PBB. So the two things work together. So I'm getting some feedback. So it's a two-prong. So what you see here is athletic programming. I suspect somewhere on the next slide, Robert has athletic field maintenance as well. Our recommendation, we took over the Youth Baseball League from the association a number of years ago now, probably 4. We've had big success with that, but although athletic programming includes basketball and volleyball and all of our youth and adult programming, there is another arm to that that's required, that is the field maintenance element of it. And the field maintenance element has, let me check here, $168,000 worth of personnel and $255,000 in non-personnel, and has a revenue of about $73,000. And that revenue in athletic field maintenance comes from rentals and tournaments and such as that, where all of our baseball revenue goes into athletic programming. So our recommendation would be to really kind of take our baseball fields temporarily offline, not for the long term, that's not possible, but for a limited basis. That would, if we just took 8 baseball fields and maintained them for the very basic maintenance, mowing, spraying, weed control, it would literally reduce the athletic field maintenance program by $200,000. And that's mainly just that we're using those fields almost every single day. And so these two things work hand in hand. We would maintain the 8 fields, but we would cut our baseball program. We would limit rentals. We could still do some rentals. We would continue to do adult softball, so we could do some rentals on those days that there aren't tournaments or games on the adult softball fields. And we would continue to do soccer. Those are both revenue driving programs that are hosted by an association. And so if I just cut baseball, then it's really, we're only cutting $12,000 in expenses, but we're cutting $28,000 in revenue. But the tie directly with athletic field maintenance, we could almost do a $200,000 reduction in field maintenance expenses. And we would only lose about $9,000 in field maintenance revenue in tournaments and practice and outside practices, if that makes any sense. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Brian, where was this on your recommendation list in the various scenarios?
It was actually the first 2, Mayor. One is, well, the very first one, eliminate youth baseball, girls fast pitch, and that was a combination of the athletic program and athletic field maintenance.
So in the bridge option, you brought this back on.
On the bridge option, let's see here. I actually do not include it in the bridge option. Only if we use the effective rate is where I had it at.
Okay, I don't like that, but okay. Council questions?
Hey, Angie, have you talked to Soccer Association or softball? Are they gearing up and planning for a fall league, or are they kind of on a wait and hold basis?
Softball's already playing. They're playing tournaments now. They start their next league tomorrow. They have a lot of protocol in place, both from their parent association and from us to ensure social distancing and that type of thing. But adult softball is absolutely seeing a bit of a decrease in their numbers, but they are back playing 100%. And soccer's intent is to start back in the fall. They report directly to the North Texas Soccer Association, our RYSA group, which is our recreational soccer program. So it will depend on what North Texas Soccer tells them, but they are taking registrations for the fall. And Solar, who is the select league that we have a contract with, some of you may remember we used to partner with FC Dallas. FC Dallas kind of went away. We have a new organization called Solar. They are using our fields now. They pay us a rental fee per year, and they're having practices out there now and really practicing social distancing and that type of stuff. With the governor's orders that they could get back to business with practices on June 1st and games on June 15th, they immediately took advantage of that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we can, me personally, have softball going on, have soccer going on, and have other things going on, but yet we're not going to let kids play baseball. So to me, that's not a really feasible option. Just my opinion.
I certainly don't want to cut this, Matt. We've got to really, really worry about mental health also.
This is a tough one for me, but it's one of those you got to look at, right? So,
Yeah, we do need to look at it, and we'll come back to it, but.
All right, let's move to Lakeshore cleanup. And Robert, where did that come from?
That came from the department. Gary's gonna talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I highlighted this program because it's really affected when the lake levels are low. So currently we don't have any issues maintaining the shoreline because the water's up. When the lake recedes, it's when we really pick up the debris that was left floating. So the city of Rowlett maintains the land. The city of Dallas maintains any debris in the water. So with the current lake levels, we really don't have a big need to pick up debris at the moment. But when the lake recedes here in the summer, we'll get a lot of calls to go out there. So part of my plan here was to see if we can partner with volunteer programs or KRB to help find resources and do a sweep of the lake once it goes down and not do it with staff.
Gary, I can speak for KRB that we definitely have volunteers that are interested in doing lakeshore cleanups. I think I probably just have to get with you and look at the particular areas because sometimes it's a matter of your guys have to put waders on sometimes because it's so boggy. But we could definitely, KRB could help fill that gap for lakeshore cleanup. We have a consistent pool of volunteers.
So the unfortunate part of this, if we give the program up, the last 4 people we've had in this part-time position, we've brought them in full-time in staff. So it's kind of a gateway into testing the employee and they're testing the city as well on a part-time basis, but we've had great luck of moving them to full-time. So that would be unfortunate on that part, but I understand it's not something we do constantly.
Okay. If there's no other questions, Laura?
Are you kind of keeping track, Brian, of the sentiment as we're going through these?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. We just spent 5 hours on this slide, so we're going to move to the next one. So we'll jump straight into community events is going to have a little bit the same as community education and outreach. And I'm just going to put it out there on the table, guys, that this is a lot of staff allocation for all of the overtime and the staff labor it takes to put all these into activity. So when you look at July 4th and you say, okay, we're only, we're hiring a company to come out and, to provide entertainment, or we're, spending, say $15,000-$20,000 on fireworks, you think, well, then our total July 4th fireworks program is $50,000 a year. That does not include all of the time and effort we put into this. But I will tell you up front, I think this is an area, this one and community education and outreach, that needs to be scrubbed a little bit better. And I think that some of those dollars would be reallocated back to other programs. Having said that, I certainly had this on the previous list that we looked at, because I think that we could reduce one event a year. I don't know exactly how much we would save with that, but I definitely want us to scrub this and look at what we might be able to save in terms of direct overtime dollars and expenses associated with putting on events like Touch a Truck or something else. And then community education and outreach would be kind of the same thing. But I'm going to pause just for the moment and see if council has any questions specifically about community events.
I'll just make a comment, Brian. If I were going to scrub any event, probably Touch Truck would be the one that I would be most open to.
I agree with that, Martha. I mean, one thing that's always a little concerning to me is that we use a thing like Memorial Day for a Touch a Truck celebration or event.
That kind of takes the focus off of the purpose.
It does. And there's other times we bring those trucks out. We do that with, neighborhood events. We do that with, what's the one in the fall? We go out to the neighborhoods.
National Night Out.
Thank you. I mean, so there's other times that we let families and kids have that opportunity, but it has always bothered me that we do Touch a Truck at Memorial Day.
I also want to let you guys know that, pretty much every department contributes to community events and community education and outreach. And the way that our PBB list is, when you look at the department, it kind of starts with like one of the very first departments. So I just want you guys to understand that the city secretary is not where we put all these dollars for budgeting. So, it is definitely spread out to all the departments. All right, let's move to building maintenance. Robert, who pulled that one up for us?
Building maintenance actually came from the council recommendation to review.
Okay, so let's have a conversation about that. I assume that would be for future study to look at maybe if we could contract that service out, or whether or not, I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody, but it may even be that we need to expand that program. I'm just bringing that up as maybe some possible options for future study.
Council, did someone bring this up that you want to comment on? Robert, do you know who brought it, who put it on a list? Watch it be me.
Hey, give me 1 second, let me check.
We're gonna name names.
Well, I just want to make sure we've addressed their question.
I know, and me too.
Yeah. Martha, you're muted. I see your mouth move.
I was talking. The facilities assessment would help with this too. So, whoop, and I got myself somehow off the video, but I did not bring this up, but just making the point that the facilities assessment would help with diving into this.
When are we going to get the facilities assessment Sorry.
Mayor, we're actually ready to come back to council, and Paul, I think you're on. I can't remember if we put it on for July 21st or not.
Yeah, Brian, that's correct. We did do it for July 21st. So we will give you an update of where we are. And at that point, we will need some direction from the city council as far as how we proceed with the next few steps.
Okay.
But yeah, that will be.
I think that's real important that we have that before we get some, more budgeting discussion going.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, thank you. Robert, do you know who brought that up?
This request did come from you, Mayor.
Really? It was just one of those that I wanted details on?
Yes, it was.
And Mayor, I know you and I had at least briefly touched on it earlier this week, and maybe that was why, but the idea is that, some cities do contract out those services. The only thing I can think of is, now your purpose may be that we're underfunded in that area. I mean, I can't speak for you, but
I think, I didn't have a specific question. I just wanted more details on the funding, on the fund or the program. Where are we spending our maintenance dollars?
Okay. Let's see, Gary, you want to talk about that, please?
So before I started, I know we reviewed the possibility of outsourcing facilities maintenance. It's custodial work, particularly. Are you talking about custodial or is the building maintenance itself, AC, repairs, plumbing, and such, or all the above?
Let me just shortcut this because this is not being very helpful. Do we have enough budget allocation to maintain our buildings in light of the condition of them and the number of years we're going to go before we get new facilities? Or do you feel like I do think, Brian, this is what we were talking about earlier this week. Are we still going to do the foundation repair? Are we still going to, is all that still in the budget or is it coming out of the budget? That's what I think, why I put it on there.
Well, I definitely see the correlation between the facilities assessment, because we definitely don't want to invest a lot of money in our buildings if we're going to vacate them, but we do want to invest in them to maintain their structural integrity. We want to resell them or repurpose them for another department. So we just value all the repairs and see if they're a short-term repair or something we could do to save the structure. I think the foundations obviously are big as far as maintaining the structure, because they move a quarter inch one year, the next year they move more and more, and they start deteriorating the pipes. If you have water leaks, I know we had a water leak in the finance building, and now they have to replace the carpet. So but there is a big correlation of when we're going to get new facilities to how much dollars or maintenance we do spend on the building. So I agree with you on that.
And Brian, why don't you share with council the specific discussion we had of, are we still doing those repairs we talked about?
Yes. So when we kind of get back to the options, particularly the bridge strategy, one thing I was going to suggest to council is that, because I think we're in better shape and because I think there are some preservation options to protect us if things do turn worse next year, then I would like to have a conversation about freeing back up some of those dollars that we set aside for our foundation and some of the carpet. In other words, some of the building stuff that we still need to get done. It was fine to delay doing those if we would have had this basically contained only an issue for this year. But I think if it's going to go longer, things are just going to keep getting worse, I guess. The other thing I wanted to point out is that in our 5-year model, we've added $200,000 a year now for building renovations, whatever building they are. And I can tell you this, we have more needs than just that, but it was a way to start introducing some of the funding, just like we do for streets and alleys, introduce some of the fundings for things that is not really going to improve their life more than 10 years. And in some cases, might only be a 7-year fix for something, but we need a funding source for. So at this point, I'm certainly not proposing to reduce funding for buildings building repairs and going forward in the future. And I certainly think that we need to go ahead and do some of the things we already budgeted this year to do. If we were worse off than what we projected, I would feel different, and I would say so. But I think that we can restore some of that funding, and we quite frankly need to get some of this stuff fixed.
Thank you, Brian. And Gary.
Okay. If there's no other questions, let's go to the next one, Laura. Safety wellness. I thought I had brought this up too, but Robert, who else brought that one up? Because my focus was on one specific program.
That was just us, Brian. That was just the budget team.
Okay. So council, and I had touched on it a little bit in the previous presentation earlier this morning, but one thing that, you know, again, if we're really going to take a hard approach to cutting the budget under scenario one, then one thing that I would throw out as an option, not one, of course, none of these are good choices, but would be to reduce our wellness activities. I think it would have an impact on employee morale, and over time could even impact employee health. But again, this is one of those things where it's not necessarily what you'd want to do, but looking at the whole of how we would manage under the effective tax rate, that would be one thing that I would consider for discussion. And that was why that was identified. There's some other costs in that, particularly related to fire rescue, because of the all the additional shots they have to get, the vaccinations, hepatitis, and things like that. That's included in those numbers as well. And I think there's also some. I think Chief would have to help me with that, but there's some dollars involved in there with training and exercise for some of their team too. Any questions on that one?
You know, there's one thing that's always kind of bothered me when we look at those numbers every year, Brian, and you know, they're never, when you look at before wellness program and then after wellness program, you're not really seeing improvement in the key indicators. And we've seen that for several years in a row now, and actually have seen a degradation in minor degradation in some of those key indicators. The problem with just looking at that is, where would they be if you didn't have the wellness program? But I think I'm remembering correctly, I have not seen, we as a city have not seen improvement in any of those key indicators as a result of the wellness program.
Richard, always, are you on?
Pardon me?
I was asking
yes,
for Richard.
I am here, yes.
Yeah,
and that's just always surprised me. But again, you don't know where you'd be if you didn't have it.
Right. So there are two things you want to consider here. So I haven't had a chance to show you that we actually had 3 of the 4 categories improve from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. The other thing is you are not measuring the same cohorts year over year, because remember, we have employees who leave and employees who come in. And part of our goal obviously is to get the new employee population in line with hopefully taking care of themselves, both medically and from a wellness perspective, exercising, their health, their eating, and so forth. So it's a continuous process to try to keep working toward that outcome of, are we helping people maintain their health by having the programs available and all the things that we do to try to encourage them to take care of themselves, including having Amanda, do one-on-ones and all the counseling that she does to help the population. So this year we actually improved in 3 categories fairly significantly for the first time in a while.
That's going to be good news to see, because like I said, we haven't had that before. So
right, and it's a challenge because when you have 50 new employees or 30 new employees, they aren't necessarily focused in on taking care of themselves, and that's part of what we do when they come on board.
Okay, good news. Thank you.
Yes.
I also want to point out that this item that was brought up on the screen is specific only to the fire department. So if we're talking about a citywide wellness program, that really needs to be a separate program from this, because we're talking about apples and oranges. Because what the fire department does, a lot of that is mandated by NFPA safety regulations. And in fact, it's NFPA code 5000. So, when we do citywide for other departments for wellness is different than what the fire department's required to do. So I think we're talking about two different things here.
Sorry, if I changed subjects.
It's okay.
And I do think
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that, because what they brought up on the screen is totally different than the conversation we just had.
Yeah, I would never talk about the possibility of reducing that program with the fire department. So
good.
And Whitney, yeah, I think you're right. When on the other slide where I had it, I think I was using the same title, but it is a different bucket of money.
Yep.
Good news all around.
Yep. All right, Laura, pull back up our slides so we can see again. Let's see. I think actually, I'm just guessing, but Wendy might have brought the utility billing up and meter services. Is that correct, Wendy?
It was, and it was me also.
Okay.
Yes, when I brought it up, it really was not going to affect any budget issues for the general fund, because these are really utility fund programs, but they're on the list so that I can answer any other questions that the mayor has or anyone else.
Robert, we can see a cattail. Can you bring the screen back up, Laura, please? So I think we need to talk about this in the utility fund discussion this afternoon, but we've got program revenue of $1.9 million and cost of $1.15 million, and some of the highest utility costs in the region. And if we really have this scenario, which I don't think we do, we got to talk about that, or we've got some cost allocations off in this PBB process.
I think that could be a big part of the issue, Mayor, is that the transfers between funds was eliminated from PBB, and there's a big portion of the revenue that goes, of the rate revenue that goes into the G&A transfer, as well as the pilot transfer, and those probably need to be adjusted in the revenue for the water and sewer programs.
Yeah, I mean, PBB is about programs and cost and revenue, and utility better be one of those programs that we get correct in this PBB process so that we know what we're looking at.
Right, we will look deeper into that.
Yeah, and $700,000 differential makes no sense, or we're doing something really wrong.
No, I think you're right, Mayor. It's an allocation issue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if it's an allocation issue.
No, I'm telling you, I believe it is, because we know what we're making in the utility fund, and we will discuss that afternoon with some of the options that we have. But
yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear back on this at some point, whether this allocation is changed or not, or if we're doing something wrong.
Okay. All right. We talked about athletic field maintenance already. Volunteers and police service. I can't remember who brought that up. I think I know, but anybody want to own up to it before I mention who I think?
Oh, it was me. So I brought up volunteers and police services because, to be very honest, it's our only program in the fourth quartile for the police department in either the governance or the committee areas. So the VIPS program is pretty well self-sufficient as far as actual budgeting and funding, but we are at the police department responsible for some administration and some staffing related expenses. So the VIPS, one of their biggest budgetary sources, or their revenue sources, is DART. They help DART out with parking violations. They receive money from DART every year, along with the Citizen Corps Council through the city. So they don't receive any direct funding through the police department or the budget, but we do some processing, we do some administrative functions. We have some supervisors who are related to the program who help oversee it and administer it. So those allocations, those responsibilities, if we were to choose some different way to manage the program, or if the VIPS program even went away altogether, of course, we would no longer have those responsibilities, duties, and those expenses. So VIPS was chosen to be very honest and not to be ugly. It was kind of low-hanging fruit, to be honest. It's our only fourth quartile program. And if we could get rid of any program easily that is not mandated or required, it is one of those very few that we have.
We say too, that if you was to get rid of VIPS, I believe the expense, the personnel expense of officers to take their place would cost a lot more than the VIPS program.
And it probably very well would. There are some things that VIPS do that we would have to, as police officers and as staff within the police department, that we would have to acquire and do ourselves. So yes, that could get very expensive.
All right, Laura, next one. Screening wall repairs. Gary, is that you or was that somebody else?
It's not me.
Okay.
That was
might
actually
have been a question.
That was me.
Okay.
So, oh, you know what? I was thinking this was something else. So Gary, just explain what cost is in here.
So the screening wall repairs, the cost is to repair walls if vehicles run into them, shifting foundation, cracks the walls and they're not safe. So that's per development. When the development happened, the city had responsibility for these walls, and that's why we maintain them. So
Okay.
new development, the neighborhoods they have a different agreement now.
Okay, I was confused when I put this on my list. I was thinking the screening walls that we were putting up on like on Dow Rock, that, that is funding that we might not have to or might need to cut, but maintenance of existing screening walls that we are responsible for, I don't see that we can do anything there. That's what that is, Gary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Brian, before you move on, can I ask you, did you skip meter services on purpose?
It might have been, no, probably was skipped by accident.
Oh, accident.
Or we were kind of talking about it all together. Go back to that, Laura. Or actually, Wendy can talk about meter services too.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about it all together with the utility billing and customer services. Those expenses really affect the utility fund and won't really open up any capacity for the general fund. But if you have any additional questions on meter services, I'll be happy to answer those.
No, I'm just trying to keep Brian in line.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, on to Laura. I don't remember the next one. If you'll pull up the slide again. Okay, looks like we did have custodial services on there for discussion.
That was not me.
And
as
Robert,
well.
is that council or staff?
that actually came from the budget team review.
Ah, okay. I think that in our discussions, we reviewed that as an item for future study, not to have a direct impact today, but I remember probably 10 or 12 years ago that we actually looked into that at that point, which was to see whether or not we should outsource this or whether it would make sense to continue to keep it in-house. And I know at that time we made that decision, but I think just like what we're having the conversation about changing the way that we're doing our fleet replacement, maybe with going with an outside firm, like say Enterprise that we're looking at, then it's probably worth us at least having this discussion. But guys, this really takes a study. This is 6 to 7 months worth of work to be able to make that decision.
Yeah, I wondered about outsourcing this too, Brian. So that would be an interesting study.
I believe this also came up, the question of outsourcing came up in last year's budget strategy process as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good point, Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Laura, back to the list. I want to make sure we have enough time. We're doing good with time. So I want to get through the rest of the list so we can actually get into some of the, back to the other item for the discussion. Environmental health services at 42,000. That was the vaccination. Manal, I think that we had picked up on that. I think staff did, but can you address, I know that we saw the number of the 636 clients in 2019. Can you speak to whether or not that's based on income, whether or not, is it income qualified for them to go to this clinic?
Brian, I don't quite know the exact parameters that Garland Health attributes to be able to qualify for low vaccinations, but I do believe it is based on an income qualification. I don't have the details, and I can follow up and find out next week.
Okay. That's what that topic was. Any other questions before we go to the next one? All right, next topic. Laura? Community awards and Rowlett Spirit. Robert, where did we get that one from?
Find the awards. That one came from us, Brian.
All right. Do you remember who brought it up? I can't remember. Wendy, somebody help us with the discussion.
I think the reasoning on that one was we were looking at that together with the education outreach and the events. They're similar programs, but they're obviously they're all slightly different. So they are their own programs. Though we did sort of lump them together as high cost programs that serve similar purposes in the community. And we wanted to look at them all.
That's what it was. So basically, like anything else, if we're going to be considering program adjustments, then is this an area that we would consider and discuss as well? All right, next program, Laura. If there's commentary, I'm going to stop, and if not, we touched on community education and outreach. Can we go to the next slide? Legislative governance, where do we get that one from, Robert?
It's from me.
Okay.
It's from me. I just didn't understand what we're spending $900,000 on for legislative governance.
Okay. Are you able to either pull that up or discuss that, Robert? What's all mixed in there?
Yeah, so I can discuss that, or I could share my screen. What the majority of this is, it's 7.85 FTE, so it's $623,000 worth of personnel costs. And these are citywide personnel costs. It hits almost every single department. It is the management, development, and administrative support for the city council. So this is not the board support, but it's everything. It's all the support for council outside of the particular meetings or the boards. So this includes scheduling and calendars, public events. It does include work sessions, correspondence. So it is every department supporting the council outside of the board and commissions
Is
specifically.
it also the council's stipend?
Yes.
So we get rid of council, we can save this money. Is there
Yep.
anything else in there, Robert, besides that?
Yes, like today's meeting, 8 hours, you know. So
Is there a way to see an itemized list of that if you can email that to us?
It's on that list he sent, Blake. That he sent.
Okay.
It's included in the packet. It's
Okay.
page 77. I do apologize. I just noticed I didn't delete the page numbers on the bottom of the packet, so those page numbers won't be accurate as I reordered and eliminated most of the programs. But it is page 77 of the PDF if you look at it electronically.
Thank you, Robert.
all right, Laura, slide again. Telephony management.
So that was me. This is Joey. I'd like to talk about that and the server management that's a few lines down. And what that is that's basically our back-end infrastructure for all of our programs, everything that we pretty much do here on a computer. And I'm not recommending that we get rid of it, but there's something we could do. Currently we follow industry standard of a 5-year refresh on some of this equipment and a 7-year refresh on some of it. And we could extend the life out maybe a couple of years. We would still have to purchase maintenance. We have to purchase extra years of maintenance on it. I wouldn't want to go as far as we do with our networking equipment. Our networking equipment, we keep it as long as we keep it till its end of life, and we keep it until the manufacturer no longer supports it, and then we refresh it. But if we needed to pull some funds from here, like I said, we could extend the life of it and extend the maintenance.
And so you're primarily bringing it up just for future evaluation, Joey.
Yep.
All right, any questions from council?
Does that include the server management as well, Joey?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, financial accounting, management and general accounting.
I brought this up, council. I felt like it would be very difficult to reduce staff and maintain the level of service and the output to maintain our monthly close and our audit and our bond rating if we were to reduce staff in this. It's one of our larger costing programs in finance. But I did think about that, there's the possibility of allocating one of our senior accountants. She's a CIP accountant, that possibly a portion of her personnel costs could go over to the water and sewer fund, since about 30% of what she works on as far as projects are water and sewer and drainage projects. And that the personnel cost with benefits is about $66,000. So that would save about $28,000 to the general fund if we chose to do that.
I mean, Wendy, that just sounds like it's an allocation error that needs to be fixed, right?
Well, her entire, she does go over to in PBB, yes, she does allocate her time over to the CIP projects, but as far as budget, where her actual cost hit in our general ledger and in our financial statements, it all hits the general fund.
I understand, but if you're extending your process of how you manage that interfund wise, it sounds like it's just a mistake in your current process that needs to be fixed.
How about we say it this way? PBB has helped us identify this as a possible option rather than the fact that it was an actual error.
Right. I work on things that are...
Don't pick apart my words. All I'm saying is how you allocate costs. Is this inconsistent with how you allocate other costs? If it is, fix it. If it isn't.
There are a lot of internal services that actually do work for other funds other than the general fund. So, we could do that for several positions in reality in the GL, but we don't.
Well, I would stay consistent with how you do it. not just because this one category. However you're doing it across the board, I would just stay consistent with that. It doesn't
So
change.
we've identified it to evaluate and to
Yes.
work on.
Okay.
All right, on to the next topic. Intergovernmental affairs.
That was me. I just didn't know what it was comprised of.
Robert?
And it was the budget team as well. So that was one of the programs where two of us had identified. Yeah, so that's a $268,000 program. A total of 1.25 FTE is assigned to that. The majority of that is personnel costs. There's some minor costs, which looks like it's probably just overhead for the personnel. So this is Rowlett's federal, state, and regional legislative agenda. This is developing it, analyzing all the research, deciding what positions to be presented, and whatnot, soliciting and managing any necessary consultant contracts. And I believe the reason the budget team brought this forward was to see if perhaps there was more consultant work that could be done instead of staff time, or maybe the staff time could be offloaded and replaced perhaps more efficiently with some outside services in regards to the legislative agenda.
So similar to legislative governance, this is primarily staff allocation and overhead for the amount of time that we spend on these topics, such as the season coming up.
Are the fees we pay to our governmental agencies also in this item? Like we pay
TML.
Yeah, we pay TML, we pay Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition, we pay, there's a whole list of fees we pay. We took out Text 21 last year.
Text 21.
No, those fees are not in here. This is just the costs for staff to analyze and prepare, collect the information to prepare Rowlett's essentially legislative agenda.
Okay. Well, historically, we've looked at those organizations that we're paying annual fees to and made budget decisions. And I think we need to do that this year to make sure we're not doing something we shouldn't be doing in this very tight budget environment.
Yeah. So Robert, I know we're going to go through a few more, but it would be good at some point to know what program those memberships and dues were put into.
And to review those memberships and dues.
Okay.
And for the budget team's information, the Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition cut the annual fees in half for the upcoming year in light of budget restrictions and difficulties cities are going to have. I don't know if there'll be other organizations that'll do that, but that's one fee that will be cut in half. It's pretty small dollars, but I think we need to look at that entire list and make sure we're still wanting to contribute to those organizations that we're currently doing.
I'm a little confused at the personnel costs. If we're having to prepare trying to figure out the language here. Whenever we go to Austin, the legislative issues, that only happens every other year. So I'm confused why we allocate that funding for personnel in there. Can you speak to that a little more?
I'm going to assume, Robert, that this is, I mean, we have year-round stuff that we also do. For example, you know, with the North Texas Central Mayors Association, North Texas Commission. I mean, if you start looking at, I can't remember the one I was thinking like on the police department, but pretty much every department has, to the mayor's point a little while ago, memberships and associations that we meet with on a regular basis, we go to, so it still takes up part of our time. I think what you're pointing out is that that there's a spike every other year due to the Texas legislative process, but every year there's a certain amount of cost we're still spending just doing the research, doing the analysis. And quite frankly, in the year after they make all their changes, we're still reacting to them. So I think that's all that is, Blake.
Yeah, I just the description was, just only spoke to the legislative agenda. So knowing that it's not just that it's all the other programs and organizations that we're part of, makes more sense.
What is it currently titled?
Intergovernmental affairs.
I mean, I think all the membership fees should be in there.
Yeah, that's why I was asking Robert to find out where they are, because I think that was a good point.
Yeah.
I'm going to locate those fees and find out the total amount of them, and then we'll look at that.
Okay. All right, Laura, slide again. We went over server management, employee relations. I think that actually came from you, Richard.
It did. So when we were asked to provide those items in the very lowest quartiles, it seemed that it was something that could be up for discussion, because it's kind of one of those things that can't go away. Even if it didn't exist, HR employees, which this is allocated across all of them, are always providing guidance to department heads, senior staff, employees about everything from what's in the handbook to how am I going to be compliant with my health coverage, wellness program, and so forth. But it had to be valued somewhere, and it just ended up in the lowest quartile.
But so in terms of what we might do with it, what are you kind of thinking we would look at?
So in this particular case, I'm not sure it could change. I just wanted to make sure it's a good example of where, as you go through the valuing process, it doesn't exactly directly align with the strategic plan, but it has to almost be there. There's almost no way it can go away, like providing legal services and so forth. We're always going to be providing guidance to employees.
So it's okay, but
and the main things that I provided that were the money parts didn't end up on this list. The health coverage stuff, the wellness stuff.
All right, Laura, next item. Fleet asset management. And I know at one point, Paul, we were also talking about that enterprise program. You want to speak to this, or would that be Gary?
Well, I can first, and Gary may have some comments as well. We are looking at that. We're trying to dial in some numbers right now on the maintenance aspect to really get a good indication as far as if we did go to the enterprise fleet management, would it save us some maintenance cost as well? So David, who's over that, is getting information for it to enterprise right now. And Gary, I believe that was the only, I'm sorry, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say, when we originally looked at the program with Enterprise, primarily it's a program that would help us keep a lower average life of our vehicles, which would also then improve maintenance because you're not having to spend as much time on repairs of older vehicles. But can you remember that number that they told us we could possibly save over a 10-year period?
Brian, it was just over $1 million over a 10-year period.
So it definitely is worth it for us to bring that back to council.
Oh, yes, it definitely is.
I have a question. Trying to remember. Oh, did we put out an RFQ for that program to try and see if there's any competitive companies that are interested in bidding on that?
We did not, and honestly, Blake, they're really probably the only company out there that at this level can do something like that. They've got such tremendous buying power and are so good at fleet management. There's really not anybody else out there that could compete with them.
But from a legal perspective, we would either need to piggyback with another city that's doing this, and there are multiple cities that are,
Yes.
Or we would have to bid it, and that might be the only company that would apply. But I think when Paul first brought this to me, that's where we thought we would head with it, is piggybacking on with another city that's done this.
Yeah, that's correct. And I've had experience with the program before, and since the last experience I had with them, they've improved it immensely, and it's even better than it was before. So as long as we can nail down some of those numbers and feel comfortable, yeah, we'd be ready to bring that back.
All right, Laura, next page. Sorry, Martha, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Paul, is that going to happen by the time we finalize this budget?
Oh yeah, that's certainly the intent, to make sure we have that information, so we would be able to do that.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, Laura, next one. Fire fleet maintenance management. Let's see, I can't remember who brought this up. It might have been us, Robert, but let's see. Chief, you want to briefly touch on what this is about?
Yeah, we have to outsource our maintenance because it has to have a emergency vehicle technician that's certified to work on all the fire truck pieces of it. So we outsource this. And our fleet, as it gets older and we run more, you know, our call volumes went up drastically over the past few years from when we weren't running, and our replacement schedule and stuff was 10 years. So it's one of those things that, you know, we're going to have to continue to keep our fleet running. And there's a pretty good expense associated with that. And try to make sure we maintain our replacement schedule so that we can reduce some of these maintenance costs. But that's basically what fire fleet management is.
And then, Chief, if I remember right, though, you have a significant staff allocation on this too, because of all the work that they do on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, that's part of the allocation, and we have primarily one FTE assigned that manages the fleet. I think we had 412 fleet tickets in one physical year last year. I believe that's the number that sticks in my mind. So you can see there's things going on all the time with the fleet. So little things break down, things happen, major things happen they're unexpected. I mean, just like the other day, we broke a front leaf spring on one of the trucks. That's a pretty huge expense, a huge repair to get it done. And it takes a special group to do it.
So, Chief, are you saying that that we have to outsource that because of the specialized training that's needed to be able to do those repairs?
Yes, ma'am. They have to be certified emergency vehicle technicians to work on the trucks.
Have we looked at hiring a person that's certified and trying to do it in-house?
We have kind of looked at it. We've never really brought it forth to city management or to council. We've talked about it in-house. But you're looking at probably to get a good technician a salary somewhere in the $75,000 to $80,000 range, because it is such a specialized thing. So you'd have your salary plus your parts, plus we got to have a place for them to work on it. We don't have a facility in the city. I mean, they could probably get by in the fire stations, but I mean, that's the way I did it in a past life until we got a facility built. But, you know, it's a huge undertaking either way you do it.
Sure. I just wondered if we were getting to the point that we had enough equipment and enough tickets that would be worth visiting.
We can visit that and try to bring some information back to council in the future.
And Martha, just so you know, when we've talked about facility assessment in the past, I think part of where, you know, depending on which facilities need to be worked first, you know, at some point we need to move public works and they need a bigger facility. And that might be an opportunity at that time to expand our fleet services, where you would actually have a facility where the fire department could actually bring a fire truck into it and be serviced, which right now we don't have.
Yeah, one of the reasons I was wondering too is I understand the staff allocation that is required when you have to take it off site or take it to another facility. And not only are we doing without that piece of equipment, but we also have personnel tied up doing that.
And some of that staff allocation is our morning daily checks that we do on these trucks, because we go through them every day and check everything. We run the pumps first thing in the morning. You check all the fluids every morning. We do things. A driver should spend an hour to an hour and a half at a minimum checking his truck out every morning.
Yeah, and that's not going to change, I'm sure.
No.
One other thing, guys, that's in that number too is also our capital leases for the fire engines and the medic units. And I think that's 300 or almost 400,000 a year, somewhere in that range. Let's see, let's go to the next one. And I think it's related as well.
It was on the list by the budget team for Paul's discussion about the enterprise option.
Okay, so all of that together was one big thing. Okay. Robert, was that the last slide, or do we have another one?
That was the last slide.
Excellent. Okay, then let me ask this, Mayor. So at this point, we would move back to the 3 budget scenarios in the other presentation. I know we have an hour left. Do we want to take just a real quick break, or do you want to push through?
I think we should take a 5-minute break. I think everybody needs to stand up and.
Okay,
So
good
let's
deal.
take 5 and come back.
Thank you. All right, Laura, pull back up our deal, and I think it's maybe the next slide. Okay, that one, thank you. So council, as you know, now that we've kind of gone through PBB, let's kind of return to our original list and understand the slide that you're looking at shows all 3 options or all 3 scenarios. And remember, we absolutely can develop a blended strategy as well, mixed around any of these options. The other thing is that now that we've had, by my recollection, about 4 pages of notes of the other programs, I know that there were times that council expressed strong inclination of not cutting certain programs, but we can't get to a $1.6 million shortfall without doing something. So at this point, what I would like to know is, from council is, you know, we kind of mentioned, I know one was like eliminate the liquor transfer from ED, removing that from the list, and I understand why. So what else would you like to see change? What do you want removed off this list that you're absolutely adamant about that we are going to do come heck or high water? And maybe what other things that we discussed earlier would you like to maybe pull back into this discussion that could add to it? So I will, you know, I think I heard some pretty good consensus that we would be willing to consider a 10-year bond program for some of the capital stuff, but what other kind of things should we talk about?
Well, I'll jump in real quick for the KRB allocation.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I don't want to go to line items quite yet, Martha. I'm sorry. I thought I was talking, but I was muted. Can I make a recommendation that we go to the bridge and please, if you don't like this recommendation, tell me. Can we go to the bridge option column and then just go line by line? Because I did hear some support when I mentioned the bridge option before.
And I do like the bridge option.
I mean, we can blend it, we can adjust it, but the bridge option is putting a lot of this stuff back in, including the baseball, which I think you told me it wasn't, but it is putting it back in. Are y'all okay with the approach of just using the bridge column and going down the list one by one? I'm not seeing anybody shaking their head yes or no, so.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Well, let's start with
Let's
just
see,
that then.
let's see if anybody is not. Are you guys okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a fine place to start.
We got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you got my okay on it.
Okay, sorry. So if I understand this right, Brian, the bridge option is not eliminating youth baseball.
That's right, Mayor. So because under the youth, under the bridge options, is that we would take some of the more traditional things, like if we freeze travel next year, that we modify our strategy related to vehicle replacement. In other words, there's still going to be a transfer to repurchase vehicles. It's just that we were going to increase that strategy this year because some of the capital leases have dropped off. And then there was the net savings we think we're going to generate this year, which quite frankly may even be more than the 700,000, but we're still sticking to that as the least amount we would expect to have this year. So having said that, that then allows us to restore some things up here, like not to reduce the library programs. And understand, and you made a good point earlier, I don't remember who made it, but we still may not be able to run some of those programs while we're still in this COVID crisis, but there could be at some point when we go beyond that, that those programs will be restored. So there's also the possibility of reducing the cost of some programs for a period of time and then reinstate those once those programs are reinstated. Having said that, then there would still be a discussion about the arts program, and maybe I'll pause with that first one, Mayor, because under the bridge option, we would still suggest that we consider that.
I just want to go through it line by line, Brian, now that we've been through
I
all.
thought that's what I was doing. I was getting to the ones affecting by the bridge options, sorry.
But we may not agree with your
Okay.
decisions on that option. So
All right.
that's why
So
I started with
youth baseball.
That's why I started with youth baseball.
All right, my apologies.
So council, I'm going to manage this discussion a little bit. Please speak up because I can't see if you're raising your hand. So under the bridge option, youth baseball would not be eliminated. Does anybody want to discuss that further? The rec center hours would not be reduced. We would not eliminate children's programs with the library. We would not eliminate family programs or teen programs with the library. I'll pause there. Anybody want to mention anything? The proposal by staff and Brian would be to eliminate the one-time annual $40,000 allocation for public artwork, but not eliminate the maintenance. And certainly this could be brought back in the following year. We actually did not have that in the budget this last year because there already was a $40,000 carryover, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that carryover is still there. I wanted to ask Brian if we knew the status of the sidewalk art grant.
We do, Martha. We did not get that grant. We were notified, I guess while I was on vacation, it came in. And then I did notify the Arts and Humanities Commission, but we did not get that grant.
Okay.
Bummer. That'd been a good project. So so we think there's 40,000 still out there. Is that correct?
Yeah. So what we did, Mayor, is that at least at this stage, I haven't brought you the proposed budget yet, but we restored that back as our starting point. So right now it's still in our calculations that gets us to the 1.6 million.
Okay, so this 40,000 would be the following year's allocation.
Yeah, 2021.
And we would have to eliminate that in this budget proposal.
To help make up the 1.6 million if that was an option we pick.
Right. Everybody okay with that for right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
We would not reduce our community partnership support, which I don't remember what that is even anymore.
Keep Rowlett Beautiful, Mayor, CERT, and Chamber.
Okay, we would not reduce our support of those programs. I'm just pausing for a second, everyone, to see if anybody speaks up. We would continue to defer hiring our internal auditor. We would not reduce our legislative governance allocation, whatever that 10,000 is. We would not, we would reduce community education. This is 50,000. This is one I'd like to consider that we leave in, because when you go to the bottom on the second page of the bridge options, you still have a $500,000 overage. So
that's correct, Mayor. I wanted to over-identify programs for discussion and not paint you guys into a corner.
My proposal would be not to eliminate this, and that would cause us to have a $450,000 excess instead of a 500. But I would please welcome comments from council.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I would recommend keeping that one.
Brian, does that include all three academies, fire, police, and city? And
It does.
actually four, and the employee academy as well?
Yes, I'm trying to remember if the employee academy, I think, is budgeted in a different program. And that was not proposed to be cut, Whitney. So we would still be able to do the employee academy under the bridge strategy. I think the only one, and Neil, you may have to help me, the only one that, well, maybe I'm just asking, is the fire academy, would the fire academy be done next year if we don't cut this also? I know the Citizen Academy would.
Yes, the fire academy would be done next year if we don't cut this.
So yes, all your academies would be done, Whitney. Not yours, but all the academies.
What are the school resources? What does that include?
There's some identified programs that we go into the schools and provide. You know, we went through some of those with Neil's analysis earlier. I can't remember the exact list, but there was several of them.
It would be something like our clown program that we try to do at the schools.
The smokehouse.
Yes.
Those kind of things.
Yeah,
Okay.
some of these programs, if you end up having to go online for some of them, or if the school programs are done online, there's probably going to be some savings from that too.
So do we want to maintain this and take this off the list as a cut program?
Yeah, let's leave it in.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm moving on unless somebody stops me. Reduce community events. I'm thinking that 50,000 is touch a truck.
Yeah, and Mayor, that's to reduce one event, and we kind of gave as an example the touch a truck. So we would not cut the memorial service, the ceremony, but we would cut the other event that we do.
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine.
All right. We would not, I'm sorry, did you want to say something? Okay. We would not reduce our safety wellness program. I'm really confused by the next one because I think I heard, help me with the next one.
Hey, Mayor, this was the one where we were saying that if we increased the co-pays for our employee insurance, then that would save us about $90,000. And given the conversation, I mean, I know that's not real popular. I would not want to do it, obviously, if we had to increase the premium. Right now, it looks like we will not have to increase the premium this year, which is kind of a rare event, but really good when you're not going to be providing raises.
But
And
again, we've got 450,000 surplus. So if we take this off the list, then we have 350,000 surplus.
I would.
Yeah, I
like
recommend that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody good?
I'm good.
Okay, we would continue to transfer the liquor tax to economic development.
Mm-hmm.
We would eliminate the low cost vaccination services. Are we even allowed? I guess we're allowed to do that.
We don't, it's not compulsory. But what we don't know if it's income based already. And so we would suspect it is.
It is income based. I just looked it up online while we were talking about it.
Okay.
I'm not so sure we should do this.
I agree with
that's
that.
one you probably need to keep.
Especially since it's income based, that kind of makes the decision for me. I think we should leave it in there.
So now we're at a 300,000 excess.
Yeah.
That's good. That's why we have excess, right, Brian?
Yes, ma'am.
Is everybody
Well,
okay?
till we put it up for decision, because doesn't the county offer that also, this particular program?
I think that is how the county offers that program, is our allocation to it, Pam, but I could be wrong.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I think the county does that.
I know this is a direct payment we make though for that, and it's done at the clinic that the city of Garland runs.
Maybe we can just ask Manol to find a little bit more information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, she's still there.
No, I wonder if there's any grant funds available for that, since it has to do with animals and middle to lower income.
That's
I know CDBG probably won't cover that, but I'm wondering if there's not something else out there that we could look for. And since we have a new grant person on staff, maybe they could, kind of look for us and see what we can find.
That one's people. Whitney.
This one's people.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I guess we're animals.
Yeah, basically.
But your point is well taken. What do we have in this budget for grants?
Mm-hmm.
Brian?
Yeah.
Say that again, Mayor. What do we have in this budget for? We have a full-time grant officer. Is that, if that's what you're asking me?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In your budget, you're going to present to us in a little bit. What have you factored into as a result of obtaining grants? Just, you don't have to answer it now.
Yes, I will tell you this at this point, Mayor, since we have not finished our proposal, but we do not have a dollar amount identified yet.
And I'm saying we'll
We
be
should.
looking. We'll be looking for that.
Okay, all right.
Please put it on a list.
All right.
Okay, we would not reduce our assistance center, or I would say it differently. We would not reduce dollars in that department.
Mm-mm.
Whether Manol wants to allocate those dollars some other way, I would leave that to you all.
Yep.
We would not reduce the plan review dollars. All right, the sidewalk program. Let's have a discussion, folks.
I like your idea, Tammy. I like
income based.
Make that income based.
Mm-hmm.
We've needed to do that for a long time.
I think that's when you could probably also look for maybe some grants for.
That's what I was going to say. Is there any CDBG money that's available for that?
If we make it income based, we could well, I don't know. We'd have to look at the region, the areas, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's local.
Geographical.
Yeah, geographical. Well, that's another thing for Manal to look at.
So are we saying we want to keep this in the budget or eliminate it next year?
I think we could cut it in half and make it income based.
I think you eliminate it and you look for grant dollars to do it and still do it as income based.
Well, and remember, one suggestion by Gary that we had talked about before is maybe even moving this kind of a program into our bond program, and we might even be able to increase funding for it.
Well, that's a thought.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable if we could do that.
I have a problem bonding money for costs that residents are supposed to bear.
Okay, good point.
I agree.
Sure.
This is a community service, just like vaccinations are, just like all those other things are, and we shouldn't be bonding those.
No, because that means everybody be paying for that.
Yes.
Well, if we make it if we make it income based, then I think you're going to eliminate probably half of the demand that we see on that every year. I don't know. What do you think, Tammy?
Yeah, and then you can pull it out of CDBG.
Yeah.
I think you take it out. I think you take it out of the budget and you ask Gary to revamp the program.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So it stays as a reduction on this column.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, eliminate construction crew and move asphalt to bond programs. Those are two, Gary, that you said you could move to the bond, correct?
That's correct.
Is everybody okay?
I don't see the alleys on there. Can't we put the alleys on there too and put that in there?
We could, and I'm going to have to take responsibility for this so that I don't get Gary in trouble. Gary had originally identified alleys, but remember, guys, we also have that pavement maintenance fee that we charge our public for, and that's a lot of what we're using for alleys. So, but the logic still applied. So I thought it would be better to use the asphalt rehab program for that purpose. And I did not get a chance to tell that to Gary. So my apologies, guys. I screwed that one up.
What does that mean to all this?
Well, what it means is, in my mind, I'm not, I would say, I understand that the pavement maintenance fee is for pavement. I'm just saying that we're using it kind of for alleys. And I'm saying I would not, well, I guess what I'm saying is that we could include some of the alley dollars. I just think that I don't want to get out of sync with the fee that we're already charging.
Well, the fee we're charging, we have to put back in the year we're charging it. We can,
That's correct. That's correct.
but I still don't understand what your comments mean relating to this piece of paper.
Yeah,
It's not on the list. It's not on the list.
So
What's
on
not on the list?
alleys.
Alleys is not on this list, and I was saying that in my mind, I'm using, well, okay, I'm just gonna say in my mind, the thing between these two ears, I'm using the pavement maintenance fee to help pay for our alley improvements in this fund.
I don't understand. How much are we bringing in and how much are we preserving and how much are we using out of CIP? Because the amount in CIP that's not from the fee could be on this piece of paper and be put into a 10-year bond.
And on the other list, I thought that was like 80,000.
No, I think it was 250, but
Yeah, I thought it was 250.
I'm a little concerned with moving asphalt rehab to bond program since that's a maintenance cost.
Well, there's a good point.
Well, remember, guys, the money that's in these programs, these are not pothole dollars. Those are in the general fund. This is more capital maintenance. It's
it is technically pothole dollars because we have to redo the asphalt because of potholes.
I'm just saying, that it extends the life of the roadway 7 to 10 years, which could make this a bondable program, not a 20-year bond, but it could make it a 7 or 10-year bond.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with that because we do have so many hospitals in the city that need maintenance dollars allocated to them. So yeah, I wouldn't know if I'd recommend pushing that to bond.
Okay. Other thoughts, council?
I don't understand what the numbers are. So it's hard
Okay.
for me, to give an opinion on this. If we're extending the life of our roads through general fund dollars by 7 to 10 years, by general fund dollars that are not obtained from the fee we're collecting from our residents, then that portion I think we can consider bonding. But I don't know what these numbers are, and I don't know what the alley 250,000 is. So I think we need more information.
What we have on average coming in from the pavement maintenance fee that goes into the cash CIP, what Brian is referring to that helps fund the alley replacements, is about $800,000 a year in revenue.
And we use that on in our capital maintenance fund for alleys and for concrete replacement.
And those two combined in the fiscal year 21 budget are $855,000.
Say that again. I did, Wendy, I missed that.
Those two projects combined in the fiscal year 21 proposed budget or proposed schedule are total $855,000. Those two projects.
Can we get a list of the asphalt rehab projects that we are scheduled to do annually? I'd like to see that.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
And to make this even a little bit more confusing, eliminate the construction crew as personnel costs. We shouldn't be bonding personnel costs.
No, but Mayor, what we would say is instead of our guys doing it, we would apply these dollars to bonded projects, either street rehab or alley improvements or wherever it is that our people would have done. We would use those for projects that we could bond for that 7 or 10 year period. What you're doing is you're not spending cash on it, is my point.
What does our construction crew do right now?
That was the thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gary.
Do spot alley repairs. So if you have an alley that's 80% good, it just needs a couple of panel replacements. It's more efficient and more cost effective for our crews to go in there and replace those small panels. But obviously the total alley rehabilitation program, those you see the economies of scale savings there. So it's really hard to get someone to do the small repairs.
So in essence, what this proposes to do is use contractors for those alley panel replacements instead of using employee personnel.
Yeah, but if we could save money by doing it with in-house, then obviously we'd want to use the construction crew.
But just a couple of points. First off, we have not been able to fully staff that function for really since it was added to the budget as an efficiency measure. So I want to say that first. Part of it is because when Gary has been able to hire staff, he's moved them to operations because he's been shorthanded in that area. The idea behind this was, as long as we had our operations people, then this could be an extra crew, then that could do these projects more efficiently. We're assuming that we would do it more efficiently. If you have a crew always working on these projects, you probably could do that. If you don't, and you're always shorthanded, you may be better off contracting this out. And these are the kind of improvements that could extend the life of the asset 7 to 10 years at least at a minimum, and therefore it would be worth considering shifting those resources to bond programs.
So was this, the construction crew, was this essentially added to the budget to bring on more people to make that crew complete?
At the time it was, Matt. This was about 3 or 4 years ago, I think, when we first added this program. So it's clearly in our proposed budget.
But we already said that we're not, but you already said that you included in this budget no new hires, so I'm
No,
lost
well,
if we don't have a full
they're
crew.
existing positions. What I mean by new hires is on top of that. So let me clarify the strategy of moving it to bond funds. So whether it's this one or alley improvements and not asphalt rehab, but it's something different. The idea behind this is that we would have a 20-year bond program, but we could also have a shorter term bond program for capital costs that are not necessarily going to last 20 years. And so there are things that our capital maintenance fund does. You fix a pothole and you may only fix it for a few weeks or months. You replace a concrete panel, in a street, and that might last you 10 or 15 years. So the idea behind this is that, and Senate Bill 2 kind of is where it drives us doing this, is that we're shifting more of our cash funded programs into bonded programs where our public actually could vote for those if we want to do that. But they can't be 20-year bond programs.
I think we understand that. I don't understand the dollars and the specific use of funds for the next year. So, I mean, to Blake's point.
Let me ask it this way. Are we good with the idea, for today at least, are we good with the idea that there could be some capital project funds that extend the life of these assets, say 7 to 10 years, that we could shift some of that to a bond program?
I'm okay with that. To me, that makes the most logical sense. I don't want to eliminate the construction crew because I think that's a great idea. But if we have positions that it's not filled, then I would say you delay hiring those positions for this. And then where do those numbers bring us out? Is it truly a 250 savings? Like how many of those positions are vacant?
There are 4 budgeted positions for that crew, and currently there's 1 that's filled. And actually, there's only been 1 filled all year.
And what we talked about, Matt, is that 1 could shift to some of the vacancies that Gary has in his operations. And I think we do need to do that.
Yeah, one person doesn't make a crew. And so I don't think we're going to be able to get a whole lot done for panel type replacements with just 1 person. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I think we leave them as open positions. We just delay the hiring for them. That saves us the 250, and then we take the additional funds beyond what we bring in that we charge, and then and anything that we can put into bonds, and we move that over.
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
So we already contract out the panel replacement, I think. The construction crew, are they also responsible for the pothole filling, Gary? No. Is that right, Gary?
The theory behind the construction crew is to not do potholes. We have dedicated general fund employees doing potholes.
Okay.
The construction crew was designed for the intermediate projects between the small potholes and then the large contractable projects. And we didn't just eliminate the services. We just have to borrow employees that are trimming trees or doing other maintenance in public works, streets, to do those services. So we don't have a crew just dedicated to it. We're having to move people around.
The asphalt, is that the blacktop roads or is that the concrete?
Mm-hmm. It's the blacktop, like Liberty Grove, Big A, Hickox.
That's about a 5-year. That probably lasts about 5 years. So I don't know if I would support pushing that to bond. they only last about 5 years with the soil
Gary
over
thinks that
here.
they last longer.
So it depends on traffic. A lot of construction traffic. If you have like Liberty Grove gets a lot of traffic, a lot of heavy traffic. It's a route to the dump, even though it's not a no truck road. We still can't catch everyone doing it. If you look at Shaw, for instance, that would last 15 to 20 years maybe, because there's don't have the heavy truck traffic. It's feeding George Bush. So it really depends on the location.
So maybe instead of moving all of it to the bond, we figure out the roadways that require more maintenance or quicker, and we keep that in the capital general fund. Because, you know, like Miller Road, that was done maybe 4 years ago. It is already so overdue for replacement. Liberty Grove is starting to see some dips in there, already needs some patching. So I think some of the roads should not be bonded. I think some of them should be maintenance dollars for the blacktop roads.
Okay, good point. Very good point. Any other comments?
Back to the alleys, I think we need to know what's in the budget for alley repair compared to the fees we're bringing in.
Wendy, I've got the adopted budget for this year for 2021. And what I'm showing is alley improvements of 250,000 and then alley panel replacement of 405,000. So almost 700,000 there.
The alley panel replacements are concrete. We do alley repairs temporary with asphalt while they're on the list. Say they're going to be on the 50-50, I mean the top 50 alley program in the next 2 or 3 years. Then we'll replace a section with asphalt. So it's a strategy that we have. It depends on the construction time for the permanent repair versus the quality of life of the alley at the moment. So if you think of alley repairs, that program is concrete and has a long life.
Okay, but my point is we can't be charging fees to our residents and then bonding some of that cost.
Well, also, Brian, look at your budget book on that same schedule. There's also alley project that's up funded by CDBG because we shifted money through CDBG. So there's an additional 200,000 for alley projects on top of those other 2 projects.
There's also 600,000 for concrete pavement repair. So Mayor, on alleys and streets in our capital maintenance fund, we're spending well over $1 million a year. Maybe even close to $1.5 million.
And so we're bringing in 855.
About 800.
So we're definitely spending everything that we're bringing in, then some.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but we're looking at putting 250 plus 360 back in. And
to your point, Mayor, we can't push over enough into the bond program that would come out of the fees.
Yeah, this needs to be taken offline and looked at in more detail.
Absolutely.
I think, do we have consensus that we're fine if it's capital improvements that extend the life commensurate with the bond and that it's not from the fees collected? Does anybody have any issues with that?
Nope, I'm good with that.
Good.
Can you clarify that again? Can you say that again?
Bottom line, we need more detail analysis, but conceptually, the fees that we're bringing in need to be spent in the year they're brought in.
Yes.
Conceptually, we should only bond those things that improve the life commensurate with the bond life.
Yes, I agree with that.
I think that's what I said.
Yeah, you did. I just had to hear it again. Sorry.
No, I know. I was trying to remember if I said a third point, but I don't think I did.
I second that, Mayor.
Anybody else?
You don't get to second that, Brian.
Yeah,
I know.
So I think you know what conceptually we're comfortable with. We just don't know what that
I
is.
got it, Mayor. We'll do a little more analysis on it and we'll get it figured out.
Okay. All right. So that was a long discussion. Are we going to go back to the list?
Yes.
Patrol services would not be reduced. We would, what was going to be reduced in patrol services? I can't remember.
It was the equivalent, Mayor, of 2 patrol officers.
That's not going to happen, right, Council? I'm sorry.
Well, I have under the effective rate. I mean,
I know.
Okay.
Reduce downtown security. To me, we need to understand where we're going to be with school resource officers and other options here. But I think I'm probably in the minority here on this one.
How we
No,
gonna
you're
know
not.
until school
I think there's
starts?
more work that needs to be done to look at that because especially since downtown security is all inclusive of all the issues we have downtown, not just the library. So I think there's more definition that needs to be around that.
The problem I have with that, Whitney, is we're not doing it right now, and we're not doing it right now because school's not in session. So it feels
That's
like
kind of true.
we're talking out of both sides of our mouth a little bit.
I'd like to see more. I know. I'd like to see more of a plan for managing that both in a school environment and outside of school environment, because I think we'll know more by the end of the month. This week, GISD parents are being given a choice of whether they do distance learning or in school. So by the end of the month, I think Chief will be able to get firm numbers from GISD as what the population of COIL is going to be. And potentially we could gauge what that looks like and how busy the SRR is going to be. So I would put this on hold. This particular one, I would kind of do a wait and see approach for that.
Any other comments on this before I move on, Council?
I would just say that you hope for the best, but you have to plan for the worst. So GISD says, we're not going to have in-school classes, so we eliminate from the budget. And then they said, oh, wait a minute, we are. And then there you go. That's just, keep it in mind.
There are ways that we can possibly reduce that cost too, either by having an ordinance, doing delivery only between the 3 and 6 p.m. for the library. So yeah, I think let's see what GISD does in the next week, but I think we can revisit this and probably reduce that, but I don't know by how much.
Yeah, I don't neither. Because they take care of all of downtown.
But only when school's in session. I'm going to keep going back to that.
Yeah, right.
All right. Reduce EMS operations would not be reduced in the bridge option. Eliminate community programs would not be eliminated in the bridge option. We would freeze travel for the upcoming year. Anybody have any issues?
No, I think
no.
Does that include our travel to Austin for the legislative?
No, this would be employee travel.
Oh, okay.
Which means only y'all can go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I thought there was going to be conferences and stuff, but I see a lot of the conferences are going to probably be canceled or moved online. So I don't really have a big issue with it this year, but I think training and conferences and travel like that is important for training for staff, and it's good for morale too.
Yeah, and Matt, our strategy behind this was that we're not going to delete the training budget, only the travel portion of it, meaning that staff would seek out more virtual training for this year. But to your point, though, at some point, that is something I will need to restore.
Yeah, because you learn more at a conference talking with your peers from other cities than you do from the speakers, and that's really important. When you work in one city, you can get, very blind. You can get, your blinders on, and you don't always see what's going on in other places. And I always get more out of those conferences, having a beer with, my counterpart in another city than I do listening to the people. So But if they're not going to have them because they're getting canceled, then it doesn't really, they're easy to take out of the budget this year. But, you know, if conferences start going back, having those, we need to make sure that that's in there for them.
Yeah, I agree with that, Matt. And some of those conferences actually have reduced fees too, because they're virtual. And so their cost is reduced considerably to put them on. So we may have some cost savings with that too.
Yeah, and just two other points with this. This is all travel. That does include the city council for the year. But what we also said is that if for some reason there are some positions that we had that to get their certification or maintain their accreditation, they may have to do something. And then if that's the case, then we'll have to pull that from the training budget.
Well, I mean, we may need to look at this. This excludes travel for like U.S. Conference of Mayors, then we don't have any reason to be buying the membership if I can't go to the annual conferences, because again, that's the whole reason, like Matt just said, of going to the conferences.
Right.
So if this includes travel for that, I've got a problem with that because we need to be able to do that.
I agree with that, Tammy. And also, I mean, it's important during a legislative year for us to be able to have some travel to Austin too.
Yeah, we've got to go to Austin.
Yeah, and we have to be able to be represented. That would be nuts not to have that in there.
So again, it's easy for me to if I'm going to cut something, cut it for everybody. But you know, anyway. But that's why we've got to identify it. If we make some adjustments to that, then that lowers the number. But we have some room to make some tweaks.
Okay.
I understand that, Brian. But maybe we just need to, you know, travel is eliminated unless approved by, and there's going to be situations, you know, maybe it's not 175,000, maybe it's 125,000.
Gotcha.
Because there's going to be situations we have to travel.
Yep.
I think I don't understand the next one, so I can't even.
Yeah, Mayor, that's just what that was going to be, was an increase to our vehicle replacement plan because of capital leases that fell off. And what we're saying is that we would not do that next year, but it does mean that we are still contributing to our vehicle replacement fund the same amount we were going to contribute this year.
Can you clarify that renewing capital leases, would that include fire vehicles and police vehicles?
No, we have that in a separate pocket. These are other leases.
Okay, thank you.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I said yes.
Thank you, Pam. And then using our surplus from this year, everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
We still have plenty of fund balance.
Yep.
So Brian, that gets you probably pretty close to zero, especially if you put a couple of those things back in.
Mayor, it does, and actually achieves what I was really hoping for today. You know, again, you know, we're still working on the final proposal, but this is the litmus test for me that was very, very helpful. So my understanding or my belief is council is comfortable with the bridge strategy, and at this point would not want to move to the 3.5%, nor would we want to move back to the effective rate. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know. That's how I started the conversation, but that's unfair. So let's talk about.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah. Let's talk about that, council. Macro discussion.
Brian, and I think you put it at the top of the list, and I don't remember, but at the 3.5%, does that keep the tax rate the same, and then the effective where we are now? What actual tax rate? What are we talking about?
So Matt, if we at the effective rate, it would reduce the tax rate. Right now, we think at least 2.5 cents. It may be a little more, but roughly 2.5 pennies.
Can you go back to that slide?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, 4 or 5 slides up or something like that, Laura.
I'm writing it down, so you can keep talking if you want, though.
Okay. So, so at the 3.5%, it essentially would wipe out the tax reduction to the public. There still might be a small one, but right now we're saying that that's pretty much flush. So
Okay.
a 3.5% increase would keep the same tax rate. Using the effective rate would reduce the tax rate by about 2.5 pennies.
Okay. And you're talking about what with the bridge?
With the bridge, we would not
stay at the
increase the
effective
tax rate, so therefore we still would reduce it by 2.5 pennies.
Okay.
Because we're using other options to balance.
Okay. So
it wasn't this slide, Laura, it's a couple more.
And 2.5 cents.
One more. No, one more there.
And 2.5 cents on our average home value is how much?
So I had that memorized a minute ago, but
Our average home value has gone up, so let's not use old numbers, please.
I thought we were using like 200,000 when we were.
That's way low. That's way low.
I think it's closer to 250.
Yeah, 250.
Yeah.
Matt's house skewed the numbers.
No, that was yours.
so it would be about $50 per year on a $200,000 home. On a $250,000 home,
it's a little bit more than that. You know, and I didn't see, the one thing I did see on that bridge, you know, there wasn't a lot of things that we could add back on versus take off. You know, you could probably preserve some of the overage to keep building up your surpluses. But it kind of goes back to the same thing that I was talking about when we're talking about the Rowlett Community Center in terms of my, again, my thoughts on it all. Is at the 3.5%, if that's essentially a net zero increase and we're able to preserve some services for the city, you know, that's pretty good. A $50, even $100 savings on somebody's tax bill this year is not going to be the difference in them paying their taxes or not paying their taxes. I think the mayor had a good point. Is it's going to be really interesting to see how those tax payments come in and how many defaults that they have. And so I understand that people are stressed and I understand that people are going to have smaller budgets internally and things like that. But even $100 on their overall tax bill is not going to be the difference between them paying their taxes or not paying their taxes, in my opinion. And if that means that we're putting ourselves in a more riskier situation going forward because we're using up, obviously, and we could have put some more of that into our reserve balances, if we could have kept, like, I don't think that we should eliminate the downtown patrols. I just don't. You know, when you talk about where that was coming, yes, it was schools and things like that, but there's also the homeless situation. And obviously, if the library is not as active, maybe that's not as big of an issue. But, you know, to me, that's just kind of where my mind is on that, is that I don't want to raise anybody's taxes, but if we can effectively at 3.5% preserve a little bit more and set us up better in the future, then that's where I think we should be, because by reducing it 2.5 cents is not going to help us set us up more for the future. And eventually we're going to want to bring more people on, which means then we're going to have to raise it 2.5% at some point to get back to where we were. So that's
I completely agree with what you're saying. You know, being the 7th leanest city and the 8th fastest growing city in America in 2019, you know, we have some challenges ahead, and we have to hire, you know, more public safety to keep up with the growth, and, you know, hire more public works officials, and we have more projects, and there's just a lot more things that we have to do at our growth rate. And so, like you said, I wouldn't want to set us up to make it more difficult in the future. And, you know, like you said, if it's about $100 a year on someone's bill, that's not going to make a significant difference for their budget in a year. So I agree that I'd like to consider, you know, maintaining the rate as it is at this point. But I'm obviously willing to listen to what Tammy has to say and others.
Well, keeping the rate the same does increase people's taxes. So please don't use those two terms in the same sentence, because it's just not fair. It's just not accurate. The effective rate.
But Tammy, but the alternate argument to that is if we lower it 2.5 cents, their taxes are probably still going to go up based on what their appraisal of their property is. And so I think if you're going to have both arguments, you got to put both things out there. You know, to really make somebody's property, you have to really look at each individual property and what their rate and what their assessment increase was. And it might be you might have to lower it 5, 6, 7, 10 cents to actually make it so their taxes didn't come up. And we can't do that.
Well, we're not afforded the opportunity to individualize the tax rate to our community. So we have the options of increasing taxes, maintaining taxes, or decreasing taxes. And you can only do that at a total pool. I agree with what you're saying, Matt, but overall, the effective tax rate maintains the taxes for our community as a whole. Effective tax rate plus 3.5% increases the taxes to our community regardless of what happens to the actual tax rate. We had a significant new growth this year, and one of the things I wanted Brian to go over, and I don't know where he's going to do it, is, you know, how much new growth did we have, new taxes from new growth are we anticipating in next year's budget, and how are we utilizing those funds? I will fight till the very last budget meeting to maintain effective tax rate. We've just seen we have an option to do that without increasing the taxes to our community, that we have a very viable option to do that. I agree with you probably that we shouldn't eliminate the downtown patrols, but I want to analyze it a little bit more. And $50,000 was very doable with the bridge option to not eliminate the downtown patrols. I really get frustrated with this whole conversation of, well, it's only $50 to this resident, and it's only $100 to this resident. It is what we have done year after year after year is to continue to increase the amount of taxes that our citizens pay. And this is not the year to do that. I don't care if it's a penny, I don't care if it's 2 pennies. We have to take a stance on if there's an option for us to maintain the budget, to maintain what we need to maintain in our budget and keep the effective tax rate for our community. This is the year to do it. And to say that we're going to, you know, charge our residents $50 more or $100 more because we're going to have to need that 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road, that's a ridiculous reason to increase the taxes to our residents in this year of COVID. We have all kinds of development coming on board. That is why we are optimistic about the future, that there is going to be future tax revenue to be able to cover some of these needs in the future. So this is not the year to be going, oh, it's only $50 or it's only $100. Let's just continue to maintain the current actual tax rate. That is increasing the taxes to our residents. I would absolutely agree with you of maybe going up to 3.5% if I thought we were going to eliminate police officers or we were going to eliminate programs that we would have to eliminate if we didn't have the bridge option. But we have the bridge option. And we just went through the list and we said, we can still cover all those things and maintain the bridge option and stay at the effective tax rate. So what do you need that extra money for?
Well, we took out raises. You know, what does a COLA cost of living increase, you know, add back into the budget? You know, we're saying we need an effective tax rate to bring in the same amount of money as we did last year, but costs go up, you know, and we can budget for those things as much as we can, but costs still go up. And we're doing this at the sake of the folks that work for this city and saying, you know what, you're going to have to not have a pay raise this year or cost of living increase this year because we don't want to pass that that cost on to and they're the servants to the city, the people that live in this city.
Well, I would compare us to most cities out there in the country and in Texas, that if we can save our citizens' jobs and not have staff reductions and layoffs, we're going to be doing very, very well in this economy right now.
Yeah, Tammy, I agree with you. And I think the bridge option is the responsible response to the current situation that we find ourselves in. And Matt, I also understand your reasoning. It's an approach and a decision that I made in my first year on council, because I felt that we had some expenses and some capital improvements that we needed to make that were more important than reducing our tax rate by a couple of pennies. And I actually changed my approach to that the following year and the year after that, because I saw the difference that it made to our citizens. And I so completely agree with Tammy that the fact that we went through this exercise and we're actually able to have a bridge option where we can keep the effective tax rate the same, I think is just the right service to our citizens. And we always want to give our employees raises when we can, but right now we're just trying to keep from having layoffs, which a lot of cities are. And so, you know, we can look at raises again next year, but I don't see that 2.5 cents is going to have any effect on us being able to do raises. So I'm completely in favor of this bridge option.
If we are able to maintain adequate levels of service and hire an additional 6 firefighters through the SAFER grant, then I would support the bridge option, given the reasons that Martha and the mayor have mentioned. I think y'all made very valid points as to why the bridge option is something we should really consider this year.
You know, and I'm just throwing out, you know, I'm always going to play both sides, and I think we have some some further analysis that we need to go through. You know, what we looked at on that list, and how some things could be rearranged in terms of moving some things over into bonds, and you know, if we're able to make all that work and be able to make the bridge work, then I'm definitely for that. But if it means we need to go to 1% and only lower it by 2 pennies as opposed to 2.5 pennies to keep the downtown patrols, or maybe to keep some of those things that may be right there on the line, I would be probably pretty supportive. So, and I don't think we're going to know that. I think we're headed in the right direction. And once we kind of dive a little bit deeper into some of these things that we identified today and find out what that true number is, that what we needed to be at to be able to keep some of those programs, that'll help me make my decision at least.
So I just wanted to throw in another comment here, and that is that today's exercise with PBB was valuable in helping identify efficiencies that can be made to programs from that approach. However, we have not heard from the other side of that, which is the new equipment or revised equipment or other things that the department directors may bring to our attention, including personnel needs that we may want to consider. And we don't have any of that information today. We probably won't have that until we go through our budget meeting. So saying that, you know, whatever option today, you know, effective rate 3.5% bridge, they're all great things. But in my mind, I can't commit to any of that until I see what other needs we have as a city that we may potentially need to be funded. So I don't think today is the end all to end all. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I think we have to see the other side of that equation before we decide which road we're going to go down.
I agree with that, Whitney, but I do think we need to provide direction to staff for the most part on what to do here. But on the other side of that is we haven't seen what other cost savings are available either. You know, we've talked a little bit about overtime. I think we need to look at overtime because there's no reason for us to be running at the same levels of overtime in the police department if we're staffed at 8 more officers than we were the year before. So I think there's things on both sides of that.
Well, I agree with that. I'm not comfortable making a decision today because we haven't seen all of, the department budget presentations. I feel like that's could be putting the cart before the horse and limiting us severely if we decided, okay, staff, go ahead and use the bridge option. And then we see the department presentations and realize, oh, wait, that's not good. We're going to have to reconsider that. So I don't, like what Whitney said, I don't feel comfortable making that decision today.
But to Tammy's point, staff needs direction on the things that we have looked at. I mean, we all know that there's still wood to chop. You know, we've got a lot of work to do and things to look at. But for today's exercise of the things that we have looked at, staff needs direction so they can build from there. So I would just reiterate that at this point, and with the exercise we have gone through today, I am in support of the bridge option.
Brian, you want to talk about department presentations?
So, Mayor, as you know, as this is, to Whitney and Blake's point, you're not making final decisions today. This is a discussion. I need direction before we finalize the budget proposal. There are a lot of things that we're not including in this proposed budget because, quite frankly, we didn't see how the resources would be there. But I have to make that final decision by the charter as to what the proposed budget is, and we will finalize that in the coming weeks. This meeting has been invaluable for me because it's a litmus test again, and I'm pushing up against, where do I push and where do I not push? I'm hearing very clearly about the effective rate, but I will tell you that in terms of the proposed budget, I think your big clash is going to come in. There's a lot of needs out there, and not all of those needs are going to be able to be fit in essentially a flat budget.
So
the proposed budget is where you will see that. But I hear what you're saying, Blake. And one thing I don't mind doing is making sure council sees the entire list before we even get to the budget hearings in August.
So let me clarify. We're not going to see the department presentations that we saw last year that were very valuable. You will not. Why? Not in the same venue. Okay, why is that? Because I don't get why we're not doing that this year, because we're not going to be able to do very much this year at all, but it's good to know the status of our departments and the things that we're going to need in the future, not just because we're going to, it's a possibility that we'll pay for it. It's just knowing, hey, we have some issues here and we have successes over here, and this is the status of our department. Here's what we're going to need in the next 5 years. Here's our strategic plan. That's what I imagine the department presentations being, but now knowing we're not having it, I am totally not happy about that decision at all.
Well, let me say this. What I was envisioning was more of a limited structure for that. It wasn't that we would have eliminated it entirely, but I'm going to bring that question up then to the entire council. I know you felt value in that last year. My question is, do we want to go three hours or 4 hours worth of departmental presentations when you're talking about a very narrow focus of what you're able to do this year? If you do, I will set that up. Otherwise, what I assumed we would do is the proposed budget is that we would talk about it in a more structured format, but not have all the individual presentations in the same thing we did last year.
I think, my personal opinion, I think we have to, in order to make an appropriate decision on the bridge structure or the 3.5%. I couldn't make a decision without seeing that.
Okay. Any other feedback?
I don't need to see it.
I do.
Okay.
I don't need to see it. I think the departments need to, but if there's a majority vote to see it, I don't have a problem seeing it. I'll say it that way. But you know, one of the things I really wanted to avoid this year, and this has been going on for so many years, guys, is we go, okay, here's our revenue base plus 8%. And we can go up to 8% without triggering an election. And that 8% is $850,000. And I'm making up numbers for my point. And then we sit down and we go, okay, here's all the needs. Let's prioritize them and let's add up to the $850,000. And now we have our budget. And we have done that year after year after year after year. And it's gotten us to the point where we're at right now. And our public can't take that this year.
What does that have to do with seeing budget presentations?
Because you're wanting to see what needs are out there to see what we can add up to get to the 3.5%. It's the same thing we've done every single year.
No, last year was the first year we did department presentations.
Every single year we have figured out what the highest priority is. It's just whether Brian has given us a short list or we've looked at a long list from the department heads. It's no different.
2 years ago, we decreased the property tax rate by 2 pennies. I wouldn't say that. And that was...
we still went up to 8%. We still went to the effective rate plus 8%. We figured out what the dollars were that there were, the 8%, and we picked and choose from Brian's list, which was from the department's list, how to get up to the 8%.
Okay, I understand that. I cannot and will not approve any budget at all without having the department presentations. Even at the final meeting, I cannot approve a budget without seeing that. I'm making a hard stance, but that's just how I feel at this point.
For the purpose to, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, but what I think I hear you saying is for the purposes to determine what we're going to pick from to potentially go up to the 3.5%.
No, because I want to know the status of our departments to see where in the future, let's say in 5 years, we're going to need this many people. I want to know what the issues are. I want the departments to know that they're being heard by the council and that we're not ignoring them to make politically expedient decisions. I want to know the problems in this city so that I can make the better decisions as a council member so that we're not in a crap hole in 5 years from now. And that's my point. I cannot consciously make a budget decision without seeing that. I did it my first year on council, and I'll never do it again if I have the choice.
What I'm worried about, and I think what Brian is worried about without me not putting words in, at the risk of me putting words in his mouth, is I need this, I need this, I need this, I need this. And how are we going to say yes?
We don't have to say yes. I mean, most of the thing, 99% of the things we have to say no to, but it's good to know as a council member, it's good to know what the challenges are in our community. We can't just turn a blind eye to it and pretend like the problems don't exist. We have to know the problems so that in future budgets and in future decisions, we can make adequate and appropriate decisions. That's the whole point. It's not to increase the tax rate as much as we can go. It's to know our challenges and our issues and know that our departments are being heard and we understand their concerns and we'll make the best decision for the community that we can make. That's my point.
And I agree with that. We do that every day. We do that day in and day out. But you won't make a decision on effective rate or effective rate at plus 3.5 until you hear these department presentations.
Yes.
To determine if there's anything in those presentations that you want to increase to 3.5.
If there's something in there that it's like, oh no, that we can't go another year without because it's gonna be way worse next year, or I want to be strategic and selecting the bridge option or the 3.5% option. I really don't want to make a regretful decision like I did my first year on council. I do not want to do that again. I won't do it again, and I won't approve a budget if we don't do that. I will be a no vote on a budget if I can't see that.
What does the rest of council want to do?
I've already told you what I do. I don't need it.
I hear what Blake is saying, and and I think having a yearly update from each of the departments is a good thing, because I do agree, Blake. I want the different departments to know that we're listening and that we can hear them, and to say, hey, what's working and what's not working, and these are. But in terms of, I don't need what I saw last year, which was just essentially a needs assessment, because we're not going to be able to help them with that this year, and next year their needs are going to be completely different, and probably more and maybe different, because they've been able to figure out how to do a workaround from it. But I do hear you, and did really like being able to have some one-on-one with each of the directors and just talk to them and let them talk about their programs and talk about what's working. And it was really, really good dialogue.
That's what I want.
I don't need a laundry list of what their biggest wants are for this year, because even if we did get to the 3.5%, we're still having to cut programming. So there's no way I'm going to be able to buy a new lawnmower for the fields probably this year. That's going to have to wait for another year. So
I agree with that.
That's kind of where I stand on it.
I agree with that. And I'm not saying I want to see a laundry list. I'm saying that I want to understand the challenges that the departments are facing and what we're going to need to expect to do within 5 years, because we are coming up to a point where, with Sapphire Bay opening and other projects around the city, where we need to know this stuff to be strategic in our planning. We have to know this stuff if we're going to be prepared for what's tomorrow and what's next year and what's the year after. And that's my only point for this, is I don't want to be uninformed and be caught off guard by something that happens next year.
Sorry. So you don't necessarily need it for the budget process. You need it from a long-term strategic planning process.
I guess you can say that. I guess you can say that. I'm still a little concerned making the decision with the 3.5% versus the bridge option, even though I am leaning toward the bridge option at this point. But I'm fearful that I would miss something and I would regret it later. I don't want to make a regretful decision like I did my first year on council. I really don't want to do that. So yes, it's more of wanting to see the future, long-term needs, but also I'm just a little concerned making this bridge and option decision without it. I don't know how to alleviate that concern.
And there's a real fine line between, operations and policy and budget. Because we've all just looked at the budget and said, there's not much we're going to be able to do this year. So having those types of reviews potentially can get into an operational area.
I don't agree. I think it's policy and operations.
I said potentially.
Yeah.
It's a fine line. There's a fine line. We all need to understand what's going on, but we also need to make sure we're not managing operationally. So
yeah, I wouldn't say we need to manage it, but we certainly need to know and be strategic in our thinking for the future budgets.
Tammy, we still hadn't heard from Brownie and Martha.
Yep.
I don't mind either way. My question would be, if Blake's concerned about this, my question would be, why wouldn't the department heads have said something if there's a real strategic need out there for them? Why would they sit on that? I think
they don't have a platform to tell that to us. They don't have a platform.
They got my phone number.
That's not how it works.
No, Blake, they've had the platform with me, and I'm going to say this. In our conversation in May, we took the direction that we weren't going to do what we did last year in that regard because we have limited options for this year. But I think
I didn't make that decision.
Today, maybe, no, what I'm hearing today may be a little bit different than what I thought we talked about in May. You still would like, still see value in hearing from the department heads with that dialogue like we did last year, even if it isn't necessarily to go through their want list.
Right. I want to hear their challenges, and I want to hear their future strategies so that we can be strategic in our decision making in the future. That's my whole point.
Which is a different presentation that we had last year.
Last year, I think that covered that for me because you could see all of the challenges that they were facing. But things change on a year-to-year basis. New things happen, new growth.
I just think we can make it more macro and more meaningful and less iterative to a result, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that.
And please don't anybody misunderstand me that I don't want to hear from the department heads. And that's not what I'm saying. I just don't want to sit there and accumulate a list of what is necessary because we don't have enough resources to cover it.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I certainly, again, want to know the challenges that we have in our city and what's going to come in the next 5 years that we need to be prepared for.
You know, and Blake, and I totally agree with what you're saying in terms of, and it's not even department related, but it's an overall, I think it'd be very good conversation just to have a very, very strategic, planning meeting with the entire, council and sit in each of the department heads. Cause, it seems like we've talked about at the golf course, there's some strategy there in terms of how do we, start to plan for the future there. There's some very strategic things that we could talk about in each of these departments that could start, could impact future budgets. And I think that that's fruitful conversation. We could come up with some really great discussion out of that. But for making a decision on this year's budget, I don't know how helpful it would be. So I don't know if what I'm saying is I don't know if that needs to be done before we vote on this year's budget, or if that could be something that we could do later.
I would want to make sure it's done before this year's budget approval in September.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear everyone's perspective on it. I think maybe Blake, for me, the most relatable thing for me is the first year that I served on the bond committee. And when you look at all the capital needs compared to the capacity or the funding that the city has to be able to meet those needs. And it was just incredibly overwhelming because you have $200 million worth of needs and you have $25 million to spend. And so you have to make some decisions based on that. So, I think to the mayor's point, she's saying, for comparison, we have $200 million worth of needs. We know that we have that. We only have $25 million to spend in this budget, and we've got to make some budget decisions. So I understand that, and I understand wanting to hear from the department heads and see what their long-term needs are. We looked at a 10-year snapshot for the capital needs as a bond committee. So, that's a good exercise to go through. But, I think what Tammy is trying to say is that, let's find a way that we can focus on the needs and the amount of funding that we have to spend in this year. So I certainly don't mind hearing from the department heads and would welcome going through the kind of exercise that you're talking about. To Matt's point, there's not a single department that would not benefit from that kind of discussion for long range planning. And so, I want you to feel comfortable with the decisions that you're making, but I don't know that looking at the whole laundry list at this time is just the way to do that.
Yeah, and my point isn't to look at it to say, all right, let's scratch this off the list and that and that and that. I want reality to hit in and look at this and say, this is what we have to do in 5 years. And if we don't do these things, we're going to be in trouble. So I just don't want to put us in a situation where we're in the dark, not purposely, but just we're not being updated about this stuff. And then, in year 3, then we say, okay, we need to spend, $2 million on this because otherwise we're going to have to spend $5 million in a year. So it's just strategy. And so it's not more of looking at a laundry list and marking things off, okay, we got this. It's more of just a sobering, I guess, presentation that says, here's our challenges, here's what we need, here's the things we're doing right, here's the things we're doing wrong, and here's what we're going to need in 5 years. That's all I want to see. And I wouldn't want to see it after the budget approval. I'd want to see it before, not necessarily tomorrow or next month, but before September, or heck, even in September.
If we do that, it probably does need to happen in August so that it can be in line, Blake, with the discussions that we're having on the budget. But I hear you guys, and I think we can achieve that. It wasn't too many years ago that, that during our budget presentations, we would hear from the departments, and then that, over time, how we do it changes. So we can make room for it.
Maybe you can, have some kind of an outline that really helps everybody have a similar type, presentation. And if you think back to what we did with boards and commissions, we did, yes. What did you accomplish last year? What are your 5, I hate putting a number to it, but what are your major accomplishments last year? What do you hope to accomplish this next year? What are your barriers to accomplishing that? And what are your 3 and 5 year plans? And what are your barriers to accomplish that?
Love it. Love it. I said, I love it.
That could be like, a 30 to 45-minute discussion per department, and even shorter for some, and would be very strategic and wouldn't be accumulating a list to get to a result.
I really like that plan. I can get behind that.
All right, we're going to set each one up for 7 a.m. in the morning. All right, I hear you guys. Thank you for that. We'll make that happen. Mayor, at this point, why don't we take a 30-minute break? We have some extra time this afternoon anyway, and let everybody get a bite to eat, and then we'll come back at 1:30. Would that be okay?
That'd be great. Should we sign off or stay on?
What do you think, Laura?
You can stay on and just turn off your video and mute.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We'll see you all at 1:30-ish. So council, we've historically put in on our calendar for this meeting, council governance topics. I've developed a few. We are not limited to these topics. We'll start with these, but please feel free if there's other areas that you want to discuss to please bring them up as we go through this or at the end of this. So we're going to for sure talk about Charter Review Commission, council liaisons, and I got to shrink my window, and council leadership. So we'll go ahead and get started with the Charter Review Commission. We assigned the commission, and that has been determined and communicated to those folks. And the folks that did volunteer that were not selected, that has also been communicated to them with a request for them to please apply for other boards and commission positions. What we haven't done is designate a chair, and we want to also finalize the scope, at least from a macro discussion standpoint. So next slide, please. What the things that we had discussed in our last meeting to make sure we had on the scope was municipal elections in November versus May, review of the council stipend, Do we put an internal auditor position in the charter? Term limits, do we need to do anything with the charter in regards to code of ethics? And then just a general review of the charter. I don't know what you mean by add-ons, Laura, but additional items, I guess we talked about later or something.
These were things that either staff or comments from other council members came on after that initial conversation at the strategic planning session.
Okay, thank you. So a municipal court section review by the judge, Scrivener's review. And then I asked Laura to add this one. We have not discussed this in our last meeting, but we've discussed it before, which is, you know, do we want to look at some type of method to govern by district? And I tried to choose those words carefully because that can take a lot of different forms. So can we get the view of all the council members?
I got a question real quick. What is that script, whatever that, or second one from the bottom?
It's review of issues such as typographical errors or things that aren't substantial corrections.
It's basically the administrative cleanup of the charter.
Okay.
Is that fair, Laura?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That can be done by passing it in ordinance, I think. We put that provision in the charter last time, didn't we?
Correct, but it's just as a review for the Charter Review Commission.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that will be done as the review.
Okay.
You were just letting them know what they're going to be looking at.
So council, do you like that list? Is there anything you want to talk about? Is there anything you want to add or subtract?
I think it's a good list.
Yeah.
Are you all comfortable that I added governance by district to look at? Remember, we said that could take a lot of different forms. It doesn't mean we'd go to districts.
I think to look at, it's fine. Because I think that a review, we reviewed that last time as well. So I think a review again is not going to hurt.
Yeah, it would be good, I think, Tammy, to hear from the community too, from the different people that are going to be on the commission, just to see what the community's feel is regarding that. You know, one of the things that you and I talked about, and we were talking about geographically dividing the city into the 4 quadrants, but then, you know, Sapphire Bay is coming on, and to me that would be an entire district of its own. And you know, do you divide that up, or does the mayor take that? Do you assign the 4 quadrants and have 2 at large? And are those at large people, is that your pro tem and deputy pro tem? So there's lots of, as to Tammy's point, there's lots of ways to divide it up and to talk about it. But I do think it's a good conversation to have and a good exercise to go through.
I mean, even if we don't do something from a legal standpoint, I still want us to do something from a governance standpoint.
Yeah.
You know, I get communications all day long. I don't know who my council person is, so I'm coming to you, Mayor. And I think there's problems governing like that. I think you need to get, I think people need to feel like they have somebody representing them. But there's downside to it too.
A good conversation to have.
So we're good with that list, everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Laura reminded us that last time when we did this, council determined a chair. I assume a vice chair too, but I don't know about that. I think the next slide, okay, here's the people that we have put on the commission. And I asked Laura to determine who on this list has previously served on a charter review commission, and the answer was nobody.
A good thing.
So do you all want to determine a chair and or a vice chair today? We obviously would have to then go to that person and ask them if they're willing to serve in that capacity. Or do you want to manage it a different way?
Let me ask a question real quick of the council. Are y'all aware of Wayne Baxter's condition?
I know he's recovering from COVID.
Yes.
I would remind everyone that this is being recorded.
Yeah, guys, be
With HIPAA, we can't talk about that.
And he posted it on Facebook, or I wouldn't have.
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Bartha.
Is there an issue with letting the committee select those people? Is there a mandate that we have to select it?
In the past, the council has at least designated the chair, and then the commission itself could select the vice chair. But it has been historically that the council selects the chair.
I would be happy to make a suggestion. I have been the liaison for the Arts and Humanities Commission, which is a very busy commission with a lot of items, agenda items every time they meet. Jeff Winget runs a great meeting, and I would feel very comfortable in recommending him for the chair for the Charter Review Commission.
I was going to make the same the recommendation, Martha, so I agree with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would recommend, I have similar experience with Eric. And Eric was chair of CIAB, and he's been very involved in city stuff. So I think he's equally as qualified for that. So maybe
I would support both of those recommendations.
yeah. So maybe we could have Laura go back, or we could reach out to each of them and see what their availability is, right, and whether they want to serve in that capacity or not.
Is Eric still traveling, Whitney? Do you know?
No, he's home based right now. His company's not letting him go back.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also, you could do co-chairs. I'm not sure that works real well. You could make a recommendation that one's chair and one's a vice chair.
I think that'd be better.
Could we make that recommendation and let them fight it out and come back and tell us who's who?
Would council
based on their availability?
Yes, based on their availability.
Would council support both of those recommendations?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would council support Martha and Pam figuring that out as liaisons to this committee with those two individuals?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
I just think you just need to talk to both of them and find out
Yes.
what.
Yeah.
So Martha or Pam, which one of you would like to take that?
That make any difference?
I was going to send an email right now, if that's okay.
Okay, Laura will take it.
Okay, Laura, thank you.
All right, check that box.
And if for some reason one of them is not willing to serve, then the other one is chair, and you can decide the vice chair at your first meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's.
And then you guys need to call a meeting pretty soon because it's going to come quickly here.
Yes, it sure is.
Yep.
So is that you, Laura, doing that, or is that Martha or Pam?
I'll get with everybody.
Okay.
Anything else to talk about with the Charter Review Commission? All right, let's move to the next topic. Just a quick review of the subcommittees and the council liaisons to such. We do this every year at about this time. So these are the committees I got the hiccups. These are the committees we currently have, and I'll just let everybody know I was right on the Government Affairs Committee.
Yes, you were.
I went back and listened to the recording of the March 3rd meeting, and this is what came out of it.
So everybody look at this list. Are we comfortable with the list? We want to talk about ZOAC, and we can do that separately. If I'm using that term correctly, Matt.
One thing, the ethics committee, since that is technically temporary, we are actually ready to put on the agenda in a work session. So when that's complete, then that will not exist anymore, I would assume. So
We can move you right over to something else.
We won't have any ethics anymore.
I'm happy giving up some of my positions, Blake. All right, what else, guys?
if you don't want government affairs, I'll take it. No, I'm joking. You need to be on that.
So,
Fine
Whitney,
where I'm at.
I'm sorry?
So I'm fine where I'm at.
We're going to talk about that separately. Whitney,
I'm fine.
Whitney, can you call a government affairs meeting pretty soon?
Yes.
And I assume you need to coordinate that with Brian.
Yeah, because we'll want him in attendance or someone from CMO. So.
I noticed that there's 2 blank spots for code environmental review. What's going on?
We're going to talk about ZOAC separately.
Okay.
So everybody okay to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. So code, environmental review, ZOAC, whatever we want to call it. I really think it's time we get there.
We were almost there, and then the world blew up. So actually, I just texted Manal and asked her if things had calmed down enough for us to get back to that. So I think we're probably to a position now we can come back around to it.
You keep saying ZOAC. What is that?
Well, it's got a different name. I don't have it pulled up right now, but it's the one that we had talked about that is the environmental. It's going to kind of do environmental and
zoning.
Yeah, not zoning, but like
municipal code.
Yeah,
I think ZOAC was zoning ordinance and development code.
Yeah, zoning ordinance.
There you go. I think that's it.
But we gave it a new name. I just don't have it pulled up. That has environmental in it. But we actually had there is a standing committee that's very similar to this, and we were working with David to make sure all the wording was correct in there. And we were going back and forth, and then everything blew up, and their hours were spent other places. But I think we're to a point now where we can revisit that and get it going again.
So Matt, I see that you're on 4 committees, and we really need you to be running with this new committee. We might want to think about if you could get some help there with some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's fine with me. The ones that are on there though aren't, I think Spirit of Rowlett is good to move that one around, because that was good. I think everybody needs to be on there. So I've been on there a year. Fine going off of that one. Courts governance, I think we've had 1 or 2 meetings. It really hasn't been that big of a deal. On HSC, we didn't meet at all last year.
Nope.
So it's really, in terms of workload, those don't have a lot to them.
Yeah,
well,
they're not.
Government affairs is going to have a big workload coming up, and I think code environmental review is going to have a good workload coming up.
Yeah.
So if we could move a couple people into your code environmental review, maybe from the ethics, and then if we could move some people into Spirit of Rowlett that haven't done that, I think that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to be on the code environmental review.
I have no problem with that at all. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Sure. Someone can have my Spirit of Rowlett if they want it.
Same with me. I've been on it a year.
Hey, Brownie, have you done Spirit?
No.
Can you move over to Spirit?
Yes.
Martha has. Whitney, have you done Spirit yet?
He left.
No, I haven't done Spirit.
Would you like
I have no Spirit.
It's an email. It's an email.
All right.
Blake, do you want to stay on Spirit?
Oh,
Or do you want
okay.
off?
Oh, humor me. Stay on there.
All right, fine.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, so I think what I heard was very high support and overwhelming acceptance from Blake, Whitney, and Brownie.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And then ethics will go away once we have that approved, but it's not gone yet because we're still going to review that.
Right.
Code environmental review will be Matt and Blake. Anybody else want on that?
Well, remember, that's not just a small subcommittee deal. That's going to have a larger group below it. So,
yeah.
But if
I mean,
there's
we
a
don't
group
have
that
to
wants
have,
to, but if there's somebody else that wants to be involved with helping get it all set up over the next couple months, the more the merrier.
yeah, I mean, we don't have to have 3. I was just making sure everybody was comfortable with you and Blake, and if anybody else wanted to be on there. I'll take that as a no.
Can you throw me on there?
Only if you throw him, Laura.
Got it.
Because I may not be able to help it once we start heavy stuff on governmental affairs, but I can help you get set up and help it get moving. I'd like to do that.
I'm sure Matt can use the help. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah. Whitney
Fine
done
with me.
heavy stuff on Spirit of Rowlett too.
Finance, does anybody want off or on? All right, court governance and housing finance. We all good?
Yeah.
Okay, Laura, do you want to summarize?
Oh.
Or you got it?
I've got it. Blake Whitney joined Matt with the code and environmental review process, and Spirit of Rowlett was Brownie, Whitney, and Blake.
And everything else stayed the same. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is there any areas that we need another committee? I don't even want to ask that question. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then the last topic that I had, but we can also have other topics. And Laura, if you could just go to the full screen. So a few months ago, we talked about, council leadership team, and, we changed a few things. We changed that, the minutes for the meetings were going out to all of council. And we talked about at that time that we would look at this again and see if we wanted to revise it further, do away with it, continue with it, change it, etc. So I would like to open this up for discussion and let everybody know that we will be on the second meeting in July, the next council meeting, we will be electing a pro tem and deputy pro tem. We're required to do that before the end of July in accordance with our charter, which is really interesting because the election got moved to November and we're going to be doing a pro tem and deputy pro tem before the election results. I'm not sure we want to put that on the agenda for a charter review item because hopefully this is a once in a lifetime event. However, if for some reason a recommendation is made to move the election to November, then we would have to look at that. So anyway, but the topic at hand is council leadership and how we changed it and what further changes. Should we do away with it? Should we keep it?
So I definitely appreciate getting the reports after the leadership team meetings. I think they're very helpful and they bring a lot of insight for the other council members. There's still some concern with it, but I've thought a lot more about it recently, and I think I'm okay with it at this point. Of course, if it's not useful anymore, either by the mayor or other council members that I'm not sure if it should remain. I would say though that I think that after some time, there should be some, new people on the leadership team if it continues. Not personal at all, just that I think it would be beneficial for the entire council if we do continue to have it, if it would change membership every once in a while, since it has been the same for a minute. So those are just my initial thoughts, but I'd really like to hear other people's thoughts on this.
Blake, and that was one of the things we talked about a couple months ago is do we just, regardless of the pro tem and deputy pro tem, do we just rotate the leadership team?
I think that's a good idea.
I will tell you all, because we've gone to the committee structure, when I became mayor, we set up, before all we had was a leadership team and a finance committee, an audit committee. Mm-hmm. And, I switched it over to the committee structure because I felt like we needed to be in a committee form to get into the details of everything. So a lot of what used to be in the leadership team when I was pro tem and deputy pro tem now is done at the committee level. So I see the need for a leadership team a lot less than when I came on council, however many years ago. But there's positives to it. I don't need a leadership team because when I have a question that is relevant to a topic, I go individually to the particular council person that's the subject matter expert or that has the interest. So the Brian and I talk every day. Brian and I sit down and have meetings, formal meetings regularly. And most of those topics that we're covering on a regular basis, we're duplicating in the leadership team meeting. And I don't need that information again as mayor. But if we don't keep that format and send those minutes out, you all might not know everything that Brian and I are talking about. But I don't know everything Whitney and Brian are talking about. I don't know everything Pam and Brian are talking about. So it's really an interesting question.
I have kind of two ways that I've thought about this. One is that I like the current system in that when Brian sends out those notes, it causes me to interact with him, bad or good or indifferent, to be able to ask questions and get clarifications on things that are happening. So I really like that feedback. If we didn't have that feedback mechanism, I'd want something else so that I was making sure that I'm connected or feeling connected with the system. So what I would propose if we don't have that would be that then Brian, maybe as a standing meeting, would meet with 2 council members per week, and then that would rotate. So every 4 weeks or every 3 weeks, 2 of us would go in and have a 1 hour or 2 hour, however long it needs to be, meeting with Brian to be able to get a download on what's going on. And that would effectively happen, basically once a month. So we'd be able to figure out what are the big hot topics that are going on. And to me, I'm fine with doing either one. I just want to have that interaction so that I feel like I'm part of the loop.
I just hate, I would just hate to increase that workload on Brian. That's tough. You guys
perfectly understand.
I mean, he's running 24/7.
I know, he's busy.
There might be, something in between that. It might be when he and I meet, he does an agenda, I do an agenda. We're covering, I would say, 8 to 10 topics on each person's list.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks, and then we're talking every day, pretty much too. But what if there was a variation of that of after he and I meet every 2 weeks, he just sends out meeting notes, kind of like we were doing with the leadership team.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Tammy, the problem is you talk faster and I can't keep notes. But let me say this, guys, it's been a lot of years, but several cities ago, one thing that the city manager did in that city that I liked, he had what he called a power lunch, and he did exactly what Whitney was suggesting, is that, I can't remember if it was weekly or every other week, he was meeting with 2 different council members. And then over time, everybody just rotates out. And, it's just really good insight, and it's that level of engagement. And, that still, Tammy and I can still meet as often as we need to, because there's just so much going on, the speed of this whole COVID thing and just other issues too. But I think I'm absolutely in favor of that. And I think it could be very valuable.
Well, maybe it's 3 council members, so it's only twice a month, as opposed to 2 council members and it's 3 times a month.
That's fine. That's fine.
I just worry about the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
But other thoughts?
I really like that idea, regardless of whether it's 2 or 3. I like the idea of having a power lunch with Brian. That to me seems to check a lot of boxes on my end. And if we were able to have another two council members join me, then it really does give him a little less time that he has to devote to us, because he's only meeting with a group of us twice a month, so or once a month, right? So with each group. And so I like that idea, Brian. If you're willing to go down that road, I think that's a very fair thing to do. And in my mind, it keeps me in the loop, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, I'm willing.
Let's hear from other council members and kind of get back to the topic at hand. Do we need a leadership team? Do we want to keep it? What's, if so, in what format?
I mean, I think if we're going to do the power lunches, and if you want to share meeting notes twice a month from the conversations that you and Brian have covering various topics, then number one, it would keep us up to speed on what the hot topics are for y'all. And then we're going to have an opportunity, everyone's going to have an opportunity once a month to have a deeper conversation with Brian if needed. And then, if you have questions in the meantime, either something that you generate or something that the meeting notes generate, you can always pick up the phone and call Tammy or Brian, either one. But I don't know. I mean, that to me would cover all the bases.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good to me.
Matt, you've been in leadership meetings for a while. What do you think?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with Martha, and really I think adding all of the different committees has probably alleviated a lot of the need for what the leadership meeting was. And if we're doing those lunches, because really what I found from being in those leadership meetings was it just kept me from asking a lot more questions at council meetings.
Yeah.
Because you just get a little bit of a preview of it, and I'm able to go over some of those questions. And then you remember that first year in work sessions, I had asked 500,000 questions. And then once I got in there, I was able to get some of those lower level questions kind of taken care of, and was able to focus on some other things. So if we're able to have that debrief and just be able to kind of get some of that lower stuff taken care of, and we're all being briefed on it, it'll probably make those work sessions go a little bit smoother, for one. And then two, we're covering the other things in committee. So I'm all for something like that.
I think what I'm hearing, Brownie or Pam, did you have anything else?
I agree.
Blake, did you want to come back?
No, I'm fully supportive of that.
So I think what I'm hearing is once a month you meet with 3, and in the same month you meet with the other 3. And then as we have our bi-weekly formal meetings, you already have an agenda that we talk from, and you can expand on that. And to the extent I have agenda items, you can add it to your agenda. And you can talk from those topics at your monthly power lunches.
I think that's a great idea. The one thing I would add, if we're meeting with everybody every other week like that, I'd rather just do what you just said, Tammy, is just keep the notes and share them during our discussion.
Once a month, I said, not every other week.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to do it okay, I got you.
I mean, if there's a need, I would suggest you start once a month. But you guys think there's a need for twice a month?
Not if we're having lunch with them, because we can probe them, we can ask them questions when we have lunch.
Okay.
And as low as some of that stuff moves, he may be able even to go to like once every other month, where he meets with 1-3 one month and next 3 the next month. So because it does end up being kind of repetitive, to be honest.
Yeah. So let's start with once a month. And what I would suggest, Brian, is that the first 3 are a day or 2 before the first council meeting of the month. And the next 3 are a day or 2 before the second council meeting of the month.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And then if you guys decide bi-monthly is good, you can change to that.
All right. I'll get that on the schedule and make sure everybody knows about it. Blake, you and I can continue to meet every hour. It's fine.
I don't mess with you that much.
Yes, you do.
I do. Well, Brian, you need to tell me to stop.
Brian,
it's not him, it's me.
So what I'm hearing is no need for continuing with a leadership group.
Yeah.
Okay. Disbanded immediately.
Hey, Brian, you mean to have Todd call you now, or is Blake doing okay?
Now let's.
Todd called me this past week, but I was able to answer the question immediately. So at least it wasn't at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not awake at 5 a.m. in the morning. So
I text Blake at early in the morning. He answers me like 5 hours later.
Yep.
I text Martha at 5:30 a.m. and she answers me at 5:31.
I texted Blake yesterday at 9 o'clock in the morning. I said, "Are you awake?" He hasn't responded yet.
Oh.
I forgot about that text. Yeah, I'm not a morning person.
All right. So does that work for everybody? Okay, I think that was the last of the prepared topics. Is there anything else y'all would like to talk about?
Mayor, we also had a list of the memberships and dues.
Okay.
Laura, can you pull that up, what you sent us?
I actually emailed that from my computer, so can you pull it up from your email?
Yeah, if I can share. I can. Can everybody see the list now?
Yep. Can you make it a little bit larger?
Okay. How's that?
That's good.
So the ones shaded in the dark pink or red are the ones that were discontinued this year, so they won't be submitted for the 2021 budget.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, on this topic, do you think we're going to have anything with customer cities for North Texas Municipal Water District, or you think that whole concept is kind of gone by the wayside?
Well, I do know Well, in terms of creating a coalition that would have dues, Mayor,
Yeah, correct.
I will tell you this, I would think that they like the way it's going now.
Which
And
we're
I
not.
think that the advocacy is there. It's hard to answer that question, Mayor. It really
It is,
is.
'cause we were going down this path where we would have regular meetings and we'd have costs, and then COVID hit and everybody's on a Zoom meeting. And so it's just kind of something on that whole strategic thought process we need to keep our eyes out on, as we may have some costs if we decide to go down that road.
Okay.
And you guys can cut the budget for the Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition by half.
Right there.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
And I guess that's it. Anybody have anything here?
We might want to check with Ed on, there's a special radar that we can put a subscription in on that is within this area that would give him radar information every 2 minutes instead of every 5 minutes through the National Weather Service. And for some reason I am losing. Oh, there it is right there. Thanks, Ed. CASA. It's called CASA. And I would highly recommend adding that to the national, or to the COG fees there if we're able to get it. I think if my recollection is correct, it's less than $5,000 a year, but it would give us significant improvement in our ability to early warning on stuff coming into the city. So we might want to have Brian, we might want to reach out to Ed and see if that's feasible to do that.
But that would be a department expense, not a membership.
You know what? You're absolutely right. It just triggered in my mind seeing the COG stuff on here and the emergency management membership, because it's actually another membership that we would pay for with them.
Yeah.
But it would be under departments. So you're absolutely right.
So, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. I will get it added. We've talked about it for the past few years, and it would enhance our ability to monitor weather. And but I think they put the site over in Mesquite somewhere. These are they're really good radars that we can depend on. So it'll be good, and we'll add it to our budget.
That's where I think it belongs if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
Of course, if that's okay with Brian, I'll do that.
Well, I like to know ahead of time before stuff is going to happen.
There was also previous issues with the current radar system that we rely on with National Weather Service Fort Worth going out and us not having any idea what's coming. And so having this as a backup, well, not a backup, but having this as our primary radar that provides better clarity and visual would go a long way.
Well, I just gave Chief my $2,200. So there you go, Chief.
Ta-da.
Thank you.
Good
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Council, any other topics on council governance? I'm not seeing any, Brian. Thank you, everybody. Good discussion.
All right, then council, we're going to move into our enterprise funds budget discussions. We have with us today Dan Jackson, who is going to talk about the utility fund. Wendy, I neglected to ask you, but I think it would be good if we could have Dan go first. We've got some really good news for council, and then I think what we'll do is we'll do refuse right after. Is that okay, Wendy?
That's fine.
Okay. So guys, y'all know Dan. He has been doing our utility rate analysis for the last few years. What was really good about 3 years ago, he did a major study for us. And then each year after that, we've just kind of done some updates. And the reason we've liked having Dan involved is that he also does these
You see
studies for
this?
some of the other cities, including
See
some of
what
the
I'm
member
doing?
cities. So he gives us some good intel from time to time. You know, he never tells us who he's talking about, but you know, he at least gives us some insight. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dan, let him kind of carry through the conversation. Each of the options he's going to propose have different risk elements, but I'm looking forward to it. So Dan, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Brian. I appreciate it. I understand somebody's going to put the presentation up on the screen now.
Yep.
I see. Great. It's not often as a rate consultant that I'm able to go to councils with good news. I'm usually the guy that goes to different cities around the state and says, you got to raise your rates, you got to raise your rates. And so it doesn't tend to make me the most popular person in the world, but what has been very beneficial for the city of Rowlett in all the time that I've had the privilege of being your rate consultant is that the city has always been willing to make the difficult decisions that you've had to make in order to ensure that your utility continues to operate not only at a very high level of service, but also is properly funded and has the financial resources that are necessary to fund all operations. It's put you in a good financial position. You've made some very tough decisions in the past. It's never easy to raise rates. It's never easy to ask people to pay more for water and sewer service. But by doing so, they have gotten a well-run and financially sound utility. And so when certain things occur that benefit the utility, you are much better positioned to be able to take advantage of that. And I think that's where we are today. And that's where we are with regards to your rates for fiscal year 2021. If we go to the next page, you will recall that when I last gave a presentation before the council, we projected or made a recommendation for rates for the year, for the fiscal year 2020, and then we projected rates outwards for the next 4 years after that. Our rate plan projected that we would continue to do nominal rate increases for each of the next 4 years. For the fiscal year 2021 to be implemented in October of 2020, we recommended no water rate increase, but we did recommend a 2% wastewater rate increase. We believe that that 2% wastewater rate increase was going to be needed on an annual basis for each of the next 4 years, and that there would be no need for a water rate increase this year or next, but there would need to be water rate increases in the years after that. Well, that was a forecast. Forecast was done in 2019. And the thing about forecasts is forecasts are not guarantees. They are predictions based on a series of reasonable assumptions. And there have been a few developments in the year 2020 that are going to give you the opportunity to go back and revisit some of these proposed rate adjustments. One of the impacts has been that the city of Garland has revised its 2021 wastewater treatment rate. They were initially projecting that it would go up by 5% this year, and now they're saying they're not going to increase it at all. Same thing is true with North Texas Municipal Water District on the water side. They were also projecting a 5% rate increase last year. Now they've come back and said, we're not going to raise rates at all. So since the rate plan that you put into effect had anticipated annual increases from both your major suppliers, that has suddenly freed up a lot of capital for you and has given you some flexibility. A third factor is that your wastewater operating costs are coming in less than what was originally forecast in 2019. So as a result of this, city staff asked us to go back, take another look at the model and update the model for 2021 and see what kind of additional scenarios or alternatives might be available to the city to take advantage of these very beneficial developments. So if we go to the next page, this right here is a summary of the rate plan that was originally projected for this year. I don't have the actual rates themselves. I thought I'd just go to the more important page, and that is the impact on your average ratepayer. Your average ratepayer residential ratepayer here in the city uses somewhere around 7,000 to 8,000 gallons of water a month, water and sewer service a month. So if you're a 7,500 gallon water user, right now you're paying $126.71 a month for that service. Under the rate plan that had been proposed last year, that bill would go up by $1.30, a nominal increase, about 2% or so, but an increase nonetheless. If you were a 5,000 gallon user, you would be paying $1 more. And if you were a 25,000 gallon user, you'd only be paying $1.50 more. So it's not much of an increase, but an increase was actually projected. And as you can see in the out years, 2021 through 2024, we are also projecting a series of modest similar adjustments as well. So let's go to the next page. Originally, in 2019, we projected that this plan would give you adequate financial resources. You would have net, if you look where it says 2019 forecast approved rate plan, it showed that your net revenues would be positive in just about every year. Your cash balance would continue to build up nominally, which you need to do because you need to have you need to have debt coverage and days of operating expense adequate reserves. In 2019, the plan projected that you would continue to have 100 to 120 days of fund balance, and that's good. That's very good, very healthy financially. But now in 2020, if you keep the same rate plan, your cash balances are now projected to be a lot higher. And that's just simply because a lot of money that we anticipated that you would be giving to North Texas and to Garland, you're not going to be giving to them. So now we're in a situation where if we continue with the same rate plan, we potentially end up recovering significantly more than potentially what we need. So that gives us the ability to look at some scenarios where we scale back the magnitude of those adjustments. We go to the next page. So we're going to show you three scenarios. Staff and us, we talked about this extensively throughout the week, and we want to show you three different rate scenarios. Under scenario one, we basically cancel the rate adjustment scheduled for this year. No water rate increase, no wastewater rate increase. We would continue to fund our capital improvements through a combination of pay-as-you-go and bonds. And that's been city policy for a long time. It's a very good city policy because what it does is it balances your need to issue additional debt to fund long-term projects with your desire to minimize that debt and fund as much of it as possible through ongoing rates. So the plan was to finance about $2.5 million from pay-as-you-go and increase that balance by about 10% a year. You would also need to issue about $7 million in debt a year, which is what you would expect for a city that is in a high growth mode like the city of Rowlett. So scenario one, no rate increase. Now in scenario two, we get even more aggressive and we say, you know what? What would happen if we actually decided to lower our water rate by 5% and lower our wastewater rate by 5%? What would be the impact of that? In the third scenario, we lower the water rate by 5%, but we do not change the wastewater rate. And instead, we use the additional $600,000 or so that we're generating to add to the pay-as-you-go to invest into your system. This is a common issue that is faced in water and sewer utilities. What do you do with the surplus capital? Do you rebate it to your ratepayers, or do you invest in the future of the system? It's a policy decision. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. It's just a matter of what is the personal preference of those who manage and oversee the operations and finances of the city. So let's take a look and see what the impact of each of these scenarios are going to be. If we go to the next page. This is scenario one. Scenario one, as you can see, no water rate increase. The current rate of $22 a month stays at $22 a month. The water volumetric rates stay at where they are. Next slide, please. Same thing was true with wastewater. No adjustment in October of 2020. However, there would need to be a nominal adjustment in 2021 and beyond because we all hope the world gets back to some semblance of normalcy in the next year. Page 7. So as you can see, if you don't raise water rates and you don't raise wastewater rates, then you have no increase or no change at all in your. Just a sec. I'm sorry. I said something that sounded like SIRI, and my SIRI just is trying to answer me right now. Sorry about that. Anyway, so there would be no increase in water or wastewater in the year 2020. And you could see we're scheduled for nominal adjustments in 2021 and beyond. So let's go to page 8. If that were to happen, we're still looking at very significant additional revenue and surplus balances. So what this tells us is that we could very easily cancel that 2% wastewater rate increase. That can go away and it will have no measurably adverse impact on the city's finances. So at the very least, the nominal wastewater rate adjustment under scenario 1 can go away. So let's now get a little more aggressive. Let's go to scenario 2, page 9. In scenario 2, we dropped the water rates by 5%. The $22 a month minimum charge goes down to $20.90. Volume rates go down by 5% accordingly. Page 10. We also dropped the wastewater rates. As you can see, the monthly minimum charge for wastewater goes from $22.81 down to $21.67. And then in future years, of course, it would start nominally to climb back up, but it would not reach where it is right now until 2022 to 2023. So you would have a lower rate and it wouldn't even get back to where it is today for a couple of more years. Page 11. If you were to do that, your average ratepayer who uses 7,500 gallons a month, who pays $126.71, would see their bill go down by $6. That's a 5% decline. I can tell you there are not a lot of utilities out there that are doing this. Due to COVID-19, many of the utilities I work for, particularly in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, have decided to forego water and wastewater rate increases this year. They've just decided that even though the utility might need it, given the shaky economic conditions that we're in right now, it would be very difficult to ask ratepayers to pay more. But what I don't see is anybody actually decreasing the rates. So this is a pretty aggressive step. Let's see what the impact would be if we actually decreased water rates by 5% and wastewater rates by 5%. That's on page 12. If you did that, you could do that and still maintain net revenues that are positive, a cash balance that leaves you between 100 and 130 days of fund balance. This is telling us we can decrease our water and sewer rates by 5% and continue to maintain the same financial security that we have right now. What you're doing is you're basically taking the non-increase that or the amount of additional revenue that we thought was going to be needed to pay North Texas and Garland. Instead of paying them, you're rebating it to your ratepayers. That's scenario 2. So now let's go to scenario 3. Page 13. Under scenario 3, we still decrease our water rates by 5%. It's the same rates as scenario 2. $22 down to $20.90. And as you can see, it doesn't go up at all again for a couple of years. So your rates go down and they stay down. And by 2023, 2024, people are still not even paying what they were paying right now. Let's go to page 14. But the difference in this scenario is that you don't actually decrease the wastewater rates. You leave them the same. So you're still recovering that extra $500,000 to $600,000 by leaving the rates where they are. And what you're doing is you're taking that $500,000 to $600,000 and you're putting it into the pay-as-you-go capital improvements. You're investing in your system. That's the impact. Go to page 15. If you do that, people's rates are still going down. That average ratepayer who uses 7,500 gallons a month, instead of his bill going down $5 to $6 a month, it only goes down $3 a month, but it's still going down. And that's not something that very many utilities, or hardly any utilities, to tell you the truth, in Texas or the United States are able to say. So what scenario 3 says is, we're not only lowering our rates, but we're also increasing our investment in the future of the city. So let's look at page 16. What's the impact? The impact is you still have a good cash balance. Your cash balance trends up a little bit in the next few years. Your days of operating expenses stay over 100 days. So this is telling us that we can definitely do this. So the bottom line is this. I know it's a lot of numbers, but the decision point is a very simple one. At the very least, you can do scenario 1, where you don't do any rate increase this year. You can then choose to get more aggressive and actually lower your water rates. And as far as your wastewater rates are concerned, you can either lower them and rebate the money to your ratepayers, or keep them where they are and use the additional revenue that you were going to use to pay for Garland and some of these other increased expenses, and use it to invest in the system itself. It is, from a financial standpoint, any of these scenarios is doable. Any of these scenarios will work. Any of these scenarios will benefit the city. It's just a matter of you as decision makers deciding what is the most appropriate policy for the city. That really concludes my prepared remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you so much. What great news, everybody.
Excellent news. The only thing that I would ask, Dan, is just, and I don't know if you have an answer for this, but I know we have a lot of aging infrastructure in our city, and just wondering if you have any recommendations.
Well, it's a common issue that cities face. Water utilities are similar to our household budgets. We all have a long list of to-dos we have at our house, things that need to be done, things that need to be replaced. My air conditioning just went out last week, so I'm still hurting from that. Why does it always go out in the summertime? But anyway, so it's always a balancing act between what investments do you want to make in your house or in the system, and how do you want to benefit your ratepayers. Water systems are very expensive. You could spend a lot of money upgrading them and maintaining them. And so one of the key things I would recommend doing is making sure that your operators are able to fund the projects that are absolutely necessary. There's varying degree of capital projects. There's those capital projects that you absolutely have to do. If you don't do it, you run the risk of catastrophic system failure. And then there are projects that need to be done, but maybe if you had to, you could delay it for a little while. I'm not an engineer. I couldn't tell you which projects fit which categories, but I think that the great news that comes out of today is that you've got the flexibility to fund more of those projects if you so choose, or fewer of those projects if you so choose.
And Martha, let me say this. When we had our conversation last year, macro discussion was, how do you fund capital improvements? And at that point, we said that, and everybody agreed that the strategy is we would increase the bonded indebtedness from 5 million a year to 7, reduce the cash, but then the cash would still increase 10% per year. So we are still, even if we don't do this extra 562,000, we've already put in a 10% increase into our capital maintenance program by what we're going to propose in August. So we still see the need to grow it regardless, and that's what we're still planning on doing. What Dan is telling you, you have an extra option of increasing it by another 562,000, or passing that on to customers, or doing nothing.
So I have two things, I think. One is your scenarios were maintain both the same, decrease both, or maintain one and decrease the other. why did you pick which one to maintain and decrease under that third scenario? Why was wastewater not reduced, but water was? If I got that backwards, I apologize.
I would say probably the one of the reasons is that the impact of North Texas's decision to not increase rates was greater, and it is just a more of an attempt to associate more of the decline with what is actually causing it. But you know what? You could hold water rates and decrease wastewater rates.
Okay, well, here's the reason for my question, and I warned Brian on this already. At about 7,500 gallons, maybe mine was like 9,000 gallons even, our residents are paying the same monthly amount for water as they are for wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be curious, that doesn't seem correct to me. And I'd be curious from your expertise, is that a normal relationship, abnormal relationship?
In this day and age, it's become very normal. And that's because the cost of wastewater treatment has gone up significantly greater than the cost of water. Back when we were all young, water routinely was more expensive than wastewater. And the main reason for that was wastewater treatment consisted of taking raw sewage and dumping it in the Trinity River. That was very inexpensive, but it also wreaked havoc on the environment. And so in the last 20 to 30 years, these very sophisticated regional wastewater treatment plants have been built, which the sewage goes in and what comes out of the plant is so pure you can drink it. I've never actually tested that theory, but that's what they say. Now, it has been great for the environment, but it's very expensive. And so for that reason, wastewater has become more expensive. And so in all honesty, in my perception, with most of the clients I deal with, their wastewater costs are now more expensive than water. But I get the same question from everybody. Why is wastewater more expensive? Because everybody thinks about back in their childhood when water used to be more expensive than wastewater. The paradigm has shifted.
Well, everybody also thinks about that with water too. So, but yeah, I hear you. And then I would ask again from your personal expertise, you know, one of the things we suffer from is our lower usage customers are paying a much higher percentage than our customers with higher usage. And I'm talking about, on water now, apologize. And I'm talking about comparatively to other surrounding communities. I would really like to see us in a situation where we're more competitive with our surrounding communities from a total water rate standpoint on that 10,000 gallons and below. And I still feel like we're very high in that area. And that's where, if we're going to reduce water costs, that it needs to be reduced, not across the board, but at that 10,000 and less gallon usage.
Mm-hmm. You bring up a very interesting point. See, rate making is an art, not a science. There's a lot of different rate structures you can put in place that will get you the revenues you need. You have a rate structure where you've got a minimum charge of $22 and your first water rate tier is $4.61 per 1,000 gallons. There are some other cities, Plano is one example. Their first rate tier is 65 cents per 1,000 gallons. It's for the first 3,000 or 4,000 gallons. And they did that deliberately because they have a larger fixed income and retiree element of the population. And so they wanted a rate that was very low for just the first few thousand gallons because most retirees only have very low or limited water use. We've been doing the rates for Plano for a long time. We went before council with a suggestion in the last rate study that they increase that bottom block, and they said, not just no, but heck no. We're not going to do it. That's the way we like it. It also means that your high volume water customers are subsidizing your low volume water customers. There's nothing stopping the city of Rowlett from doing the same thing. You could, if you so choose, and if you decide it is the right policy, you could have the first rate tier be very low. And that would be a rate tier that would take care of your low income and your fixed income people. But the price you would pay for doing that is that you would have to raise the higher tier higher. And so what you're doing is you're shifting the costs from your low volume users to your high volume users.
And all I'm suggesting is if we're in a year where we can reduce our water rates, and if we as a council decide to do that, I would like to see that done only at the lower tiers to the extent we can without having to subsidize it by the higher tiers. So, maybe, and I'm just talking here, maybe the higher tiers are flat from an incremental cost standpoint, but all that 5% savings we could absorb could just go to the lower tiers to the extent we can. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's done all the time.
So I don't think you have to make it up at the higher tiers. I'm just saying if we decide to reduce our rates, we only reduce them to the extent we can at those lower tiers.
Just a comment, Dan, or for Tammy. If we lower the base rate, everybody benefits, but again, that has to go through the whole system. To what Tammy's proposing, we charge right now $4.61 at that first break point, and then at the second break point, it goes to $5.76 and then to $7.20. So if you kept the $5.76 and $7.20 the same, but lower the $4.61 to some number, then technically everybody still benefits for the first 3,000 gallons they pay for, because everybody would be paying a lower rate. But those who only use that much period would probably feel that savings a little bit more. So from a macro perspective, do you see any issues with that?
If you're asking me, it's done all the time.
Okay.
It certainly can be done, and some of your neighbors are doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that approach too, Tammy. I think that our lower usage customers would really appreciate that. I think that all of our customers would appreciate not having the rate increase in their water for the other tiers. And then I think that that not doing a decrease on the wastewater is going to give us some additional funding for our aging infrastructure. So I would like that third option, with it being applied, with that 5% being applied to that lowest tier. Does that make sense?
I think what I heard you say is reinvest in our wastewater system because of our aging infrastructure, keep wastewater rates the same, and lower water rates, but let the lower tier benefit from that. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's it.
Can we define lower tier? Is that below 7,000 gallons per month or below 5,000 gallons per month?
Below 3.
I'm sorry.
The first tier is 0 to 3,000.
Okay.
I mean, we can do whatever. That was just what I was suggesting, is that first tier.
I've got a question about the screen. You had 3 screens up there. The last one was minus 5% on the water and 0 on the wastewater, which got us an extra $500,000. So why wouldn't the first screen, which was 0 on both, get us that $500,000 plus maybe more?
It does. And if you leave the first scenario where you don't change anything, you end up with a much larger surplus.
You can see that in the fund balances if you pull that back up, Brownie.
I can't see it.
And
That's the way he presented it on that third screen.
We wanted to show you what was planned. We wanted to show you what would happen if we don't do anything. And then we wanted to show you a couple of other options.
Right.
What is the second tier? How many gallons is that per month?
3,000 to 15,000.
Okay, you said there was 3. Okay, all right.
And then the third tier is anything above 15.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
I don't think so. Is this wastewater or water right here?
Did,
That was water.
that's water right there. Oop.
So are
This
those,
is both right here, right?
That's number 2.
That's both. Mhm.
so what are the tiers?
You have to go back to the prior page. Go back to page 9. These are the rates themselves. And as you can
Thank
see,
you.
the
Thank you.
proposal, $20.90 for the minimum charge, and then the 3-tiered rate structure.
That seems like a huge gap, 3,000 to 15,000. It almost seems like there should be another tier in there, like a 3,000 to
5,
7.
7, yeah,
7,500.
75. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing because I'd rather pass on a decrease to as many as possible. So I'd
Well,
recommend that.
Blake, just for council, just for you guys to know, if he lowers the lowest tier, everybody still benefits for their first 3,000 gallons.
Right.
That's true. Yeah.
So 100% of all customers still would receive a benefit, but the impact may be felt greatest by those who only use 3,000 or less.
Right.
See, I would leave the minimum charge 22. I would leave the second and third tier at the current incremental cost. And I'd lower that 0 to 3,000 tier as much as you can to end up in the same situation
Okay.
as a look.
Okay. I can certainly see what that impact would be.
What is what our current fund balance is? What, 111 days, 120 days? What's ideally should that be at?
Our target or goal is 90 days.
Okay.
So we are above that. And if you remember, Matt, there were 2 reasons for it last year. One was that we ended up having a relatively dry late August and September. That kind of, we thought we were going to kind of be below our sales for the year, but that helped us make up the difference at the very end. And then also, and I know he said this at the very beginning, but our sewer expense has been coming in less. Our sewer treatment cost with Garland has been coming less than what we budgeted.
Brian, is it true? I may be mistaken here, but if we want to get a AAA bond rating, which probably won't happen this year, the goal should be 120 days, or am I totally wrong on that?
Well, first off, we're at a A+, and we believe that we should be a AA, and that's what we're fighting for this year.
Yeah.
We have the reserves in place to be a AA if they don't overweight what's going on with COVID.
Right.
So the answer to Blake's question is we're fine at 111 days for the highest.
That's above our target. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
and the
thank you.
cash balance is above our target too.
Brian, on the wastewater, have we funded or budgeted for that new meter?
Yes, it's gonna be built this year, so that's already funded.
Okay.
Now, guys, I want to share one thing with you, and this is important, and this may be a good place for it because you can see the number of days cash balance. So last year we ended the year with an uptick above and beyond what we had planned for. We actually thought we'd probably be somewhere around 95, 96 days and ended up being better than that. And again, it's primarily for those 2 reasons I just mentioned. For this year through June 30th, revenue is higher than target, but our accounts receivable has increased by $800,000.
Wow.
So you'll remember back in April when we had that discussion with council, we said that we talked about our mitigation strategy for the general fund, but we said for the utility fund, our single biggest concern would be not that the revenues that the usage wouldn't necessarily be there because it is dependent somewhat on weather, but that the accounts receivable would climb. So we set aside a portion of money to mitigate that in case the repayment period exceeded this fiscal year. So putting people on plans, they still may need 4 months to play catch up, which could put us past September 30th, if you get what I'm saying. So even though we're on accrual period, we could end up with a larger AR, meaning a smaller cash balance at the end of the year. And so we are a little concerned about that. But I will tell you that we would support any of these options that council has out there. I know we would like to have more money in the capital maintenance plan. We never will have enough. And so that is of interest, but we'll work within any plan that you have here.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, Brian, we can't go indefinitely with allowing people to defer payments on their utilities without, we got to have some point of time where we say, you can't go past 2 months, or you can't go past 3 months or something.
And Mayor, that's already underway. Wendy and her team are building a campaign to start getting people on payment plans. Initially we kind of took the lead of the PUC, where they had told the gas companies, utility companies, water and sewer, that you can't cut off people for non-payment. And I think, Garland is taking the same step that we're about to, which is that we've got to hear from people. We've got to start working out repayment strategies. What we did the first 90 days, like to your point, can't continue forever.
No, we're here for the long haul for a while here.
Yeah, and is there an opportunity for the any of the CARES fund or the COVID CV funds that we allocated to Salvation Army? Can we recoup some of that through those?
Remember, we can't use it for revenue recovery.
We can do it for utility assistance.
Right, which is revenue recovery if they pay their bills.
On the
Not
Dallas
if they pay
County
the electric bill, but
on the Dallas County call or earlier this week, it was told to us that we can't recover our own revenues. That if a Rowlett resident applied for utility assistance through Dallas County, they could pay their Rowlett utility bill, but they cannot apply for utility assistance through the City of Rowlett's funding to pay City of Rowlett utility bill.
Interesting.
Yes. It's all the same pot of money, but I don't understand why that red tape is there. But that
makes no sense.
Absolutely, I agree.
Wow.
Are you laughing at
Another
that?
Another way to stick it to the cities.
That's just ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Well, think about
Whose
it.
idea was this? Was it the feds?
Yes, think about this for a minute. The CARES Act says you can't recover your revenue, okay? So first and foremost, that's the deal for cities. They're not going to let it be used for revenue. So Dallas County doesn't receive any water or sewer assistance. So if you get your money from them, they don't care how it's paid. But for the city, and the mayor's right, it just still doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense.
Well, so we allocate some of our money back to Dallas County for our own utility assistance program managed through Dallas County for Rowlett residents.
Yeah, there you go.
And I think
it's the shuffling, it's the shell game. We just gotta.
But that should probably work.
Yeah.
And also even brought up about the mortgage assistance as well, that a portion of the mortgage pays Rowlett property taxes. And so by us providing mortgage assistance to Rowlett residents, we are in essence reimbursing our property tax loss, revenue loss.
I'm so glad that CARES funding is so effective.
Yeah, lots of good brain at work.
Yeah.
Here in Washington.
And council, just so you guys know, we're planning on a special work session with you, hopefully Monday, July 20th, to talk about the CARES Act, because finally, after all this time, we are finally getting some information from Dallas County on these little intricacies so that we don't end up stepping off into it and having to reimburse those funds.
Yeah.
Painful
Well,
though.
Okay, so back to the subject at hand.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of a proposition on the table that we keep the wastewater rates flat and reinvest the excess back into our system, but to reduce the water rates by the recommended 5%, but keep that at the lower tier. Are there any other counter proposals or any other discussion or concurrence with that approach?
Like that approach.
What'd you say, Matt?
I like that approach.
Yeah, I'm fine with that approach.
I like it.
Whitney is trying to read your head, Whitney.
Yes.
Okay, what do you think? Wendy, Dan, Brian?
Sure, we can run that scenario.
Would you like that scenario for both options 2 and 3? One of reinvesting back into the system and one not reinvesting back into the system, or just only not reinvesting?
We said wastewater reinvesting back into the system. Keep wastewater flat. Where's my camera? Keep wastewater flat, but reduce water rates. Reduce them at the first tier only.
Okay.
Don't reduce the flat fee and don't reduce the upper tiers.
Yeah.
We still have thumbs up?
You just made Wendy and Gary very happy
Because
of the reinvestment in the capital maintenance. They
okay.
Yeah.
I will be curious what it brings down that first tier from 460 down to whatever. Be curious to see what the number is, because if you can spread that out, if our average user is 7,000 gallons, maybe there's an opportunity in there to put a second tier that's just a little bit higher. So that first 3,000 is maybe in the realm of 64 cents like Plano, but then that 3 to 7 is, $2.
I don't think we'll get that low, Matt, but
No.
I agree with you. I think as another option, we should look at 2 tiers in that first tier. No,
That could be an option.
2 tiers in that second tier.
Yeah. Split
Adding
that second tier into 2.
But regardless, I think the first priority is to get that first tier of 3,000 down some.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes? No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good conversation. Dan, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all. Thanks for your time this morning.
We appreciate your advice and your expertise.
Thanks again. All right. Bye-bye.
And then Wendy, we're going to talk about refuse now.
Yes. And Laura, that should be a presentation that says enterprise part. It says part 1. Okay, first I wanted to go over, we've got the contract with FCC for solid waste services. It was awarded in fiscal year 2017. In that contract, it states that rates may be adjusted by 80% of the CPI and the diesel costs Dallas-Fort Worth for the Dallas-Fort Worth region, and that they could be adjusted on October 1st of each year. This is our cost from FCC. And that when we compare the CPI and the diesel cost, that we compare September of the previous year to September of the year before that. So what we're comparing is the CPI from September of 19 to September of 18, the change in those, and they're allowed to increase by 80% of that CPI change. The CPI adjustment for the basic CPI adjustment, the 80%, it went up 2.8%. 80% of that was 2.28 is what they would be allowed to go up on the rate for that. However, the diesel cost adjustment actually went down by 10.6%. So if that 20% of that is 2.13. So if you offset those, then actually it's a much smaller decrease or a much smaller increase in the rate this year than it was last year. Also, the contract is based on the customer accounts. And this year we're seeing, we look at it at June each year, the count of the customer base. And this year we are showing, sorry, that second column should say June of 2020 for fiscal year 2021. We're showing an increase in commercial accounts by 15 accounts and 361 additional residential accounts for a total of 376 total additional accounts for fiscal year 2021. And next slide, please. If you remember last year, we increased the rates to both residential and commercial by 6% because we had a really large CPI increase last year. And that our strategy is to cover all of our expenses for the year and keep about $50,000 in surplus each year as well for any type of unforeseen circumstances that happen during the year. The shift between commercial and residential because of how that contract is set for our price between commercial and residential. So if you go to the next slide, please. This year with the lower CPI increase, to maintain that strategy, we would only have to increase residential and commercial by 1%. And to maintain that strategy. That's not, I printed out some rates like for the residential first 96 gallon polycart, it's a difference of 18 cents per month. That 1% is. Each extra residential polycart is 9 cents per month. And commercial for a 96 gallon, first 96 gallon polycart once a week is 38 cents a month. And a commercial extra gallon, 96 gallon polycart is 19 additional cents a month. And a lot of our accounts for commercial are the 4 yards at one time pickup per week. That will go up $1.28 a month. So these really aren't very high increases, and especially with the great news in the water rate, I think that really greatly offsets the small nominal change that will have to happen in the refuse fund to maintain our strategy.
Wendy,
yes.
In the beginning reserves, can you just answer why the adopted budget for 2020 was 676 and the revised is 594?
That we adopted the 2020 budget. When we adopted the 2020 budget, we didn't know the final ending for fiscal year 19 yet. So that revised budget column shows what actually happened at the end of fiscal year 19 that you have to roll up to begin 2020. It's just the timing that when we adopt the budget versus when we have our fiscal year end to close our books and get final numbers.
Okay, thank you.
And next slide, please. And drainage, this is what, these rates will remain the same. Residential is currently $5.50 per month and commercial $13.50 per month, and we don't have any reason to raise those rates at the moment. I do believe we're having a drainage study conducted by community development, so that may change next year. And that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Good news overall. So refuse is going to have a very small increase. We'll have savings in water, and then so very good news.
How much longer do we have on that FCC contract?
I believe it was a 7-year contract. We entered into it in fiscal year 17, so we still have quite a while on it.
4 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions on enterprise, Mayor, we were scheduled for, I think, one last break before going into legislative priorities. So let me ask how everybody's feeling. Do y'all want the break?
Can we just do 5 instead of 15?
5 minutes, jumping jack.
Okay.
All right, 5-minute break.
Yep.
Laura, do you mind pulling up the presentation, please?
I don't see Pam.
Oh,
Here
sorry.
I am. I'm messing with Macy.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm going to go through the first few slides very quickly. really, because as Blake was getting at, this is really going to be more of a discussion point, but you know, we got a plan for the 87 Texas legislature coming up. And as you guys know, we didn't do so well last year. They were in 2019, 7,500 bills introduced, and there were a lot of them that had huge, huge impacts on Texas cities in some way. And ultimately, they did pass 1,400 bills, 330 of which affected cities in some way. Next slide. So like most municipalities in Texas, we got to pay attention to what's going on. And of course, the sheer magnitude of bills in any session is a chore to monitor. 2019 really did seem to be more than anything else that we've ever seen. It was just extraordinary. You know, the number of bills and the importance of those bills because of the impact it would have. Next slide. So the 2021 calendar is, this is a legislative calendar. It's etched into stone pretty much. So it tells you the date that, how many days from this date that it has to be done, when it has to start. So essentially, we have the general election November 3rd, but they will start pre-filing bills as early as November the 9th. Some committees, at least virtually, some committees are already starting their work. And I can tell you everybody's going to be gearing up for this legislative session. Next slide. Council, you know, in prior years, we usually have visited with our legislative delegation. And, you know, I hate to say, but in some respects, you know, we didn't feel like it helped us much this last time. But on the other hand, maybe it helped us a lot more than we would ever know. But we certainly are going to want to continue to press forward the interest of our citizens, excuse me, in this next session. Next slide. So this was just a list of the items that we had. Council, you'll remember in the last two sessions, we've actually authored bills. And those bills have actually been passed. Last year, we had one with the court. And then the year before that, we had one related to including Sapphire Bay and the 10-year state tax rebate. Next slide. And then, of course, we also supported initiatives from other strategic partners like TML. Next slide. So as we said, it was a rough session. There were cities we felt like we were under siege. Not every bill was passed, but some of them significantly impacted cities. I don't think there's any reason to believe that we won't see that again this year. Next slide. So part of what we are going to do is we're not going to solve this today, but you know, what are some of our legislative priorities for this upcoming year? And of course, we're always going to continue to oppose any legislation that would erode municipal authority. And of course, that would further extend the requirements of SB 2. I do believe that given this pandemic and the interpretation that this pandemic would be included as an exception under SB 2, I would imagine there will be people who are going to want to revisit SB 2 and try to further limit its or I should say expand its powers. Next slide. So a couple of things that we may be thinking about in Rowlett, and it primarily has to do with Sapphire Bay, you know, is one, you know, we can authorize, subject to our voter approval, a 2% occupancy tax to specifically support sports and community venues like convention centers. Now, I do realize that this would be an election issue and not a legislative issue, but it's certainly a topic that we're going to be discussing. And you can see that there are some other cities, Austin, El Paso, Irving, Laredo, and Round Rock, that have done, who have passed this bill with their, or had this election before. Next slide. And then there's also a tourism public improvement district that we could consider. And primarily some of the logic behind that is to help with marketing and sales to attract more group meetings, conventions. And it's a funding, let me put it this way. There is, actually, I think I have Jim on the line. Jim, are you on with us?
Yes, I am, Brian.
Would you explain what this would do, please, sir?
Sure. So, Mayor and Council, this is a mechanism that requires the state legislative authorization for cities to enact this. And what it does is it allows any of the hotels within a municipal jurisdiction to petition the city, similar to any public improvement district. The hotels have to have 100 rooms or more, but the majority of those hotels can then petition city council to enact this tourism public improvement district. And the funds from this tourism PID would be earmarked for marketing, and the board for the PID would have to be made up of the hotels that have petitioned the city for the enactment. So you can see on the slide, there's 5 cities that receive a legislative authority in the 86th legislative session. And then I also noted the current cities that have the tourism public PIDs in place: Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Austin, and San Antonio. And just the overarching discussion on hot taxes and fees, the state of Texas does have a limit that all the hot taxes and tourism public improvement district, any of those fees cannot exceed 17%. So Rowlett, our existing hot tax is 7% in Rowlett. The existing state hot tax is 6%. So right now in Rowlett, any guests that stay in hotels have a 13% fee on there. So we do have the room to go up to the 17%. And talking with Brian, part of the discussion was the potential for adding the sports and venue tax. And again, that is local voter approval, and then the potential to consider this tourism public improvement district that we would have to get legislative approval for at the state level, and then work with our local hotels to petition council to authorize it.
Thank you, Jim. So council, if we went down this road, this would be one of the ones that we would actually have to author. And again, we're not trying to make those decisions today, but we're trying to identify things that could be an issue, just to kind of get the juices going a little bit.
Hey, I thought when I brought this up in the last legislative session, we determined, Jim, that you don't have to go for individual approval anymore, that the state of Texas gave it blanket approval and you just have to do certain processes.
Tammy, I think that's what we heard at that TML conference that we went to too. So we need to confirm that.
And I brought that information to Brian and Jim you confirmed that.
I'll have to double check that, Mayor, to see. So that was information that was specific in the last 86 legislative session, beyond the 5 that they approved, that they did a blanket exception for all cities.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of where we heard that, Whitney. When Whitney and I and Blake got from TML session, we went over that with you and Brian, and you confirmed that.
All right. I've had breakfast since then. I'm sorry, Tammy.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's hard to remember everything, but I'm remembering right, Whitney?
Yes.
If Whitney says so, then he's right. Doggone it. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, which I believe is the last one. Okay, so staff assumes that the Government Affairs Subcommittee is going to take the lead from a council perspective on this. So we'll work with the Government Affairs Subcommittee, because guys, there's going to be a lot of work in trying to get to to develop our actual legislative priorities for this session coming up, and to get that done in time for council to adopt that, let's say even by September, so that we are already armed and ready, certainly no later than October, but that we're certainly armed and ready to start petitioning or meeting with our legislative delegation before they actually even go down to Austin. And I think that that has helped the last couple of times that we've done it, and we certainly don't want to miss that opportunity this year. So even though the second question is really the last one for today, are there any other issues or items council would like to consider? We certainly have time to develop this issue, but I didn't, and we could take this off the screen, Laura. I just thought maybe it would be good to kind of start to raise some of those issues. I know there's always the generic ones we're always going to oppose, like anything that erodes our municipal authority. But is there anything specific that we particularly might have to invest some time in to author a bill, kind of like what we've had to do the last couple of years?
Do you recall at the very end of this past legislative session when the governor and lieutenant governor came out and said that they were recommending that cities receive more, like I think 1% more of the sales tax from the state? That was something that was heavily talked about and pushed back by other Texas legislators, that the governor was actually proposing, I think 1% from the total percent of the sales tax going back to the cities.
I think that's that they were actually going to increase the state portion of sales tax to cover the state budget.
That might have been it. Okay.
There is one thing, guys, and I may need Wendy to help me with this, but you know, the internet sales tax, you know, we are now receiving some of that benefit, but there was another quirk to it. And I think what they're going to do, Wendy, help me out. The Texas Comptroller is going to phase in, I think, that next requirement over a few years. I don't remember how many years. Do you?
I believe it's a 2-year grandfather clause that any city that has a current economic development plan agreement with one of those large corporations can keep that intact for 2 years, and that their sales won't go out to the the city in which the delivery was made to during that 2-year grandfather period.
Yeah, that was for 380 agreements, I think.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. So if they had a 380 agreement. So the good thing about that is that we're already starting to receive some internet sales taxes. And I know Wendy knows how much that is. But then on top of that, in a couple of years, then we could even see that benefit grow.
Awesome.
So one of the areas that I know that we need to be involved in, not necessarily author a bill, is the whole disaster declaration authority. And I know at the very beginning of this, it's so funny to think back to the first few weeks of this and the first 2 months of this. I just wonder where we'll be another 2 months from now. But Ed was, you know, identifying some conflicts in the law versus in Tatum. I'm not even going to be able to articulate this correctly, but he kept saying, Mayor, we need to go through this with the legislature and get this changed. So we need to get with Ed and understand the intricacies of what he was talking about. But on a more macro standpoint, you know, we got to look at what our position is going to be in regards to all of this, because we're certainly seeing lots of problems with this whole process between governor authority, county judge authority, mayor authority, city council authority. I mean, I think we've worked really well together, but we certainly have seen the worst of things. So.
Good point, Mayor. Thank you. And then, of course, we mentioned Senate Bill 2 just tuning in to any changes they make there.
Maybe they'll limit their budget to 3.5%.
Wouldn't that be nice?
And then
Good luck.
give back the excess sales tax money that they're not using.
Well, I think the state's going to be facing a shortfall.
They will be.
Because of the decline in oil and sales tax, or oil and gas, that really plummeted, and that's going to kill them because that's where most of their money comes from for the budget.
Yeah, I've been complaining for years about them not using the rainy day fund, and guess what? They're going to have to use the rainy day fund this year.
How
Yeah,
about
I think so.
Paybacks.
The other big issue I think they're coming after for cities is lobbying. They're going to come after the quote unquote dark money and all of the lobbying. They're going to come after hard on that again, I think.
Yeah,
We
they
will
can
have to
pass that
report
bill
that in
all
our-
they want, but it's unconstitutional on its face.
I got to tell you, TML has been more helpful in this process than any other organization. It is
Great.
an unbelievable resource to the cities.
Yep.
Absolutely. And they've been very timely too at times, Mayor, and it really has been.
And that's why they want to get rid of them.
Yeah. Thorn in their side.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts or suggestions? I know that we still have some work to do, but.
So maybe when we have our first meeting, I don't know if our first meeting should be, a Zoom meeting with Angie for the first 30 minutes or the last 30 minutes to see what she's got on her horizon. And our second meeting should be 30 minutes, with Retta to see what she has on her horizon. And also with Johnson, I think is real important. Nathan.
Yeah.
I think what I'd like to do is invite them all to a roundtable, and at first, and have them send a representative if they can't come, and then we hear what is kind of planned in each one of those offices, like you had just said, and then that will help us determine where our focus points are, so that then we can set up a meeting directly with them to go discuss joint, where we want to have connection points with them, and then see where we want to go from there.
I think that's a good plan.
Yeah. But I'll get a meeting on the calendar with Brian, because his calendar is probably the most difficult out of us all. So I'll work with him to get a calendar on the books in the next 2 weeks or so to get us started. Because we need kind of a kickoff meeting just with us, to kind of align our priorities and things, and then plan for that roundtable next, and then individual representative meetings after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Good plan, Whitney. Mayor, if we don't have anything else, I know we're past the 11 minutes, but this has been a really good conversation today. I hope you guys felt like it was helpful. I know it was for us. And again, we have 3 weeks, I think, maybe a little more before we actually present the proposed budget. So today has been extremely helpful for us, and hopefully with some good news in there too. So
yeah, definitely.
So I just want to kind of make a little bit of a parting comment. I did not warn Brian I was going to say this. I know we're in a lot of, I know. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to say it out loud or not. I know we're in a really tough period of uncertainty, but I also know that we are often very conservative in our budgeting approach. And, we just saw that there was a carryover from last year that we're going to be able to use in the bridge approach. And, we got a pretty big budget. I don't know what our general fund budget is. Anybody know it off the top of their head?
the general fund's like 40-something million dollars, Mayor,
And the total budget's like 100.
but the total budget's 120.
Yeah. I just, you know, we sit here and we talk about $50,000 items, and it always seems silly to me. When we're talking about $120 million budget. And then we're talking about, you know, we've got extra funds in the water fund, which is great. We need to give it back to the residents. And we got 700,000 carryover. And I'm a conservative fiscal financial person too, so I understand how that happens. I just, you know, let's go into this understanding that and get as close to reality as possible, because this is going to be a tight budget year.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think it does. And, you know, coming at least in the next week and a half, we're going to know the real numbers on property taxes, and it will remove a lot of doubt, because right now we have so many numbers buried in our estimates that can go either way. So we can get real when that happens, when we know that for sure. And I think that will go a long way to helping us with being overly conservative at times.
Yeah, and you know, we gotta rely on our department heads to give them direction and guidance, and they got to manage their departments within their budget. And we don't need to be, you know, we don't need to be nitpicking. We need to be looking at what strategically is coming down. But we also have to rely on our department heads and our executive staff to make the right budget decisions and make sure that we're keeping ourselves at the level we need to be keeping ourselves at from a policy and an oversight standpoint.
Yeah.
Those would be my general comments. Anything else, anybody? Have a great rest of the Saturday. Thank you to council, and thank you to city staff. I know a lot of work went into this, and I know there's a lot more work to do. We're not done with this budget, but we really appreciate everything.
Look at the clock.
Meaning?
An hour early.
Yay.
Thank you, Laura, for delivering lunch to all of us.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you,
Thank you,
God
everybody.
bless. Have a great weekend.
All right.
Great one.
See y'all
See you
later.
later.